Prologue. Are you willing to give up the rest of your life span to let her revive? In the dark early morning, the rain noisily trickled down. The pitch-black robes appeared just like a splatter of ink, and lingered hazily in my memories. A piercing voice came from the other side of the phone, which did not suit that image. Use your death to let her revive, or let her fade away like this. Why don't you choose the one you like? What? At the end only an ice-cold beeping was left echoing. I hadn't thought of an answer, but the phone call had already been cut off. My entire lifespan. The sound of falling raindrops lingered in my mind. The bad feeling that I couldn't wipe away felt like it was continuously festering. How could this happen? Maybe I had already realized it by that point. No matter how much I tried to deny it, or avoided looking at the problem, I couldn't prevent what was going to happen sooner or later. In the not-too-distant future, I would soon realize the true meaning of these words, as well as the cold, hard fact. In a world where Hikari Umasaki no longer existed. Cut 1. Today I'm in charge of writing a letter, and you became the editor. The cold season arrived, and it was a holiday in October. If you promise me that you won't get angry, then I'll tell you the truth. Another stupid mishap of hers anyways. You swear you won't get angry? I swear I won't get angry. Are you sure? Are you sure? Yes, yes. If you do get angry, then I'll reveal that. Hatsune Miku striped panties. Search history on your computer. I'll definitely get angry if you reveal. Why would this idiot know about that? Please, just get to the point already. I think it was Monday. Kasumi invited me out. Let's go out on our day off. Sorry, I forgot to tell you. Wait, is that all? My classmate, Kasumi. She was a young maiden who possessed large breasts, kept biting her tongue when she talked, and had her hair braided into pigtails. It looks like I have a date arranged with her. And then, since I have a very important promise that I must take care of on Sunday, I told her, then let's meet up in front of the train station at 11 on Saturday. Saturday? Isn't that today? So that's what happened. Was she just worried because she didn't tell me, and made an arrangement without my permission? But then, this is the important part, huh? This kind of trivial white glue. Oh, I see that I've disturbed you. I didn't think that you would be in the middle of lying on the floor. Make sure to be careful so you don't get white glue all over the floor. Even though I've been subjected to such words, I didn't care at all. Ugh, marriage, huh? What a beautiful thought. After wasting a huge amount of time, I finally recovered. With the piece of paper in front of me, I began to write. What should I write about? At first, I was going to write something short and simple, but taking Hikari Yumasaki into consideration, any girl would find this kind of letter boring. This is why you're still a virgin. She would definitely nitpick about it like this. But even so, even if I were to spice it up, it's pretty obvious that you're just pretending to be cool. This is why you're still a virgin. I guess no matter what, I'll still get chastised by her in the end. Whatever, I'll just try to look nice. And so, I spent 30 minutes of effort trying to look nice. Dear Miss Harumi, long time no see, and thank you for sending me a letter. I was very happy to have received your letter. College, huh? Although I haven't spent much time thinking about this question, it's probably about time to face it. If it's possible, I hope that I can attend the same university as you, so we can share a happy college experience together. However, before that, I'll need to work hard to make it happen. Haha, lol. But if it's for you, I'll feel more motivated to work hard. Yes, I'll try my best. Well then, I'll just stop here for now. See you next time. This should do for now. Surely even Hikari Yumasaki, who understood other girls' hearts, would approve of During break, I anxiously checked my cell phone constantly to see if I had gotten a new email, but I never did get one. In the end, I didn't receive a reply at all the entire day. I don't know what their schedule is like. I switched with Hikari Umasaki in the early morning of every other day. Looking at the email, it seems that they also switch every other day, but I didn't know the exact time. I received the email yesterday, so the sender must probably share the same schedule as Hikari Umasaki. But even so, what is that guy's other half doing? Was he waiting to discuss this with the counterpart tomorrow? If so, that other half will send an email to tomorrow's me, and similarly, I'll send an email to the sender's partner. It might get tricky, so I decided to just go to sleep. I probably won't get a reply today anyway, and so, I wrote in the notebook, I didn't receive a reply today, and it seems that the email will only come on your days. Talk it out with Keizshiro before replying. And then I went to sleep. With much restlessness, I awaited the day. 2 days later, Sunday. I was woken up by the morning alarm. The thought, I have to read it, took over. I quickly flipped open the notebook set beside the pillow, and looked over Hikari Umasaki's message. The first line read, "We did it." Sakamoto. Good news. Thanks to Hikari-chan's seduction techniques, they agreed to meet with us. Quickly head over to Kanagawa this afternoon. Remember to buy some watermelon from Mura for me. There aren't any watermelons during this period, are there? Well, whatever. What is important is that Hikari Umasaki succeeded in arranging a meeting with them. She's unexpectedly capable. But wait, Sakamoto. It seems that they have the most unexpected information. Maybe I really can be saved. Oi. Don't raise my hopes up so suddenly. I tried hard to resist quivering my lips. Come on computer, hurry up and turn on. I need to check my email. After opening up my email, whoa, my inbox was crammed full of emails. It looks like the meeting was arranged because of this relentless emailing back and forth. Hikari Umasaki, you've done well. I got excited, and nonchalantly opened one of the emails sent to me. Let's hope that this can help change our future. So it's really the same for you guys too? We've also been struggling because of a time reduction. However, seeing from what you guys have been doing, you don't know of the revival technique. Well, no problem. Let's meet and talk about everything that we know face to face. But sorry, can I have you come over to Kanagawa? Because of a certain reason, I can't travel far. I'm looking forward to this. Let's get to know each other well, even though I don't know who you are. LOL. By the way, my name is Hayato. Please take care of me. The hour hand on the clock pointed towards 2. Riding on the relatively empty train with my body shaking back and forth, I opened up the journal, and sorted out my thoughts again. It looks like Hikari Umasaki had Keizshiro come over yesterday, and they negotiated with the other party through several emails. I originally wanted to talk about a lot of things with him through the emails, but Keizshiro said that it was still too early to share personal information, that we should wait until we meet first. That would be the right way, since we don't know what will happen. And then when we began talking about the meeting, they sounded like they wanted to meet right away. But then Keizshiro said that we couldn't pick one of Hikari-chan's days. I let out a bitter smile after seeing those words filled with unhappiness, and I applauded Keizshiro's proper response. But the thing is, they were really persistent on meeting today. But Keizshiro wanted me to not give in no matter what. And then they gave in. We might have made things difficult for them. She was always so headstrong and playful, but it looks like she still takes note of weird things. However, we know that, from those words, they seem to prefer not to let today's them come out and meet. In other words, the time schedules should be like this: Hikari Umasaki times Hayato. Me times Hayato's counterpart. Hayato didn't want to let his counterpart, A, come out and meet us. Looking at this, it appeared Hayato wanted to meet with us himself. If possible, the most ideal would be for Hayato and I to me. Given the time frame, this wouldn't work though. It appeared that I couldn't receive Hayato's replies during the given time, so that meant that I shared the same time as A. I in turn didn't care about the mail. What was he up to? Hikari Umasaki too voiced some complaints at the back end of the entry. Isn't Keisharo a bit overprotective? He was annoying me, so I said you're too noisy, and that made him depressed. But he really is so annoying. You better apologize to him, because he's only worrying about you out of love. And anyway, he said, just in case, you have to come alone. And then Keishiro said, I want to come too. He was really annoying, so told him off. You don't have to go so far. You really don't trust us at all. HMPH, Keishiro. He's just feeling anxious, you know. On one hand, we have rowdy girl who doesn't play by logic, and on the other, we have a fake delinquent who just isn't good at communicating. To be honest, letting Mr. Cool Guy Keishiro go meet with them is the safest option. In the end, we arranged a meeting with the other party. He said, I'll tell you through email, just message me when you arrive at the meeting place. I'll tell my other half about this first. That's why, Sakamoto, you have to do your best. Don't use your fierce appearance to scare them, okay? As long as you give off a smile, and look like a hidden hottie, you should have more self-confidence. Even if you say so. To be honest, I don't have the will to do that. I'm not good at talking with people during first meetings. Actually, my communication skills has always been poor. But despite feeling gloomy, I still confirmed the meeting place again. It was at a certain train station near the sea in the Kanagawa Prefecture. That was the destination I was about to head to, and it was also the place they lived. It wasn't near, but it wasn't too far and inaccessible, so I guess it's a silver lining. He mentioned in the mail that he couldn't travel far due to certain reasons. What did he mean? Anyway, after going through several hardships, we finally got to deciding a meeting with them, and they even knew a way to revive. For Hikari Umasaki, I must ask them clearly about this topic, although, there's something I'm concerned about. However, the next part of the entry gave off a sense of unease. So here's where the problem appeared. It was an email that the other party sent, and written in there was something noticeable. The thing is, my other half is a bit strange, not a bad person though. Anyway, just to note, the name's Kiaki, and I hope you two can get along. Kiaki. Just as the person responsible for sending the emails, Hayato, said, it seems that the person I was about to meet was a strange person. I hate this. I'm already bad at talking with other people. Now that I think about it, how old are they? And who is exactly residing in whose body? They could be different from us, and their split personalities at different ages. Sigh. I should have asked beforehand. But there was also one more noticeable part in the email that Hayato sent, and that was, I'm looking forward to it. Looking forward? Looking forward to what? Huh, I really don't get it. Hikari Umasaki was also feeling worried about me, the socially awkward person who was going to the meeting. Listen closely, the first impression is important. Sakamoto possesses a really fierce weapon in your appearance, a very powerful weapon. Scare her, and then go nice to meet you tilde yo, I'm Akatsuki Sakamoto apostrophe. This kind of gapmo will definitely make you popular. I've been using this strategy to make new friends up until now. She left behind those words. How am I going to say yo, if I met a fierce-looking delinquent who says yo to me, I would come up with a million excuses, just to try and think of a way to leave. Although, this idiot has used this method to make new friends up until now. Whatever. Hikari Umasaki, I said as I grasped onto the other show of consideration from Hikari Umasaki. It was a small, handmade talisman from Hikari Umasaki, for praying for victory and success. Embroidered on it was Sakamoto the boss. I held onto the talisman, and prayed from my heart. Alright. 3 more stations and I'll have arrived. Got to succeed here. I made my resolve and my heart, and looked straight out the window and into the white, foamy waves. I've arrived. After riding the train for about an hour, I arrived at a completely empty train station, which looked into the large, open sea. It wasn't a city, nor can it even be called a town, and it gave off a very shady feeling. Carrying a sense of excitement from visiting a new place, I first got off the railway platform. Alright, Next comes the main part of the show. He said he wanted me to send him an email when I arrive. Right. I pulled up the draft that I had prepared beforehand, and got ready to send it to his inbox. I'm Sakamoto, the person who arranged to meet with you today. I've arrived at the train station. Where are you? Send. I silently shouted out loud, and sent the email. I'm feeling so nervous right now. Don't get butterflies now. I really hope they're not a scary person. Although I don't have the right to say that about others. Maybe because I was nervous, but memories of everything that's happened flooded my thoughts. I haven't told anyone before, but because I wanted a friend. I've used a SNS site in the past before. I happily exchanged emails through the website with a girl who I was quite friendly with, and one day she said, "I want to see what you look like, Tilda." And I thought, now that we're so friendly with each other, she must be a nice girl, there shouldn't be any problems. So I squeezed out a smile and sent a picture of it to her. But then she blocked my emails. Why did I have to remember this now? Crap, now I want to go home. I tried hard to hold back the faint tears that were leaking out. It's here. From the vibrations of my cell phone, I knew I had received an email. My heart raced as the sound grew louder and louder, and a sense of anxiety engulfed me from all sides. I gathered up my courage and opened the email. I'm waiting for you. I'm the high school boy wearing light blue uniform and a red tie, with hair dyed coffee brown, and carrying a white gym bag. I'm at the south entrance near the taxi cabs, so why don't you come find me? Sigh. I didn't know why, but I let out a long sigh that had been held in for a while. High school student. It looks like Hayato and Chiaki were at least close to the same age as us. It was Sunday and yet they were wearing their uniform and carrying a gym bag. They might have been at a club activity. I put my cell phone back, and looked around. A light blue uniform, right? And then, there, I noticed by the taxicab exit there was a high school boy who was busy playing on his phone. A light blue uniform, coffee brown hair, and a white gym bag. There was no mistake, that guy was Chiaki. Gulp. I gulped my throat, and took another deep breath for the who knows how many times of the day. Although I felt a bit unsteady, but in the end, he was still just a high school student, a common one too. Just from looking at him, he has a mild appearance. He probably gets treated well. Really, how lucky of him. Alright, let's go. I took a step forward, and thought back to the smile and the lines that I had practiced countless times in my head. But then, Chiaki sent an email, almost as if she wanted to cripple my resolve. What is it? Subject, oh, and, just in case, you have to say the secret code. So that's what it is. This was honestly a safe method. Then what's the secret code I have to say? I checked the inside content of the email for a second. The secret code is, "Wow, you're so cute, you're just my type." What the hell is this person saying? That's the secret code, right? See cute. Sigh. Even though this unusually strange secret code is unmistakable, the thing is. Never mind. I remembered that Hayato said something about being strange before, but to this degree, I encouraged myself, and took another step forward. Don't be scared. Gather up your courage. And then I finally reached him. Excuse me. Yes, I accidentally spoke with a cracked voice, which made it hard for me to talk. But I still gathered up my courage and talked to Chiaki. It was probably because he was suddenly being talked to by a taller than 180 centimeters, fierce-looking delinquent, but I could only see a stunned look on his face. Alright, say it. Gather up your courage. Get ready. Wow, you're so cute. You're just my type. Why do you look so confused? Why are you trembling with such a ghastly pale face? What's wrong? Just as I was being confused, a high school girl who was standing nearby talking on her cell phone charged over. Hey, what are you saying to my boyfriend? Having that kind of taste is gross. Taste? No, I'm just saying the secret code. What are you saying? I don't understand at all. Let's leave. Tetsu-kun. This guy is dangerous. Ignoring my bewilderment, the high school girl finished talking so furiously, and dragged away the pale-faced, body-trembling Chiaki. No, no, wait. Hey, wait a minute. Why are you running away? Hey, don't touch Tetsu-kun. Just what do you want? No, no. I was just following the instructions and saying the secret code. Maybe it was because I had fallen into confusion, but I couldn't help but blurt out, wait. I've always wanted to see you. Do you have any idea how long I've longed to meet you? Can't we talk? Hey, I'll treat you gently, so let's spend some time together. Oh, in a second. The trembling Chiaki had tears drop from his eyes. The girlfriend beautifully threw a fist into my face, and immediately followed up with some scorn. Are you retarded? How gross. You're disgusting. Go kill yourself. Don't let me ever see your face again. After she finished yelling at me, she dragged away the frightened and limp Chiaki and they swiftly left, leaving behind my dumbfounded self, along with the suspicious glances from the passing people. Huh? What happened? I didn't think you would actually follow through. That humorous image of you made me quite amused. Wah! A stunning voice suddenly came from behind me. Although her words were harshly cold, the sound of her voice was clearly beautiful. I subconsciously turned around. Could it be? I held on to a hope. The thing is, my other half is a bit strange. I thought back to what Hayato had mentioned. In the next moment, I completely understood what he meant. Nice to meet you, Sakamoto. I am the Chiaki Tsukimura who arranged to meet with you today. She had completely exceeded my expectations. An earbud in her right ear, and a beautiful, red wheelchair. However, what really caught my attention was, Chiaki. A frigid autumn wind blew past the wheelchair, and her long, straight hair swayed along with it. An incomparably cold voice and a pair of deeply profound eyes. One glance was enough to capture how pretty she was. What reflected in my eyes was a strangely beautiful young girl. Cut 3. I want to finish the mission by today, but what is he plotting? There was a public library situated not too far away from the train station. The building that was located next to it was a conversation room. There were tables and chairs laid out at a corner in a neat and clean manner. Probably because there weren't many people around us, there existed a silent atmosphere between us. At that point, we just remained seated there, while letting the silence take over. A little earlier, after having gone through that shocking encounter, we finally met up with each other. Why did you have to pull such a ridiculous prank? Although I had really wanted to protest, the sudden shock easily doused my rage. Chiaki had conveniently changed the topic. It's too noisy here, let's go somewhere else first. And so I obeyed her and left. I had originally wanted to seize that opportunity to chat with her. Can you please wait until we get there? Moving this wheelchair while talking to you is quite difficult. She used her cold voice to flatly decline me, and when I tried to help push her wheelchair, don't trouble yourself, she harshly denied me. You don't have to be a Debbie Downer. Having endured that awkward silence, we finally arrived at our destination. After having ensured that her wheelchair was properly secured, I sat down in the chair across her. Alright, let's think carefully about what I should be doing next. Should I say something funny? That kind of thing is something tomorrow's me would be good at. Just as I was thinking about these trivial matters. Now then, would you please bring out some proof? Proof. That's what I was told earlier. Why yes, that's right. The young lady suddenly directed those words at me. She spoke without an ounce of emotion, without wavering, all the while looking right at me. If I remember correctly, Hikari Umesaki's diary entry did mention something about this. All I have is this. I pulled out the exchange diary number 1 and placed it on the gleaming table. Allow me to have a look. I observed her quietly as she used her incredibly slender fingers to pick up the notebook, and thought back to another thing. There's something that you should take with you, something that'll prove your personality switch. This is all that I'm asking you to do. The day prior, Hayato had sent that email to me. In order to ensure that I wasn't lying, I had to show some evidence. So, that was a certain requirement. However, the problem was that I couldn't find anything that could be used as proof. At first, it was supposed to be someone Hikari Umasaki knew before she died, but convincing a complete stranger was rather difficult. After racking my brain for a while, I pulled out the first exchange journal which we had finished and no longer used. However, it was a little weird to say that this could be used as proof. Is this an exchange journal? Yep, the left side is me. The right side is the other me, Hikari Umasaki, what both of us wrote. I see. So this was how you communicated. Is there some other way? She pulled out a certain object from the pocket of her jacket. Her eyes were still devoid of emotions. It was a recording device with earphones attached. Oh, so there was also this method. Please wait a moment. She spoke tersely, and started to read the journal. I was mentally prepared for this, but it was still quite embarrassing. Even though there was no other option, I was still very unwilling to let others read that exchange journal. After all, it contained stupid words like virgin and cow. In fact, the real reason for Hikari Umasaki's death was written at the end of the journal, because of her fugashi tendencies, and this startling eye-opener left Sharo dumbfounded, who even yelled out, "What the hell?" Because of these reasons, every time she flipped the page, I couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. So, in order to divert my attention, I began to size her up. Her age was probably similar to mine. Her hair looked soft and supple, her body seemed nice and slender, and extending out from her mature-looking clothes were delicate fingers that looked like they would easily break. However, what captured my attention the most was definitely her face. She really is a stunning beauty. Long eyelashes embellished her ice-cold eyes, and her small lips left you wondering how her smile would look like. Truly breathtaking. Kasumi-chan, Misaki, as well as Hikari Umasaki, I could say that I was familiar with cute girls, but it was rare to have been able to see a girl as beautiful as this. In fact, I felt that she gave off the vibe of a queen, popular within a certain group of people. Alright, from now on, your nickname would be Your Highness. But if I were to say that, I would probably be killed. Just as I was letting my thoughts wander, the eyes that were filled with intent looked at me. Looking at your journal, it looks like your other half is a female. You're talking about Hikari Umasaki, right? She's a second-year high school student, like me. So this means that you're the owner. Owner? Did she mean the person who owns this body? That's right. Hikari Umasaki passed away in the first week of April this year. At the same time that happened, Hikari Umasaki's soul had transferred to my body, Akatsuki Sakamoto's. From then onwards, we switch personalities every other day. You can think of it that way. Can you tell me more about your circumstances? She spoke in a professional manner. Oh, okay. I replied at once. I felt slightly nervous as I continued the explanation. On a certain rainy day in April, Hikari Umasaki died because of a foolish reason right in front of me, and then a mysterious person wearing a black robe appeared in front of me, asking if I would give up half my lifespan. As a result, Hikari Umasaki's soul was transferred into my body. Every morning at 4:59 a.m., we would switch personalities, and we went on with our chaotic, everyday life. However, one day, the time I switched with Hikari Umasaki was early by 5 minutes. And now it's normally 30 minutes earlier. So you're just like us? Like us. In other words, I never thought that there would actually be others like us. Kiaki said that, then closed the journal, and carefully placed it on the table. She gazed coldly into my eyes. It felt almost as if she was saying, "Politeness? What's that?" And continued speaking with an apathetic voice. Allow me to explain myself. My name is Kiaki Tsukimura. 5 months ago in May, just like you, I found myself switching personalities. May. Hikari Umasaki passed away on April 8th, so there are juniors by about a month. It all started because my childhood friend, Hayato Hyuga, passed away. Her long eyelashes hang down as she explained. So it seems that Kiaki was the host, and every other day Hayato would occupy her body. Having looked at their gender, she shouldn't have been lying. Why did he pass away? crap. I asked it too directly. I didn't even mean it, but the silent pressure had forced me to shut my mouth, and I gave up on asking further. At that time too, there was also a person in black robes who appeared in front of me, who told me, "How about you use half of your lifespan to save him?" Exact same line. I had also encountered a black-robed bastard on that rainy day. As a result, Hayato resided in my body, and then we became just like you, switching personalities every other day. Although, we started switching every morning at 4:54 a.m. A 54? Not 4:59 a.m. It's definitely 4:54 a.m., 5 minutes earlier than you are. So, in other words, the time Chiaki and Hayato switched places was earlier than ours by 5 minutes. So this meant that, just while my mind had wandered off, Chiaki flatly interrupted my thoughts. Like you, the time I switch with Hayato has become earlier, while the time Hayato switches into me remains at 4:54 a.m. The time I switch with Hayato has shortened by 30 minutes. That's the case. As expected. After about 3 months into this switching of personalities, we realized this. By that time, it had already decreased by 5 minutes. Later on, when we realized it, it was already shortened by 30 minutes. Thus, the current time I switch places with Hayato is 4:24 a.m. After that, Chiaki remained silent, and I used the timing to sort out my mind. First, time frame-wise, the ones who could meet were Chiaki and me. Hikari Umasaki and Hayato. No doubt about that. After that, it was the time when the personalities switched. Chiaki and I would spend the day, and go to sleep at night. So first, at 4:54 a.m., Hayato would swap places with Chiaki, and 5 minutes later, at 4:59 am, Hikari Umasaki would switch with me. In other words, I would only get 5 minutes to meet Hayato. After that, analyzing the time we switched into Hayato and Hikari Umasaki. They spend a day, sleep at night, and the next morning, because the time's shortened by 30 minutes, Chiaki would swap with Hayato at 4:24 a.m. 5 minutes later, I would swap with Hikari Umasaki at 4:29 a.m. Thus, the time Hikari Umasaki and Chiaki would meet was about 5 minutes. Damn it, it would have been best if Hayato and I were to talk to each other directly, but the conditions were unfavorable. While I was pondering and sorting out my thoughts, Chiaki continued on. Once we knew about this, Hayato got anxious and started to look around for clues. My body's a failure though, so I can't move as I wish. Failure, she calmly stated, emphasized this term that was filled with bitterness. It probably had something to do with why she could only remain on the wheelchair. Leaving this aside, I didn't know Hayato, but anyone would feel anxious about this. Just a decrease of 5 minutes left Hikari Umasaki in madness. So Hayato finally found us. That's the case. He seems rather happy, saying that he didn't expect that to be someone like us. This might solve all the issues we have or something like that. Actually, nothing can be sorted out. Chiaki said such cold, heartless words. Such a cold person. Well, she's right, but I supposed I got the gist of things. In the early stages, Hayato did everything and looked into every piece of information. We started a little later, and there was a short time between the information we gave out and the time Hayato found it. Probably because Hayato kept looking. In this sense, we're really lucky. We really had to thank our lucky stars that he kept looking without giving up. However, there were some things I was really suspicious about. Hey, can I ask about something? Sure. With the icy eyes staring right at me, I lowered my voice, and asked, do you know the method to revive Hayato? This was the biggest reason as to why we came here. Hayato said that he knew how to revive. However, why didn't Hayato revive? They continued to live the life of swapping personalities every day. It's thanks to this that we managed to know them, but it did seem weird. I wanted to know the answer. I stared intently at the lips of Kyaki's icy face. This, I can't tell you. I nearly fell over. Hey, what does this mean? I do know everything about this method. However, I was instructed by Hayato not to say anything. He's a smart one, so he definitely has some ideas. I got 2 missions for the day. One is to exchange information. The other, saying till here, she paused and stared intently at me. You may choose whether to believe it or not. Don't say such spiteful words with a sharp look. To be honest, I was shocked when Hayato suddenly told me to meet you. Couldn't he meet you and see what's going on by himself? He always likes to do such selfish things. The icy expression was showing a hint of displeasure. She's not on good terms with Hayato. He's curious as to what kind of person it is. A kid, old man, guy, girl. I glanced aside at her. He's a decent guy, right? She kept sizing me up, and clearly, her eyes were as frigid as the howling blizzard. I was completely nervous. What's with this pressure? That's quite a barbaric-looking hairstyle. Is it common nowadays? When meeting people for the first time, you should at least tidy up your appearance. She's right, and I couldn't help but shrink back. If my hair's too short, I wouldn't be able to cover my face though. I jaded it. Also, don't you find yourself uncouth for putting your hands in your pocket and slouching as you walk? You murmur a lot as you talk. Speak clearly. So sorry. Also, ease up on your facial expression as much as possible. It is unpleasant to be glared at by you. I'm sorry. I was born with this face. My bad for having such a shocking face. I see. That was rude, I suppose. She apologized proudly, clearly not sounding like she had any intention to apologize. Damn it. She's so arrogant in her speech. Anyway, you were the one who played such a rude prank on me. The awkward atmosphere kept lowering my HP value. Kyaki suddenly sighed, whatever, and gave such a look, saying, then, please listen to this. Saying that, she placed that thing on the table. A voice recorder? As I had said, Hayato told me not to say anything. If you are to be trusted, I am to hand this over to you, so he requested. It seemed that through that conversation, I had gained her trust. Which part did I gain her trust in? I don't know what he's planning. To be honest, I have no interest at all. However, I don't know what he is planning to use my body for, so I can only assist him. Kyaki noted with a stiff tone. Seemed like they were on bad terms. Don't be mistaken. I do not trust you. It's simply that I don't want to start anything troublesome and get complaints from Hayato. Also, I have no interest in your objectives at all. Hey, is that so? She's really vile-tongued there. File 1 contains the message I left for Hayato. File 2 contains the message Hayato left for me. What's for you to hear is in File 3. That contains the message Hayato has for you. Don't mess it up. So they communicate this way. Well, it works. Then, please listen. She prompted me, and I put the earphone of the voice recorder. It's a really old earphone. Now then, here starts the important part. This Kyaki just did whatever she wants, and was unreliable. Even I did not want to continue talk. Thus, I probably should pin my hopes on Hayato. Right, leaving Kyaki aside, the main things to consider being friends with Hayato. It's a little too much for me to be friends with such a girl, with much expectation. I opened File 3. There was a mechanical creaking and the playback started. The static rang at my ear, and then, as though trying to scatter it. Hello there. Congratulations on passing your first test. Arg, what is this? A sudden loud voice rang in my ear, and I hurriedly removed the earphone. Trying to shock me or what? Nice to meet you. If you're hearing this now, it means you've gained Kyaki's approval. Congratulations. Clap 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 clap. I'm Hayato Hyuga, the Kyaki Tsukimura tomorrow. Just call me Hayato. Please take care of me. I heard Kyaki's voice from the earphone, but the emotion within was vastly different. That one I know's the same too. Are the dead always this lively? Let's get straight to the point. You're troubled that your buddy's time is getting shorter. right? Yeah, that's it. I came here to solve this. I did mention in the email that I know the way to solve this. However, there's a problem with the process. I need your help to make this happen. I see. So that's how it was. Hayato knew, but couldn't do it, and did not. That made sense. So, while looking for clues, Hayato found us. I'll tell you the method. If what I got is correct, it should be able to settle the issue of the time shortening. Of course, you do want to know, right? Right? Of course. It's because of this. But there are conditions before I can tell you this. Huh? Conditions? I'll give you 5 missions. Once you're done with them I'll tell you. This makes it interesting now, right? Teehee. No. What are you doing at this time? Tell me already. But, well, I guess I'll use my way to see if you're reliable. So, I'm really sorry, but please play along. Now then, Mission 1. First be friends with Chiaki. It's simple, right? Then, do your best. And so the voice recorder stopped here. What's going on? I cast aside my agitated feelings, and was left stunned. Hold on, this guy's way beyond my expectations. Till this morning, I was wondering if the other party's really kind and earnest. I thought they would continue to support each other, and work hard. I glanced aside at Chiaki. What is it? One of them was a girl with a sharpened blade-like stare. I looked at the voice recorder that had completed its mission and quieted down. The other was a bastard who's basically a gender-bent version of Hikari Umasaki. Is he for real? What is it? If you are done hearing, please return it. You heard this message? Yes, just in case. So what? No, well, he asked me to be friends with you. My apologies, but I have no intention of doing so. I do not wish to repeat myself. Due to a certain reason, I have decided not to make friends. She immediately cut off my hopes. Ah, I see. So mission failed. No number. Just an advice. It is better for you to not interact much with Hayato. He loves doing strange things. What is he planning here? Saying this, she took out a pocketbook from the bag of her wheelchair, and opened it before me, starting to read. She's completely ignoring me here. For real? And one last thing. While I had such a thought, she opened her precious mouth again. Last declaration? We just met. Leave this notebook with me. Huh? Why? My precious, at the very least, I'll have Hayato read through this. I let out a displeased tone. But Chiaki zoned me out as though the conversation had ended. The future sure looks bleak. So how? I'm thoroughly defeated. That night, Keisharo gave me a call out of worry, and I explained the situation to him. After that, I continued to sit before Chiaki for about an hour. But her attitude was scarily cold. Even I was starting to wondering even a crawling insect could have smiled or something. Even when I tried talking to her. I see. That's amazing. She merely said those words. Finally, I could not bear this overly heavy atmosphere, and bade farewell, saying, "That'll be all from me today." I left dejectedly. I never thought we would be such loggerheads. Why is Chiaki sitting on a wheelchair? Bone fracture? I never asked at all. Sakamoto. I can't do anything about that. She was literally zoning me out. How was I supposed to ask? You fractured a bone. Does it hurt? So, you never asked anything about the reason why she's sitting on a wheelchair, what Hayato's planning, and how to revive Hikari. Sorry, Keisharo asked chidingly, and I could only apologize. However, that queen's really hard to conquer. That's not a character to be conquered. Where's the add-on patch? Where do I download it? Damn it. Well, I'll just keep working at it. We got no other clues other than them. I guess, if anything happens, call me immediately. I'll help. Yeah. Saying that, I hung up the phone. I collapsed headfirst into the bed. Damn it, I thought I found a compatriot, but something unexpected happened. Hikari Umasaki and I are the normal one when compared to those two. I got nothing. Think of an idea for me, Hikari Umasaki. I put down the cell phone, flipped through the notebook, and practically prayed. To be honest, it's impossible for me to be friends with Chiaki. So, Hikari Umasaki, try hearing something from Hayato. I wrote down the shocking parts of the day, and left everything to the meet tomorrow. From the recordings, it seemed Hayato should be easier to deal with. In that case, if Hikari Yumasaki, who was better at communicating, take action, I might be able to get something. Please, finish this mission. Hikari Yumasaki, you changed my everything. It's because of you showing up beside me that I started to like myself a little. If you take over, surely it'll succeed. So I drew a detailed map on the notebook, wrote down the order to change the buses, and Kiaki's appearance characteristics should be fine. I just needed to help Hikari Yumasaki meet Hayato. Please, Hikari Yumasaki. Keikin's so cute. I wanna be her friend. I'm gonna conquer her no matter what. Sakamoto, make sure you be friends with Keikin. I made a promise to meet her tomorrow. I have to meet her again. Damn, again with these unnecessary dates. More importantly, what did you learn from Hayato? 2 days later, I woke up, and immediately opened the journal, flipping through it. Well, Hayato just wouldn't talk. I kept trying to ask, but he kept saying it's a condition to be friends with Kiaki. As for the reason why they're on a wheelchair, he wanted us to ask Keikin. So no can do? I guess so. It seemed Hayato's really insistent on having me be friends with Kiaki. What's he planning on making me do? But I asked about how Hayato died. He said he had a sudden heart attack during club activity. He said it really hurt. Really a painful death. It hurt when Hikari here died too. But I did anyway. Stop talking like you're both zombies or something. I tried imagining 2 young people discussing it hurt when I died, and for something, I thought I was going insane. Leaving this aside, Keikin's really cute. Her smile's angelic. Smile, huh? Unfortunately, the Kiaki on my sides automatically locked into scowling mode, so I never saw it. And Fufu. I asked Hayato to touch Keikin ''s. Their soft he. You. I'm so envied. No, don't think of such unnecessary stuff. Also, Hayato's really a decent person. I chatted a lot of interesting topics with him, and it's like he's a manzai actor. His personality definitely makes him popular. Fufu, if you don't practice your humor here, Sakamoto, Hikari's going to run away, you know. Like I care. Not bad. It seemed Hikari Yumasaki and Hayato were on very good terms. Kiaki and I were in the Ice Age. Anyway, it does look like there's no other way other than having you get on good terms with Keikin. I asked Hayato to let Keikin meet you, so do your best. Fight on. After that, it was a plan Hikari Yumasaki came up with called the How to Conquer Keikin'. She filled an entire page, even drawing illustrations of Hikari Yumasaki in cheerleading outfits shaking the pom-poms. So I have to do this myself? I get it. So, Akatsuki Sakamoto's conquest log of Kiaki Tsukimura again began. I had a bad feeling about this. I was hoping if Mars could drop out of a sudden, but unfortunately, such a coincidence could not happen. I could not find a reason to refuse, so after school, I rode the train towards Kanagawa without changing my clothes. 1 hour later, I reached my destination. We met at the discussion room next to the library. She was already there, waiting for me. And obviously, she was on a wheelchair, looking at the pocketbook with a gloomy look. It's scary. Yo, we meet again. Don't be mistaken. It's only because Hayato bothered me to go that I came here. I wouldn't know what he'll use my body for if I didn't. I have no choice. Before I could complete my greeting, Kiaki rattled off in rapid fire. It's like she got this prepared for stabbing me. Even the I have no choice part was really emphasized. Hayato left a message for you. Here. Saying that, she handed me the voice recorder. Yes. I muttered as I received it. I then handed over the hot red tea I bought from a vending machine. She's cold. This is red tea. Why give this to me? Because I think it's cold. What's with the strange expression? She's going to complain saying that she wants coffee? If she actually said such selfish things at this point, I would have stormed off without a word. So, I remember file 1 is the message I leave for Hayato, The message Hayato left for you is in 3. Don't be mistaken. Right. I'm sorry. I nodded, trying to shake off the gloominess, put the earphone into the recorder, and opened file 3. Right. I had to lower the volume. That loud booming voice is definitely going to be squabbling, Yahoo! We meet again. Hayato coming up. You're noisy. Share some of your enthusiasm to your partner. How's my princess today? Rather interesting, isn't she? What's interesting about this? I couldn't help but grumble. The moment I said that, I met those icy eyes, and swallowed the rest of my words. Yes, she's interesting. Anyway, try your best to get along with her. She might not look like it, but she gets lonely easily. Make sure you get her by this weakness. Show me how understanding you are here. After this message ended, I removed the earphones. Damn it, there's nothing useful at all. I lifted my head, and I guess it's because it's cold that the princess before me was having a fight against the ring of the can. After she finally did so, she turned towards me. It is just Hayato's mistaken bias in thinking that I get lonely easily. Please forget about those words. She actually wanted me to correct this. Such a proud person. After saying those words, Chiaki again opened the notebook and started reading. What do I do next? I was frustrated, but I had a way. I rummaged through the bag, took out the journal, and flipped to the apostrophe How to Conquer Kyakin entry, and reread the content. Relax, Sakamoto, Hikari here loves you dear, cold and deep, and no way will she lose to anyone here. Thus, Kyakin's considered conquered. First off, where's the deal for Chiaki? We got to discuss about this. One of the basics to conquering her is to praise her. If there are options, choose the best option. This is the key to unlocking the H scene. This isn't an eroge, but praise really is a basic. There's probably no girl out there who hated to be praised. If there's something I have to praise out of a sudden, I guess the only thing I can think of is about appearance. Well, take it one step at a time. First, time for some a little more normal. Now that I realize, your hair's really pretty. Really? Is that so? Try showing a little happiness. At least some shock. She remained unmoved and continued to read the book. I wanna give up. Nice voice. Very crisp. Is that so? Don't be scared. I wanna cry. At this moment, I should be looking at Hikari Umesaki's entry. Next. Conquest Basic 2. Holding hands isn't a bad thing, but let's do body touch. A girl feels at ease when being touched by a guy. This might be an Olympian hurdle for a virgin like you, Sakamoto. Make sure not to drop any saliva or anything strange like that. I won't do such a disgusting thing. It's rare for Hikari Umesaaki to give me some suggestions, so I guess it's fine to try it out. It's not that my hands and heart are shaking because it's a girl's hand, not because I'll lose myself to giddiness once I touch that hand. I won't think of such virgin things, but since this ties into our fate, I could only go on with this. Your hands are pretty too. Thank you. I wanna touch. And so Sakamoto naturally, requested for a body touch. However, Chiaki remained wary of me, and kept staring at me. She then took out something from the bag hanging on her wheelchair. Isn't that our exchange journal? What's she doing? I stared at Chiaki skeptically, and saw her open it. So there's such a thing in the dustbin. Please save paper. That's the journal entry Hikari Umesaaki wrote down. Rule number 4. Handling biological needs. Only once a day. You're the type to get stiff watching ero anime. I cut your fingernails for you. Chiaki gave me a condescending look, as though I was a middle-aged man walking into the avenue section. So you want me to touch those filthy hands? Such a lewd man. How disgusting. She said. But, and also, I heard that you touched my chest while I was not the dominant personality. No, that wasn't me. It's Hikari Umesaaki. That Hayato said that Hikari Umesaaki told him Sakamoto ordered me to check the softness, so he had no choice but to let Hikari Umesaaki touch them. Such a despicable person. That bastard tilde, pervert. The queen's condescending eyes left me unable to summon any courage to argue, and I lowered my head. Anyway, was it my fault? After much setback, the atmosphere was dead, and so, I couldn't become friends with Chiaki. I could only return. Just to note, the conversation I had with Chiaki was, "Do you like books? If you don't read." The conversation was as dry as a dried sardines in the desert. This wasn't what I was asking. It is just some method to try to establish a conversation. What do I do now? I was on my way home, and it was cold and windy. I muttered as I looked up at the sky. I forgot to take my notebook. That's with Chiaki. She's a tough cookie. But there's more worth in trying to conquer her wits more difficult. It's your fault that I got a bad end. 2 days later, on Thursday, I wrote down my utter defeat on the journal 2 days ago, and Hikari Umesaki's reply had me wanting to retort, "Whose fault do you think it is?" and yet gave me hope. But it's fine. Hikari has a genius brain, and has thought of a wonderful plan. I got a helper, and spent an entire day practicing it to perfecting. Work with them, and surely you'll be able to get on well with Chiaki. Helper? What's going on? I read on with skepticism. Written there was, Conquest 3. Show her how cool you are. Written at the back was the strategy for the day. We're really doing this? After school, I again took the train to Kanagawa. Again, I arrived at the old place, the discussion room next to the library, and sat opposite the domineering princess who was enjoying her book. "It's so cold today. Don't make me go out all the time. My legs today are aching." "Don't say that." Here, the appearance and thickness of Chiaki's legs were no different from usual, but she couldn't move, though for unknown reasons. Those legs felt unbearable to me. I bought a hand warmer at the convenience store, and handed that along with the red tea. She's prone to anger, but seeing how she went along with our stubbornness, she's probably decent. HMP. Hi, Otto left a message for you. Hear it. I received the voice recorder I was very familiar with. That's file 3, right? What are you doing, Akechi? I heard from Chiaki that you sexually harassed her instead of making friends. I heard you touched her and made her angry. Huh? You. It's a fact that you wanted to touch me. No? With that intention, it is as though you touched me. No, it's too much of a stretch. Hey, pull yourself together. I won't tell you how to revive if this keeps up. I'll say this, that the difficulty of the missions will increase. You understand what I mean here, Akechi? You got to be kidding me, right? Making friends the easiest part here? What do you mean? Some unsolvable game? And so, after hearing this short message, I returned the recorder. Chiaki again got down to reading the book, as though say that her mission was done. She's so aloof. But starting the next day, the situation's going to change. Likely. Right about. Hey, stop resisting. Come here. It's here. It's a little noisy. A growl echoed suddenly. Chiaki and I turned around to look in unison. There were 2 guys in front of the wide grassy patch before the library. Hey, come here. Have a 2-shot with me. Stand up, kid. I don't want. Don't be violent, Kaya. A pitiful-looking boy was knocked aside by a tall guy, and collapsed onto the floor. Right. Standing there was the Mohawk who became my disciple for some reason, and Kainoshita who has the appearance of a pretty boy, but was a lovesick girl inside. A commotion. Chiaki, I'll go stop it now. It's dangerous. Don't worry. I'll help anyone I see who's in trouble. Charges. So I said such a cliché line, and ran towards the duo. Right. I guess everyone could see from how confident I was. Everyone was part of the Chiaki's conquest plan. Sexy dream won't die again. I guess there's nothing more to this slogan. The plan's simple. I would beat down Mohawk, who's trying to woo Kainoshita, and have Chiaki change her view of me. Amazing. I misunderstood you. Let's hug. Well, this would be something heroic only Hikari Umesaki would think of. I was skeptical as to whether this operation would work, but it seemed they kept practicing it for an entire day. With those 2 really giving their all, I really couldn't bring myself to refuse. So I came here. However, There was something I was worried about. Hey, stand up. Take a two-shot with me. Mohawk's still fine. I really wanted to snark, you're still insisting on a two-shot. But whatever. The problem was, no, so somebody save me. The pretty girl, actually a pretty boy, had tears on the face, and was so agitated, but I just sensed something was amiss. I said I want them to conquer a girl, and they agreed happily. Hikari Umasaki wrote on the journal, I remembered that Kainoshita likes me, but he's willing to help hook me up with another girl, which seemed suspicious. After I got harassed by him, I always had to watch my back to prevent him from attack. Really, I had enough. It would be great if he gave up on me, but leaving those things aside, the most important thing would be to complete the mission. I cast aside all random thoughts, ran towards them, put my hands on my hips as I stood before Mohawk, and yelled, hey, stop this. I won't allow anyone to bully the weak. Who are you? If you do not please move aside, I'll beat you up. Hey Mohawk. Why the formal language now? You'll ruin everything, you idiot. Save me, bro. At the same time, Kainoshita was clinging behind me, as scripted. Ah, nice smell. No, he's a guy. Gotta pull myself together. Mohawk, you dare do this to such a pitiful boy. Such inappropriateness. Take this. And so, I followed the script, and punched Mohawk in the face. Of course, it's faked. Then, Mohawk got punched hard by me. Mohawk, why aren't you moving? You're supposed to be punched away now, right? What's wrong? Sakamoto, I remembered you should be shouting sexy cute punch. As according to script, right? Just forget about that line. Don't mind the details. What? After an unnaturally long time, Mohawk timidly retreated, shouted, remember this, and bowed before leaving. You're too unnatural for a delinquent. You find there? But Mohawk's bad acting didn't deject me. I kept acting, and glanced aside at Chiaki. I saw her come outside with a surprised look, and was looking at us. Once I was sure of this, I gently carried Kainoshita. I got saved. Thanks. So ended the scene. Chiaki probably had an improved impression on me. Now, all I have to do is to use this chance. My lips were stuffed. It's from the boy hugging me. Bro. After more 10 seconds, the face that touched my lips was smiling several millimeters away from my face. His eyes were as dark at the bottom of a well, as though saying these words, I won't hand you over to that woman. I'm showing it right here. Wait, this kid's been planning for a home run the entire time. Not good. I hurriedly looked away from Kainoshita, and locked onto Chiaki, but it was too late. Chiaki's face was showing an unprecedented level of disgust. So you do have such interests, huh? That's why you excitedly went over to save her. No, listen to me. This isn't it. It's a misunderstanding. Speaking of which, when I first met you at the station, you did call a man cute. No, that was all your fault. Listen to me. I said that's not the case. There's a lot of things wrong with this. I frantically tried to explain, but Chiaki left without giving me a look. Behind her was me, who was standing there blankly, and Kainoshita, who kept embracing me in ecstasy. Mohawk was slightly far away, doing single-arm push-ups, yelling, I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything at all. Damn it. What's with this bad end? How's the taste? Lolololol. How's the taste? Lolololol. That lovesick Shota exterior delinquent. Lololol. It's here Rafflecopter. It's all your fault, you idiot. 2 days later, it was Saturday. The morning of this rest day was filled with painful memories. I was praying that I would forget once I woke up. But that feeling still. So, 2 days ago, when I dug up a hole I couldn't bury, it was game over. The tragedy awaiting me was the dazzling desire of my little sister, brother. Kaoru called me. How's the taste of kissing a guy? A refreshing peach. Don't remind me. This is terrible. Leaving aside the nightmare, I dared to conclude that I wouldn't be able to make friends with Chiaki. I thought it was terrible, but I really could not think of any way to settle this. I gave up, and wrote down on the notebook, anyway, I guess I should try telling Chiaki the truth. Failure doesn't matter here. And so Hikari Yumasaki answered me, "Hey, you're really writing this?" Why did it seem like she was angry? It doesn't look like things are going well, but Hikari won't give up. I'll ask Mohawk to attack Kyokin directly. Once Sakamoto saves Kyokin, the operation will be perfect. I asked Hayato to call Kyokin out to meet, so do your best. Let's do our best then. I stared at the notebook, hesitated a little, and made up my mind. I made up my mind, and made a phone call to Mohawk. He respectfully answered, and what I said to him was, it was after 2. I had a casual lunch, took the train like usual towards Kanagawa, and arrived at the discussion room beside the library I was gradually familiar with, finding Chiaki there, reading a book. Of course, she showed no reason even though she saw me. "Yo, sorry for having you come out every day." "Yeah, you should be giving up." Chiaki flipped through the pages, the rippling sounds of the pages being flipped echoing her inner heart. "Some delinquent with some strange hairstyle will be coming out today. He's going to attack me now, right?" So she saw through that? But it's to be expected. "No, he won't be coming." I just refused him. I made a call to Mohawk, telling him to stop the plan. I said a lot of reasons, like something was exposed, didn't seem like the plan would go well, but most importantly, it was that, this really doesn't seem appropriate. I was really sorry to Hikari Yumasaki, who worked hard for my sake, but her methods were wrong. I didn't have to write to say this when I didn't make a bosom friend, but this shouldn't be how friends should be made. I had no intention of telling off Hikari Yumasaki, but in the end, she just wanted to create opportunities for me. I knew that. If I were Chiaki however, how would I feel? Some people wanted to be friends with her, but these people were only doing it for the sake of wanting to revive. Basically, wanting to make friends here would just be mean. If I were the one being treated this way, it would be expected that I would be furious. Really? Did Hayato understand these? Having come to this conclusion, I decided to visit without making any plans. What should I do? I put the talisman Hikari Yumasaki made for me on the palm, and sighed. If only I had that communicative ability of hers. Sigh. Did Hikari Yumasaki make this? At sunset, the conversation began. It was rare to not have such an unpleasant feeling. Yep. She said it's for good fortune, and so, I calmly answered. What Chiaki said next was really twisted. Certainly, she had some malice in her words as she said, "You had it tough too, to be possessed by a really boisterous person." Her words left me momentarily unable to say anything. What did she just say? My partner Hayato's the same too. It's really tough having a partner do whatever he wants. Tormented all day long. You have it tough too, don't you, Sakamoto? No, however, Chiaki probably did not care about what I was about to say as she continued on. I've read through the journal I borrowed from you. Looking at it seemed she really didn't care about bothering others. She's selfish, does what she wants, and prone to tantrums. Speaking of which, is Yumasaki someone you willing gave up half your life for? To be honest, I really am not fond of her. That's true, but she took half your lifespan, but showed an unwillingness to vanish. Is her true personality not clear to see? She doesn't want to disappear, and that's why she's panicking. She never thought anything about you. You really are a failure. You gave up half your life for such a person. It's time for you to stop. There's no need to force yourself to revive her. Besides, hey, I called out subconsciously. I had to be friends with her. I had to be on good terms with her. But even so, I still said it out. If you don't know anything, don't badmouth Hikari Yumasaki. Some silence, and the buzzing from afar reached my ear. Chiaki's icy stare was piercing right through me. I remembered something similar happening before. It was when Misaki was mocking Hikari Yumasaki's actions. I could endure being mocked, but I would never allow anyone to mock Hikari Yumasaki. This time, Chiaki criticized Hikari Yumasaki, and I couldn't stand that. Here, read this journal. I took it out, and flipped it open. It's the exchange diary we're using at this point. It contained the messages Hikari Yumasaki left for me, and talked about Chiaki. Actually, I left a suggestion to Hikari Umasaki that I might have to coerce her into saying the way to revive her. I had no other choice. I worked so hard for Hikari Umasaki, and she wanted me to finish some missions. I was infuriated, but the pretty words Hikari Umasaki wrote with was, "Thanks Sakamoto. I'm glad you're saying such words for my sake, but please endure for now, and consider being friends with Keikin." It's just my guess, but I'm guessing they're having some troubles at this point. Hayato once said, Akechi might be able to save us, so listen to me, Sakamoto. Work hard for Keikin. This is my request. It's rare to be able to find someone in the same boat as us. Even leaving aside my revival, I want to help those two. I want to help our friends. I showed this long column before Chiaki's eyes, and this too. I flipped to the next page, and again, there was the journal entry from Hikari Umasaki. And also, I want to be friends with Keikin as soon as possible. I want to discuss Sakamoto with Keikin. She's definitely a good. Kudaiers aren't bad people. So please, Sakamoto. If it's you, it'll definitely succeed. Hikari believes in you. Let's work hard together to conquer Keikin. I flashed the journal to Chiaki, saw that she read it, and said, She really does whatever she wants, likes to play pranks, and never thinks of the consequences. In any case, she's a hopeless one. But, she's really kind. Even when she's dying, she's still considerate towards others. She's that kind of person, able to show such care and concern to you whom she never met. Chiaki remained wordless. And I know, Hikari Umasaki's antics are all just her trying to act tough, always doing stupid things to act tough, but she was utterly worried of her own future. Sometimes, she might even go psychotic. I heard from Madame Hingiko that Hikari Umasaki would hide the fact that she would return to the watermelon field from time to time. Sometimes, I would see marks of erased works in the notebook. Sometimes, entire pages were ripped off. Surely, she showed weakness, but she wanted to hide them all. Even when I asked her, I spilled the coffee, she would just pass it off as such. She's definitely lying. If coffee really was spilled over, given her personality, she would not let it be. She must be feeling really uneasy, even fearful. However, whenever she saw someone in distress, she would put consideration to that person immediately. She always prioritized others, and could not help herself whenever she saw others cry. It's because of this, that she became like this, supporting me for Chiaki's sake. It's because she's such a person that I would continue to work hard, and not give up. I had to pretend not to see Hikari Umasaki's weakness, and ran about everywhere, acting like nothing had happened, that I did not see anything. This was the Akatsuki Sakamoto she wanted. It's because Hikari Umasaki is such a person that I don't badmouth Hikari Umasaki if you don't understand anything. She's a kind person. For some reason, I choked. I said this, and lowered my head. There's no need to cry, is there? Shut up. Don't look at my fierce looks this way. I'm a crybaby. I kept wiping my tears. An awkward silence lingered between us. Unexpectedly, in such a mood, the one to first speak up was Chiaki. You had half of your lifespan taken by Hikari Umasaki. She gulped, and said, Do you regret it? Regret? For some reason, that term sounded sad. What did she mean by this sudden question? Probably about the matter of the shortened lifespan, or never mind. In any case, the answer would always be the same. Not at all. Not even once. It's not a lie. Hikari Umasaki's worth giving half my life for. She changed my entire life. Even half my lifespan wasn't enough. For Hikari Umasaki, I see. Chiaki went silent, and lowered her head, her long hair covering her face, but I could see her lips quivering, as though she wanted to say something. I suppose I overdid it. She probably had such a thought. That was what I imagined. Of course, Chiaki was not so honest. I see. Well, whatever. It has nothing to do with me. She sulked at me, and said such deflating words. Such a twisted person. Damn it. Well, let's go home early. Did Hayato leave message for me? Yes. Here. The atmosphere was as awkward as parents arguing. Chiaki handed me the recorder. This helpless anxiety left me clicking my tongue lightly as I inserted the earphone, and played it. After hearing this, I'll go back. Got to lower the voice. It's probably that yell or something. Now then, let's start recording. While I had such a thought, an unexpectedly calm-sounding voice rang. What? A very formal greeting here? This certainly was rare. Sakamoto came by again on this day. I don't know what you are planning, Hayato, but is it not time to tell them? It's terrible to have them come here the entire time. Also, Hayato, you kept worrying if Sakamoto is an annoying person, but there's no need to worry about that. He's kind, always giving me hand warmers and drinks and such. Also, once he saw that I had difficulty opening the can, he would open it before giving it to me. He really takes care of people. Will. I really do hope you learn from him. Fufu. Hayato. When we first met, I was really scared. However, I quickly understood that he's a kind person. After reading through the journal shared by him and Yumisaki, I understood. Don't you find it interesting? Sakamoto's always being tortured. That use the mouth part is really interesting. Yumisaki's definitely a nice person. Hey, Hayato. Mind telling me how Yumisaki is as a person? More importantly, you should be telling them the truth. I have no confidence that I can be friends with them. I tried putting on a cold facade again today. I can't do it. Even if I become friends, it'll be like before. We'll end up arguing because of my legs. I don't want to experience that pain again. I rather not make friends. I can't change myself. And leaving that aside, I have reasons why I do not want to make friends. That day, I decided not to. Please, Hayato, understand me. Sakamoto must be really desperate to save Yumisaki. Hey, you should tell them. I hope they will have a happier life. That's what you're hoping for, aren't you, Hayato? What's the matter? I took out the earphone, and stared at Chiaki's face blankly. She immediately asked with disgust, her voice as she frowned sounding the same as the voice from the recorder. I remember it's Vol-3, right? Damn. You heard it? No, I didn't hear anything. Nothing at all. Not good. I made a mistake. It's an unprecedented crisis. Is it 1 or 2? Which one did you hear? No, that's it. It's 2. File 2, the message Hayato left for you. Then tell me what 2 is about. This. Not good. That. Sikiakin. Is cute tilde. Or something. This is bad. Really bad. Chiaki shivered. Her face was all red, and she appeared to be on the verge of tears. There's no way Hayato will say such words. Thud. A loud sound struck at my eardrum, and even the air shook. I was mistaken. Why, you idiot. After that, Chiaki went silent, lowered her head, and her face was unbelievably red. This is bad. This is really bad. I really should be laughing right now. Hey. It's fine. That Hikari Yumisaki, she. Really loves cold ears. And naturally, she threw the hand warmer at me with all her might. The name written in this notebook shall die after following Hikari-chan's orders. What's with this out of a sudden? I think I heard of this designation somewhere. Akatsuki Sakamoto. I wanted to call Hayato, but I made a wrong call to Kasumi, and said let's go out and play together. Let me touch your chest. Lol. Once you are done solving that mistake, die for Hikari's sake. Whatever. Anyway, leaving that aside, a week later, while I was about to forget about revealing Chiaki's cute side, I was summoned to a large fancy mansion, the Tsukimura's. Your family's rich. What do your parents do? I'm not very sure. They're always working overseas. We chatted as we entered the mansion that was installed with disabled facilities. Why was it that when I asked to meet at the same place, this moody girl suddenly invited me to her house? Why was I being treated like a friend? Don't be mistaken. I'm just taking the lesser between the failure to call you to my house, and having to endure the cold outside, stairs. If she actually said such a tsndia line, I could understand. In fact, she said, it's rare of you to come all the way here. So, I want you to have some tea. Did you hit your head on something? So I asked without thinking. But, I supposed I had an idea as to why Chiaki did this. The me on the previous day said, he, Sakamoto. You seem to be getting along with Kyakin better. Hayato looks really happy too. To make sure you two get along better, I told Hayato, it looks like Sakamoto likes Kyakin, you know. He said he wants to huge her to enjoy this kudia. Always with the unnecessary stuff. It seemed this false intel went from Hayato to Chiaki, and she had been looking anxious all this while. Finally, Chiaki brought me to the guest room, muttering along the way, thinking about it. Inviting him here would get him hoping for something. What? And so, we arrived in the guest room, sat down, and as expected, both of us went silent. I stared at Chiaki's blushing face, wondering if she probably wasn't used to people saying that they liked her. I was the same when Kasumi confessed to me. Miss Chiaki? What? Chiaki played with her hair, trying to sound aloof. Well, let's make this clear. It's awkward. That thing about me liking you is all Hikari Yumasaki's lie. At that moment, she immediately threw the hand warmer she really liked at my head. So it ended up like this? Anyway, hand me the voice recorder. I got to hear the message Hayato left for me. It's number 3. Got it. After some smiles, Chiaki finally calmed down, and handed the earphone to me. I pressed the switch, and the greeting from the earphone was so similar to the voice of the girl before me, only the emotional states seemed completely different. This is Hayato. You seem to be doing well, Okichi. But at this point, it does seem a little different from being a friend now. It's more like a I can leave my daughter with you phase, you know? Who knows? What are you talking about? But since you managed to successfully complete the mission, as reward, I'm going to tell you next mission. You know mission number 2. Call Chiaki directly by name. Naihi, the mission difficulty will increase slowly, you know? But you should be able to handle this in a matter of seconds, right? Isn't this quite difficult? This is mission 2. How bad will the final mission be? Ask me to kiss Chiaki? I took off the earphone, and looked at the girl before me, who immediately looked away. So she heard this recording too. Surely she's going. I can't do this. Leaving that aside, it's been weeks since I met Chiaki's bear. At this point, I had yet to obtain any information on how to revive that. They knew. From time to time, we would wake up early, and find that Hikari Yumasaki's time did not decrease. As for what would happen afterwards, we wouldn't know. Thus, this isn't the time for meaningless missions. I know you are feeling anxious, but right now, do as Hayato says. Surely they have some troubles. Please, Sakamoto. Endure this for now. I'm fine. However, Hikari Yumasaki's still putting others before herself. I wanted Hayato to reveal a little more, but since Hikari Yumasaki herself said so, forget about it. Yep. Chiaki was told by Hayato not to say anything, so leaving that aside, what's Hayato planning for us to do? He's ridiculous. Anyway, there's no progress. On this day, I was seated before Chiaki, who was reading the book. I nibbled at a senpai, and placed a cell phone game until sunset. When I was about to head home, please take this. Chiaki sent me to the corridor, and handed me a large black coat, probably her father's. Why this again? Yumasaki appears to have caught a cold. Be careful. Yeah, I see. So Hikari Yumasaki's not feeling well due to cold. But why didn't Chiaki dare to look at me in the eyes, and she's blushing a little. If I asked, I probably would incur her wrath. Come back again 2 days later. Akatsuki. I see. So she's helping me here? Understood. I'll come back again. Kick in. Don't add that part. Yes. Mission 2 complete. I couldn't do the English mini test at all. I hate to take retests, so I tried to negotiate with the teacher, and got scolded. Negotiate? That teacher's always looking at girls in a perverted manner, so I tried to negotiate with upskirt photos. Of course you'll get scolded. 2 days later, it was a stupid complaint of a journal entry, and I weakly retorted. But when I had Hayato teach me, I managed to solve all the questions. Hayato's a super genius. Hey, so that guy's amazing at studies. That was too surprising. He clearly seemed like an idiot. So I asked Hayato out to play 2 days later, that he'll teach me before we play games. Hey, Hayato and I really do get along. I'm looking forward to it. I see. Surely Hikari Umasaki looked really happy. They seem to get along now. And this will be it for today's journal entry. Good night, Sakamoto. See you. I closed the notebook filled with ramblings, and took out my cell phone. I checked the call logs. Looking at it, it seemed she spent a lot of time talking with Hayato. After that, they were spent a long time exchanging emails. What's with this feeling? Why is that Hikari Umasaki being so happy? Hayato. Huh. You want to know about Hayato? Yeah. It was after school. I came to the mansion, met Kiaki in the guest room, and immediately asked this question. I see. For some reason, Kiaki seemed a little angry, but she rattled on. Hayato's my childhood friend, lives nearby, and is of similar age, so we often played together when we were younger. There weren't any other kids of similar ages nearby, so that's all to it. So? That's it? What else do you want to know? No, say something else, like personality, likes, relationships with females. Why do you want to know about Hayato so much? Is there something? Suddenly, she seemed to realize something, took up the exchange journal of Hikari Umasaki and me, and had a look at it. Speaking of which, I should have her return it to me. While I had such a thought, I see. So Kiaki said, and suddenly giggled. What? Yes, Hayato's called a genius. Genius? He's decent at sports, outstanding at studies, often at the top of the national mock exam rankings. He's cheerful, and very popular with girls. Really? He's popular with girls? But he's a rowdy person, always a busybody, angering others. I thought he would reflect on things, but there will always be new squabbles the next day. He's that sort of person. I see. He really seemed similar to a certain person. I really hate him. Hate that him. Hate? It's obvious why I would hate such a rowdy person. That sort of guy became my other half, and it's terrible. Thanks to him, I'm in this state. It's troublesome. But I recalled the content of the file one I carelessly came upon. I recalled Kiaki bad-mouthing Hayato right from the beginning, but hearing that message had me thinking that they're rather close. Well, I got no other choice here. I left half my body with him. If I don't go along with his will, I don't know what he'll do with my body. Seriously, this is troublesome. Really troublesome. I see. I personally recalled the fear of leaving my body to the meet tomorrow, so I understood Kiaki's feelings. So I kept staring at Kiaki. On first glance, I saw that she was scowling at the book. But as I pricked my ears, "What, you idiot?" I said, "That's a place that belongs only to the two of us." I said I wouldn't talk to him again, and so, from time to time, I would hear such muttering. After that, I recalled the content of the recordings I heard. I remembered Hayato saying, "This, is Akichi still energetic? Congratulations on finishing mission 2. Leaving that aside, my body's in fine condition today, so I went out on a date in this wheelchair with Hikarichi. There's a hill nearby with a nice sea view. The dazzling scenery as the sunset shines is really breathtaking. Kiaki likes this place, so I thought that since my body's feeling a little better, I should bring her along." Yep, there's probably something about this message. This dear princess being in such a bad mood probably is because of this, surely. I really hate him. I recalled what Kiaki just said, and at the same time, I recalled this designation of dear I had for her. But, I suppose I somewhat understood that a pessimistic girl has a very sensitive heart. Time to probe a little bit. I muttered softly, with a voice Chiaki could not hear. It's a rare rest day with fine weather, and Hayato left a voice message for me. Yahoo! Kept you waiting, right? I'll tell you mission 3 right now. Let's get straight to the point now. You're going to do a princess carry right now. Pretend to touch her butt. It's soft. While I was feeling frustrated by such messages, Chiaki said that she had to go out to buy some groceries, so I went along. At this point, I thought I should push her wheelchair. I shouldn't be relying on others. She refused, and I could only walk by her side. I thought she hated the idea of owing others favor, but it seemed she really insisted that she would do whatever she could do. After that, we arrived at a supermarket at the parking lots, one ridiculously big. It so happened that the lanes were wide, and most importantly, there was an elevator. Ah, what is it? There's an electronics department there. So what? My earphones seem a little old. Let's go check them out. Chiaki turned her wheelchairs without a word before saying this. I guess it's fine to go look for this, but I really found it hard to associate someone with this big mansion with earphones. This isn't bad. Easy to us. I like it. Ah, I see. That's good. We wordlessly stroll through the supermarket. As we continued on, Chiaki asked, Akatsuki, did you make some rules? At that moment, I watched what she was holding with skepticism. It's a bottle of shampoo refill. Ah, Hikari Yumasaki basically made the choices. Whatever she chooses, I use. No second thought about it. Why do girls really pay this much attention to shampoos? Isn't it alright if that sort of thing can create bubbles? However, it seemed Chiaki was not trying to ask about this. No, this isn't it. That, rules of hair washing, or something. What about that? What did she mean? I need to soak my body in the bathtub for more than a minute, that sort of thing. I guess there has to be some rules with regards to that. She really seemed to pay heed to what my little sister says, like, just a little soak, and it's done. After washing, she'll face the mirror naked, doing bodybuilder poses, and always get caught by my little sister. This isn't what I'm talking about. While I was dabbling away at my daily grumbles, Chiaki anxiously interrupted my words. This isn't what I'm trying to talk about. Rules of being seen naked. This is what you're talking about. Chiaki covered her blushing face with her silky hair, and from that, I seemed to realize something. I see. No, actually, I was curious about that too. It appeared they're the same. I was shy, and I didn't think too much about it. But for two personalities of different genders in the same body, it meant that the other party would see and touch various private parts. At first, I was embarrassed, telling Hikari Yumasaki be careful of where you're touching. It's Hikari Yumasaki though. He lolo lol. I won't touch lolo lol. I never thought the cool delinquents thing is so small and cute, so relax. I never thought it'll be so different from the appearance. But the gap mo is really too great. Hikari Yumasaki crushed my self-confidence, and severely dealt a blow to my soul. Ever since then, I would try my best never to talk about this again. Leaving this emotional trauma aside, it seemed Chiaki had similar troubles. I've given up on it. That Hikari Yumasaki won't follow the rules. I guess. So you made some rules too? Close the eyes when going to the bathroom or bathing. Did he follow the rules? She's blushing. I guessed so. Leaving aside breaking the rules, whenever a guy sees a girl's body, it's terrible. I had someone I hate see my body, and probably got touched. When he was alive, Hayato often flipped the skirts of girls. Chiaki grumbled in frustration. But she couldn't do anything about it. If I'm to share the same body with Chiaki. I'll probably do that too. But more importantly, it's a rare opportunity. So I should have Chiaki be honest here. So you do hate Hayato after all. Of course. That guy doesn't understand a girl's heart. HMPH, I see. He's always lacking in delicacy since young. It's really troubling. Back when we were in elementary school. Enough with the memories. I see. So you hate him? Yep. He might be the one guy I really hate on this world. I see. Right. Time to settle this. Okay. Kiaki, show me your true self now. Speaking of which, what is it? Hikari Umasaki once wrote something about Hayato on the journal. Probably some little things though. No number. Well, Hayato seemed to have said something really amazing. What did he say? Don't play around. Tell me. Nothing much. Hikari Umasaki said that. Hayato hates Kiaki, so she said. At that moment, all confidence on Kiaki's face vanished, and she let out a painful squeal. Yep, too easy. How honest you are, Kiaki. Need me to say this to him through Hikari Umasaki? That Kiaki hates Hayato? No, but this is hard to say by yourself, you know? Or is it better to make this clear? I'm not. Don't worry, I'll help you out, but I'll say that Kiaki really does like Hayato. Kiaki gave me a shocked look, and seemed to have realized something as she flustredly looked away. However, it was all too late. She's really someone worth teasing right now. My sadistic blood is awakened. I'll kill you if you say that. You want to kill me? Wait, I guess it was because I was joking around with Kiaki that I did not react to whatever she said next. Don't you like Hikari Umasaki too? Thud. I carelessly loosened my hand, and the shampoo dropped onto the floor. What? I'm right, am I? June 2nd, Sakamoto received a confession. And your answer was just once. What about you? How did you remember it so clearly? Hikari Umasaki's answer is secret, and your answer was I'm not really curious about it, but whatever. Don't say it. I regret that too. I'm not really curious about it, but whatever. Stop, I beg of you. I'm not really curious about it, but whatever. I get it. It's my fault. I'm sorry. HMPH. Damn it. A perfect counter. Keep it a secret. After that, Kiaki said with the usual tender voice. You too, understand? That'll depend on your performance. I was supposed to be on the attack, but why does it feel that I lost? Damn it, this shouldn't be happening. It's too embarrassing. Kaya. Hey, hurry up and pay up. I put my hand on Kiaki's wheelchair, trying to hide my own embarrassment, and pushed her off with my might. With that, she wouldn't be able to see my expression. If possible, I didn't want anyone else to see how I looked. For a moment, I thought she would be lashing out at me. Don't do anything unnecessary, but unexpectedly, she did not say anything. Looking between the gaps of her silky hair, I could vaguely see a pair of white, cute ears. Those ears were sizzling red, and I sensed a girlish presence. Well, this is a decent place. Sorry, I have difficulty going up alone. It's nothing. Don't mind. An orange engulfed the sunset. After we were done shopping, for some reason, Kiaki insisted on treating me, so we arrived at a cafe, had an hour of tea. We shared our secrets, but I was guessing she wanted an additional failsafe. While I had such a thought, Kiaki suddenly said, I want to go elsewhere, so I did what she said, pushed her wheelchair for a few dozen minutes, and we arrived at a sloped hill where the sea could be seen. Let's take a rest, Kiaki said, and relaxed under the wide sky. I too imitated her, and stared at the scenery far away. The fire-scorched clouds were flickering with orange light, and the ripples on the endless sea appeared to be burning. I guess it was because I was tall that the sky seemed so close, and there was an unprecedented calmness I felt. I looked down, and the houses beneath had their lights lit, like the blocks I played with when I was younger. It does feel, well, don't you find yourself small when you look away like this? Yeah. I felt so unbearable, so lonely. It felt as strange as something that was scattered, unable to be replaced. That's the feeling anyone would have at this place. To Kiaki, this was a special place. What was she planning at when she brought me here? This is payback. This place has the memories Hayato and I have. It seemed Kiaki saw through my doubts as she softly noted. I see. So she was still jealous of that before. That's why she insisted on bringing me here. The laughable differences between a boy and a girl's thoughts caused me to smile. The light from the fire-scorched clouds caused my face to heat up slightly. While I was immersed in such sadness, Chiaki suddenly said with a clear voice. I was born with paralysis. This unexpected term hit me. After a few seconds, I recovered. That was the reason why Chiaki was on the wheelchair. There's a problem with my brain. Before I reached maturity, my legs could not move. I had a rough feeling about it, that Chiaki's legs were not because of some injury that could be healed over time, like a leg fracture or muscle tear. But even then, I never lamented my misfortune. I was envious of the people around me, and there were boys who teased me because of my legs. But I had a happy family, my family's rich, and I had a nice group of friends. I didn't have a lot of things to really be frustrated by. What happened was, Chiaki's voice sounded gloomy, and that difference triggered a deep resonance. When I was in second grade, I had a flu. I originally assumed that I would recover with some rest, but the illness never got better. You should know what happened after that. Such an illness will lower a person's immunity system, and thus, I couldn't go school at all, and I couldn't go play. I had to be hospitalized. After that, the illness worsened. As I was young, I did not recover. Back then, I ended up having all kinds of illnesses, let alone recover. I was bedridden, tormented by nausea and headaches. That was all I could only remember. The painful memories left Chiaki's lips a little stiff, and she continued. At first, my friends would visit. However, they became few in number. It's to be expected. Everyone has their own lives. However, when I was younger, I couldn't accept it, and the negative emotions kept piling up. One day, I threw a tantrum at the one kid who came to visit me. That was the kid who came to visit me even after everyone else did not come by. Chiaki gave a self-reproaching smile, and continued, I really regretted it. After that, nobody visited me, and I spent every day in loneliness. But I was hoping that once I got discharged and returned to school, everything would be back to normal, that if I apologized, they'll definitely forgive me. But reality's not that easy. Even at school, there was no place for me in my old circle of friends. I wanted to apologize, but I couldn't, because I got too aloof, unable to be as honest as before. I see. As expected, reality's such a thing. Nobody's at fault here. However, one becomes unfortunate due to the sudden arrangement of fate. Chiaki just so happened to be caught up in one. Back then, I was suffering. I was the only one different from everyone. I had to take this slow wheelchair, like a criminal paraded on the streets. I was wondering, why did I have such a life? My symptoms worsened. Whenever I was recovering from my headache, my vision faltered. Even now, there are times when I wake up giddy. Sometimes, I can't move because my legs hurt. I often threw a tantrum, argued with my family. Back then, I was only in elementary school, and I could only cup my head and cry. But Chiaki continued on, trying to blow aside the sad past. Someone kept supporting me. That's, yep, the boy who used to tease me. Hayato. The name finally showed up. I sensed Chiaki's voice softening. I really meant it when I said I hated him. Back when I was little, I really hated him. He's a loudmouth, so energetic and jumpy. He's skinnier than me, but he's great at running, sports, and always teased me. I was always wondering, why is my childhood friend such a person? I really hated him. It seemed like a repulsive term, yet there was some soft feeling to it. Surely this was Chiaki's, but I remember that back when I was in third grade, I didn't have enough attendance as I had to take leave often, and had to retake exams with Hayato, who often failed his exams. Your legs aren't healed? He asked me. Back in the day, he used to tease me, and yet he was showing concern. I answered, I'll never be healed. He apologized, sorry, and suddenly cried. I thought he forgot about it, and thought he already forgot about how he teased me. I intended not to forgive him for the rest of my life, but in the end, to him, well, I won't be angry, Chiaki said with some regret, probably to hide her awkwardness. Apology, forgiveness, that was it. Yet, surely, this was the thing, combined with many other feelings, that linked these two together. What made this was definitely the necessary kindness from the two of them. After that, We always studied together. However, Hayato does have a bad memory. Why do you have to do such a thing? He always grumbled. One day, I told him, if he didn't study well, he wouldn't be able to become a doctor, that he won't be able to save sickly people like me, and I said it like I'm a heroine of a tragedy. However, Hayato really believed it. I'll treat your legs, Chiaki, he said. Years later, he became what they called the genius boy. Actually, if he really put his mind to it, he could do anything. I really was happy to have such a kid by my side. Oh my, you're really an amazing guy, Hayato. After we went to middle school, he stayed by my side. My personality never changed, so I never made friends. My family even told me off because of this. However, I'll always stay by your side. It's fine not to make any friends. It's a promise. I wouldn't feel sad even though I'm alone. But this happiness only lasted till middle school. Chiaki stammered, and continued, when I graduated from middle school, my legs could move slightly. The doctors said there's a chance. If I did some physiotherapy, my strength and bones might improve and recover. After that, I started to do my recuperation. Chiaki stared right at the sunset before her. However, her one showed a slight change. My family and Hayato helped me with my recovery, but it was really painful. Whenever I moved my legs, it would hurt. I moved a bit, and I would get giddy. Without anyone else supporting me, I would have given up. I was really happy to be able to hold hands with Hayato. It was with his support that I kept practicing. But Chiaki hesitated for a little while, and finally decided to step into the memories of darkness. That day, I was practicing alone outside the house, and a group of passers-by. It's rare to see someone do some physiotherapy alone, so every time, there would be people looking. It was a little different that day though. Those people mocked me, loud enough for the surrounding people to hear, and they were using me for their own amusement, like they're watching a doe that was just born. Even without looking at the expression covered under the silky hair, I knew very well the humiliation that she suffered. I felt that I was being mocked. While I was really unable to take it anymore. Good work there, do your best, that was what Hayato told me. Back then, I was really happy. I'll never forget those words. Chiaki lamented about the regrets she could never erase, and while facing her, I could not say anything. After that, I started to slack off. I was scared, but nobody was forgiving of me. My parents were harsh to me. I started to feel that I failed their love, but even after knowing this, I couldn't be strong enough to stand up. Anyway, I'm tired, sick of it, and suffering within. But, Chiaki stopped, and muttered his name. Only Hayato understood me. I didn't say anything to him, but he said to me one day, I'm sick of it. Let's play a game. He suddenly acted weirdly, very unnaturally, and told me to give up on the physiotherapy. Naturally, the reason was obvious. He sensed that I was being driven to despair, and thus gave me a lifeline. It's fine for you not to be able to walk. I'll push the wheelchair for you. So it's fine, so he kindly told me. However, my family felt that Hayato doted on me too much, and that's why I ended up giving up on physiotherapy. We argued over this a lot of times, and none of us could come to an understanding, so I was gradually isolated by my family. A sad disagreement of ideas. I couldn't help but sigh. Nobody's wrong here. Everyone was thinking for Chiaki's sake, and yet it ended up with differences. But with Hayato beside me, I didn't feel that it was a pity. He would always stay by my side, so it was fine. I didn't make any friends, like before, but with him around, I was still able to go to school as normal. However, Hayato, till this point, Chiaki went quiet. I knew the reason. The cruel future came upon them. Hayato, Akatsuki, hold this. Chiaki probably did not like this unpleasant atmosphere. Or maybe she was concerned about me. She took out the recorder and earphones, wanting to divert the topic. There was a TV drama I used to like. There's a scene of a couple hearing music through a pair of earphones. I really like that scene. Ah, a lover's bond. I never had any interest in music, but I wanted to try it out. I really can't enjoy music, but I bought a really expensive player, with a childish look. Kiyaki reminiscence the past. But that guy's really slow. When I said that I wanted to listen with him, guess what he did? He took out the earphones, and said everyone will be able to hear the echoes if we do this. That's not what I was getting at. It might be a little exaggeration, but back then, I really felt like my dream was shattered. I couldn't help but cry. Yep, I could imagine that scene. Why is my partner unable to read the mood? But he's a gentle one. What's wrong? He comforted me as he put on my earphone for me. His breathing was right by my side, and my heart jumped. Even though those were still wonderful memories for me, the pretty eyes seemed to depict the memories as they slowly fell. The left phone's for him. I see. Seeing the sidelong face of a girl in love, my face could not help but sizzle. I suddenly lifted my head, and looked at the darkening sunset. What's going on? Why do I feel so lonely? I guess it's because Hayato's no longer around, that Kiyaki and Hayato won't be able to hold hands again, or maybe they weren't the only ones who couldn't hold hands again. Hikari Yumasaki and I too. I instinctively moved. I instinctively removed Kiyaki from the wheelchair and carried her like a princess. It's too dangerous to sit on the wheelchair. You won't be able to go forward. This allows you to see the beautiful scenery better. I gave such an excuse. Mission 3, clear, I said, trying to hide my embarrassment. And then, I carried Kiyaki up the slope. Her body's way too light for me. Kiyaki didn't say anything. She probably hated it, or was angry. However, the truth was beyond my expectations. Not only that, you're rather big. That's what people always tell me. Hayato''s. Skinny. In elementary school, he was skinnier than me. I see. That was my encounter with him. I had a lot of pressing issues I wanted to ask Kiyaki. Surely she had a lot to say too. However, more importantly, we wanted to look at the setting sun, to be surrounded by this crimson sky. And so, we didn't say anything, just staring at the extinguishing sunset before our eyes with sadness. 2 days later, the weather was fine, and like usual, I visited Kiyaki's house. It was rare to see Kiyaki come out, and welcoming me was the nanny. She led me directly to Kiyaki's room, and when I entered, I saw her sleeping on the wheelchair, and could not help but wonder, is it fine to leave her be? However, I could not make up my mind on whether to leave, or to stay, so I could only find a place to sit down, and heard her breathing in the quiet room. At the same time, my heart could not calm down, and I could only size up the room. I guess it was out of barrier-free consideration that there were handrails and other disabled facilities installed all over the room. With the wheelchair, however, I guess these things were meaningless. Of course, this might be some of my useless thoughts. These facilities probably had some other purpose. Also, there's a pair of crutches in the corner of the room, with signs of them being used. I guess it's when she was moving from her wheelchair to some other place. I saw the recorder left on the table, hesitated a bit, put on the right earphone, and opened the file 3. The message Hayato left for me was played. Hello. I heard from Kiyaki that mission 3 is done. You're rather capable. Kiyaki looks rather happy herself. Now then, it's time for mission 4. Can you give me some time? I'll tell you soon. Just a note, the difficulty you shoot up from now. So prepare yourself. What are you trying to make us do here, you Prince Charming? I grimaced as I took off the earphone, and suddenly thought of the prank. Again, I put on the earphone, and this time, I opened file 1. Sorry Kiyaki, but blame yourself for sleeping so carelessly. You watched our exchange diary, so let's make this even. I tried to talk myself into this as I heard a cute voice from the earphone. It was a soft, clear voice. I closed my eyes, imagining Kiyaki's expression as she recorded the message. Surely, I believed, it was a blissful look. Hayato, good morning. How's the body? Don't force yourself. The medicine's on the table. Akatsuki came by today. Mission 3 is done. He's tall and big, and easily carried me. He's so massive, yet so gentle. A fine person. Remember to keep this a secret from Akatsuki and Yumasaki. I heard from Akatsuki that he does like Yumasaki. I win this bet. Try asking Yumisaki how she views Akatsuki then. Let's matchmake them like a TV drama. Not a bad idea, isn't it? Hayato, I'm really glad to be your childhood friend. This shall be the end. Good night. Do work hard today too. From Chiaki. However, the peaceful days did not last. 2 days later, Hayato suddenly stopped sending messages to Chiaki. Cut 4. Tomorrow, she will die. He will revive. So that's how things are, huh? On a certain frigid day, I tried asking Hayato, but it seems he has difficulty saying something. As expected, Chiaki never went to school. Seeing the report Hikari Yumisaki left behind for me, I could not help but lower my face. 2 days ago, I wrote all of Chiaki's past on my notebook, mind checking if Chiaki went to school? And even requested Hikari Yumisaki to do that. The simple reason ebbing, I could not tell if Chiaki went to school. Lots of misfortune happened to Chiaki, and she thus lost many friends, other than Hayato. She did once regain the chance to walk away, but she lost to the pessimism within her heart, and kept running away. It's because Hayato was with her however that she was fine. So Chiaki said, but given that Hayato died, what happened to Chiaki after that? I could tell on first look that she could not walk, and that she did not practice at all. What about friends? She mentioned that she once attended high school with Hayato, but what about her at this point? To understand the situation, I wanted to know if she attended school. If she's not going, that's not a good thing. Hayato seems to have his own thoughts. He said it may be my fault that Chiaki didn't go to school. What's going on? I could understand that ever since Hayato, whom she so relied on, was not around, there was a lack of motivation for Chiaki to attend school. It's a little too ridiculous for her to not attend school though. The reason why Hayato felt that he should bear some responsibility was because he told Chiaki that he would always be with her, and yet he went on his way before her. I could understand Hayato's thoughts, but he did not die completely, became Chiaki's other half, and even knew of the way to revive. But despite this, he claimed that it's his responsibility. What's going on? Also, that was not the only thing that concerned me. I remember that when I met Chiaki, she said this. Due to a certain reason, I decided not to make friends anymore. I understood those words, and yet I didn't. Chiaki said that she started to avoid interacting with others due to her leg issues, but I felt that was not all. But even if I continued to groan in agony, I couldn't sort it out. Let's end this for the day. Thinking that, I closed the notebook, and got ready to go to school. However, it was only later on that I knew of the answer. It was after school when the incident happened, revealing a cruel truth. It's so cold. On this day, after school, I dallied around on the train for an hour, and walked for another 15 minutes before arriving at Chiaki's mansion. The room's a little dim, probably because the lights were not on. It's gone. Why didn't Hayato pack everything properly? Goodness. Once I entered, I found Chiaki rummaging the drawers. She seemed to be in a bad mood. What's wrong? Akatsuki. My voice recorder and earphones are gone. Where did he put them? I often encountered such situations myself, that Hikari Yumisaki would never pack anything up after taking them out for use. Every time I wake up, I have to clean up after her. Write a note. Ask where did you put them, you idiot? Or something. Looks like I can only do that. Chiaki answered despondently. It looked like she was despondent over not hearing Hayato's message. And while I had such a thought, Chiaki looked at me, muttering, without the voice recorder. You can't get your mission. Well, it's fine. It's probably some strange mission again. I wanted to know the way to revive Hikari Yumisaki, and so Hayato prepared a bunch of strange missions for me. At this point, I've completed the 3rd mission. But Hayato did not inform of anything beyond this. No, I guess the mission to make friends still wasn't complete, but nevertheless, I did do half of them. If possible, I hoped that I could continue to mission on this day, but we're in a rut as the voice recorder's gone. Sharo will tell me off, asking if I found any clues, but that'll be down to Hayato not informing me of the mission. I guess. Suddenly, There was the sound of the doorbell from the corridor. It appeared the nanny wasn't around for the day, and I suggested that I would go open the door, only to be refused politely by Chiaki. The latter struggled to roll the wheelchair towards the corridor near the room, and I could only wait inside, as I had nothing to do. I heard the door open, and some soft whispers came. "Hello. This is what the teacher wanted me to hand over. You still can't go to school yet, Chiaki. You won't have enough attendance if you take leave every alternate days, you know. Sent over." After that, I heard Chiaki give her thanks. It seemed to be the class representative who came by to visit Chiaki, absent from school. What, a friend? I didn't know if that was the case, but isn't the class representative being too nice here? Goodness, isn't this too caring towards someone who refused to go to school? I never had anyone approach me, let alone try to woo me. Seriously, kids these days. While I was having wild thoughts. But at this point, it isn't appropriate for you to come to school. The tone in the voice changed. Before I could continue thinking, the words left me shivering. It's because of you that Hyuga died. Hyuga. If I remembered, it's the family name of Hayato. He died because of Chiaki? No, what's she saying? Didn't Hikari Yumsaki say that Hayato said that he died during club activities because he had a heart attack? Hayato. Maybe. A certain premonition filled my mind. At the same time, chatting could be heard from the corridor. Hey, you know, don't you? Everyone loves Hyuga, but you took him. You stayed in hospital, and Hyuga wanted to visit you at the hospital, but got caught in the accident. There's no need to say who's at fault here, right? I'm sorry. Chiaki could be heard apologizing, and so I understood. I had been wondering how weird it was. Hayato hardly gave me any information, and even though we had some issues we were curious about, we could only ask Chiaki. The only false intel that guy told us was his cause of death. Only at this point did I realize. In other words, this was the only thing we weren't allowed to ask Chiaki. Hey, you know why I'm telling you off, right? At the corridor, the chiding of Chiaki continued on. Besides, you will act like usual tomorrow, and forget everything, right? And then you'll say something like Hayato's death has nothing to do with me. He just died on his own accord. Do you know how much these words anger us? Do you? I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Once I heard Chiaki's words, I inadvertently felt cold sweat trickle down my back. Hayato did say that it's because of him that Chiaki didn't go to school. So that's how it was. He just died on his own accord. Even if Chiaki did make a mistake, there was no way she would say such words. In other words, the one saying those words would be the other Chiaki, Hayato on the inside, Chiaki on the outside. Seeing how he said such words while having the appearance of Chiaki who was already hated. There was no way she could show up at school. Hey, look at me, say something. The sudden lashing me shocked me, while I still had my head down in thought. It looked like the guest was rather agitated. Also, I could hear sobbing. Was Chiaki crying? I started coughing without thinking, the voice coming through the open door, loud enough to be heard from the corridor. I then summoned my courage, and poked my head out from the door. Appearing in my eyes was a gloomy-looking girl. Well, I didn't have the right to comment, but she really had a terrifying appearance. However, I wasn't scared. If it's just terrifying, I wouldn't lose to anyone. At such a moment, I should be protecting Chiaki. I had to say some cool, delinquent-like words to scare her. Let's see. Delinquent words. Delinquent. Let's take a two-shot. That damn mohawk. All because of him that my words don't have any threat now. But it seemed this was rather effective against this unfamiliar girl. After meeting me in the eyes, her raging face started to show fear. And then, that'll be all I have to say. See you at school. My face had a complete victory. This stranger reverted back to a kind expression, said some earnest words, and left. Great, everything went well. But Chiaki wouldn't move at all, so I could only push the wheelchair back into her room. I saw her bloodshot eyes. I guess she cried. Such harsh words were said to her after all. Sorry. No, it's nothing. In such situations, I guess Keisharu might say some words to calm her down. Too bad I'm not Keisharu. Anyway, I could not say anything, only silence. This painful atmosphere continued for a little while. Akatsuki, do you still remember what I asked you when we first met? What she asked me. I remembered that was, half of your lifespan was taken by Hikari Umasaki. Do you still have any regrets about it? I do. And I remembered what happened after that. That pained look of yours. I'm very regretful about how I have him trapped inside this injured body of mine, Chiaki said, and opened a drawer, taking a photo from within. On the photo was Chiaki, looking unhappy, and a boy beaming away, hugging her from behind. Ah, the cheeky face, as I had expected. It happened in May this year. The condition of my eyes worsened, and I had to stay in the hospital for a while. It was painful for me as I was tormented by illness, but Hayato kept visiting me every day, so I didn't think it was much. The nurse asked if he was my boyfriend, and I was really happy. However, that day, Chiaki stopped at this point. However, she summoned her courage, and continued on. That day, it was already past visiting hours, and Hayato never came by. I thought he was late. I saw an ambulance drive in. It's a hospital, so it wasn't a rare sight. I didn't think it was much, so I kept waiting for him, but he never showed up. Of course, I never expected the one inside the ambulance to be him. It was tens of minutes later that I heard the nurses say that the boy who always came by to visit was on the brink of death. Chiaki. Her expression got increasingly despondent. Back then, I cursed at my own tragic fate like never before. It was fine even if I couldn't run, that I could see him for the last time. It was the punishment the heavens had for me not practicing my walking. I never thought things would end up this way. I never thought I would regret this so much. After hearing of his demise, I was so remorseful that I could not cry out tears. With a parched voice, Chiaki continued on. When I was crouched in the ward room, I met a black-robed person. He forced me into answering if I was willing to use half of my lifespan, and I did so without hesitation. After that, I thought, what was that about? But back then, I didn't think much about it, until it was dawn. When I woke up, a day passed. I thought my mind was crazy. This continued on for a week however, and I then realized this was what he meant by giving up half my lifespan. I left a message for Hayato with a voice recorder, and everything was clear. After that, we started living with two minds in one body. But, at this moment, Chiaki stopped. But, I was scared if Hayato hated me. Because I kept him in this body that's hard to move in. He definitely hated me, so I thought, and it scared me. No. This definitely wasn't it, right? It's true that Hayato had been living in a healthy body the entire time, and surely was inconvenienced at this point. But no matter what, he did get saved, right? At first, I was worried that Hikari Umasaki would have hated me for imprisoning her in this delinquent body. However, she later told me that it's great to be living in my body. I guess Hayato's probably the same. Hayato said to me, "Thank you for giving up half your lifespan for me." But I knew what he really thought was, after I was discharged from the hospital, I went to school. Waiting for me at school were voices of pity towards because of Hayato, and voices of hatred. It's common amongst girls. It's to be expected that responsibility is pushed upon me when a popular guy visits this hated me and ends up dead in an accident. I began to hate going to school, but Hayato was worried about my attendance, and still insisted on going to school. What awaited him at school however was blame for him. He couldn't help but bicker back, and he's not at fault. However, he's still human. One day, I heard his voice recording, and I was shocked. It's painful. There are some painful memories, he grumbled. It's to be expected since Hayato's human. There's no way he can keep smiling the entire time. However, I actually let that energetic Hayato be faulted, that he would say such words despite always showing a smile on his face. Chiaki gave a regretful look, and complained, "I really regretted letting the one I like suffer so much. I had enough of it all." Hayato apologized to me, saying that he won't say such a thing. "That's not what I meant though." Hayato's not wrong. I was remorseful of letting him suffer such blame. I really regretted imprisoning him in this immobile body. But I interrupted. I guessed I did not want to see. Chiaki continued to give that painful look, or maybe I just wanted to latch onto some hope. "There's still a way to revive, right? Isn't that okay?" I had a vague feeling, a premonition, but I asked. The truth of the world I did not know of. "Well, I'll tell you everything." "The price, to revive." Price. The word weighed heavily on me. Hayato kept seeking a way to revive. It's to be expected, right? If he can revive, it's for the best. Once he knew his time has shortened by 5 minutes, Hayato got more anxious. And then one day, he found a clue to the revival. Atelier journal. Atelier journal. I mumbled this term to myself a few times. We studied at a high school with lots of history, and there's a lot of strange rumors. One of them was this: there were 2 girls who were on great terms in the art club, but one of them died in an accident. The remaining girl would then do similar actions to the dead girl. Later on, before anyone knew it, the remaining girl disappeared completely and ended up like the dead girl. Hayato was curious about that rumor, and did his best to collect all the information. Then, he finally found that the duo shared the atelier, and the journal left the journal left behind there was like us, a phenomenon of people switching personalities. I gulped. A journal left behind by people who shared the same experiences as us, the future we would reach written on them. We didn't know how they managed to know the method of revival, but there was the method clearly written there. There's only one method to let the soul living in the body remain on this world. Then, Chiaki told me the truth of the world I sought so much, and revealed a cruel truth. That method is to destroy the soul of the host, and have the other one live on. In other words, only when giving up your soul or mine, Akatsuki, and vanishing, Hayato or Yumsaki will continue to live on with the husks we leave behind. I see. Faced with the cruel truth, I calmly answered. I realized it when the black-robed person called, asking for my entire lifespan. I started to doubt. Also, Hayato did not revive, and would not tell us how to. I had a gut feeling about his puzzling actions. Hikari Yumsaki could only be revived through my death. You don't seem surprised at all. I already expected this to happen. So, in other words, the 2 who wrote the journal chose to let the one residing in the body live on, at the price of the remaining lifespan of the original host. Following that was unnerving silence. However, I had to get something clear. What are the steps to reviving? I prepared myself mentally, and asked this question. However, Chiaki shook her head. Only Hayato read the journal. He told me the price to revive, but never told me how to, and the journal was hidden by him somewhere. All I know is that one of us has to disappear. I know why he only told me this much. Anyone can understand what he's trying to do. Yep, there's only one answer. Once he knew that this was the only method to revive, he was really dejected. And so, he said, "I've decided. I'm going to make you happy." Hayato gave up on reviving. If he wanted to revive, he would have to use my life as the price. Even if he did revive, he would have to be constrained in my immobile body, take the hatred from the people around me, and have countless suffering. That's why he chooses not to do anything, and just vanish. He never told me the method to revive because he did not think there's no need for it. And in the end, he decided to fulfill his wishes. Fulfill his wishes. I gently muttered the lonely words of the person who was going to vanish. Back then, when he made the promise with me, "I'll always be with you, so it's fine not to make any friends." He can no longer fulfill this promise, so he started looking for friends for my sake, a friend that will take his place to remain by me, to support me. After that, he found you. He discovered you, called you over, gave you those missions. All these, for my sake. Mission 1. First, Be friends with Chiaki. I recalled the voice recording from Hayato. Back then, I was wondering, what was this guy saying? It was a critical moment, and I was forced to do such a strange mission. However, this was all planning for the world where he no longer existed. What feelings did Hayato have when he entrusted me with those missions? But I don't want this. I don't want to lose Hayato. If Hayato will disappear all because I made a friend, I'm not going to. I can't make friends. If I do, Hayato will vanish. I can't accept this. Chiaki. The tears could not stop flowing. I'm at a loss. What can I do? I don't want Hayato to die. I can't live alone. But I can't let myself die and have him locked in this body. I can't force this painful life on him. I don't know what I can do. The tears, filled with agitated emotions, trickled down Chiaki's cheeks. Those tears had an endless sorrow. Left in the room was Chiaki's sobbing. All I could do was to lower my head in silence. That day, I waited for Chiaki to cry her heart out, and returned home only at sunset. I can't mention this to her. I finally knew of the method to revive Hikari Umasaki on this day. However, this method was vastly different from what we had expected. I requested Chiaki not to say it to Hikari Umasaki first. I guess Hayato wouldn't either. However, it's only a matter of time. One day, I would have to explain everything to her. Also, Chiaki and Hayato had their own troubles. To be honest, those were beyond what I could manage. I never thought Hayato would be shouldering such a heavy burden. Damn it. And so, I went to sleep without writing down anything that happened on this day. 2 days later, Hayato seemed a little strange. Something happened, right? I had a look at the forlorn journal entry, and could not help but lower my head. Then, are you okay, Sakamoto? You don't seem energetic in your journal entry. I'm probably bad at lying, I guess. I made Hikari Umasaki worry. Still, I failed. The next moment, I received a message on the cell phone, but I had already expected that. From Hayato. I opened it, and the opening read, "This message is set to be sent automatically. If I'm right, this mail will be sent to you when you wake up, Akechi." You get what I mean? Yep. Keep it a secret, right? Hayato contacted me directly, and not through Hikari Umasaki or Chiaki. In other words, he wanted me to keep this a secret from those two. I continued reading, and the long message contained the wishes Hayato had. It seemed Chiaki told you a lot. This is as I had expected, so it's fine. I haven't told Hikari Umasaki anything, so do relax. I have a lot of things I want to say to you, but unfortunately, I don't have much time. I'll go straight to the point, explaining it again. The one way to let me remain on this world is to erase Chiaki's soul through some other means, and that I have to occupy Chiaki's body. If not, the time I spend in the body will whittle little by little, until the soul vanishes. Hayato repeated the truth Chiaki told me. As expected. There was no other way out. You have realized it, haven't you? I do intend to vanish. This is the reason why I did not tell Chiaki the way to revive me. It's just that there are some things I want to fulfill before I die. Fulfill? Chiaki too said such a word that frustrated me. It is because I pampered Chiaki that she's no longer practicing how to walk. However, I am already dead. I can't head off to the afterlife peacefully if I don't settle these issues. So Akechi, the fourth mission I'm giving you is, make Chiaki smile. Hayato. I did say it before, didn't I? The difficulty will spike at 4. I'm sorry for getting you guys involved, but I have no other way out. Please, Akechi, help me out here. That night, I wrote quite a long journal entry. I wrote everything about Chiaki's regrets, and Hayato's request. And then, I wrote, Chiaki told me the method to revive Hayato. I don't know the specifics, but it looks like it involves erasing Chiaki's soul and leaving Hayato's soul in Chiaki's body. In other words, one of Hayato or Chiaki has to vanish. Hayato intends to let himself vanish, but until then, he can't leave peacefully without seeing Chiaki's smile. Let's think of a way to help out. I don't know what to do at all, but I want to do what I can. I let out a sigh, and again looked at the journal entry I wrote. Hikari Umasaki probably would understand what this journal entry meant. Us making Kiyaki smile meant that we were to finish Hayato's wishes, and accept his death. In other words, we had to let Kiyaki accept his death. And another thing, the cruel future awaiting them would also be the future awaiting us. In other words, either Hikari Umasaki or I would have to vanish. However, I still could not focus on our future yet. At this point, we needed to help Kiyaki and Hayato, the ones who reached their tragic fates before us. It has to be her. If it's Hikari Umasaki, she'll definitely be able to do it. I tried to think, but I could not think of anything to help Kiyaki and Hayato. But if it's Hikari Umasaki, for her, who always wanted to be the hero, surely she would be able to find a solution. That was how I was saved by Hikari Umasaki. I believe that you can do it, definitely. I wrote at the bottom of the journal entry, and laid on the bed. Please do it, Hikari Umasaki. 2 days later, I endured the bone-chilling cold, crept towards the table, and opened the journal that was placed neatly on the table. Shown in my eyes were Hikari Umasaki's kindness and strength. I've read it all. Looks like Kiyaki and Hayato had quite the painful experience. I too agree with your decision, Sakamoto. Let's use Hikari and Sakamoto's power to help them out. Yep. That's it. I knew you would say that. Leave it to me, Sakamoto. Let's show them that sexy dreams not for show. Hikari here as a real, potent plan. This girl. As to be expected of her. Hikari Umasaki. She's being energetic, and anyone reading would not help but smile. As I read on, I nearly shed tears. It's great to encounter you. The rest of the journal entry never mentioned anything about our future. However, it's certain that she definitely had some thoughts about it. She definitely knew how cruel the future before us was. But despite this, Hikari Umasaki prioritized saving Kiyaki and Hayato. Even in such a situation, she continued to prioritize taking action for Hayato, and putting her future at the back seat. Now that, what I want to do was, I'll definitely do this, Hikari Umasaki. You and I, a unique combination, 2 personalities in one body. This final shared operation began. Right, let's get down to revising. It was after school. I laid out the journal before me, and reread the plan to save Kiyaki, which Hikari Umasaki wrote down. Hayato said that the first step is to let Kiyaki walk after all. He wants to see Kiyaki's determination. If she can't do that, there's nothing we can say. Yep, I see. So Kiyaki has to work hard after all. If Kiyaki is to smile, then she has to change. She has to be stronger, so that Hayato can relax. To send Hayato off, to do all these, we had to first change Kiyaki's thoughts. But it's not easy for Kiyaki to change when she bore such a heavy, aching heart. Besides, it's impossible for Kiyaki to walk again, right? Kiyaki mentioned that she had issues with her legs. Her legs could move slightly back during middle school, and if she did her physiotherapy, she might be able to walk a little. However, this would be possible only through consistent practice. It was not simply a matter of determination and enthusiasm. If the bones and physical body were not strong enough, every bit of hard work would be for naught. Even if I were to suddenly tell Kiyaki to get up and walk, it would be impossible for her. However, it seemed Hikari Umasaki had an idiot. I guess you might be worried about Kiyakin's legs here, but you don't have to worry about this. By going according to this plan, Kiyakin will definitely be able to walk. I kept reading. Well, it's plausible. Theoretically, Kiyaki should be able to walk. To be honest, I didn't think that the plan would go well, but in fact, this was the only method we had. I guessed it's a sure bet to put my faith on Hikari Umasaki and Hayato's plan. First, 2 days later, it'll probably be tomorrow for you, Sakamoto. Hayato and I will carry out that plan. The important thing is the operation on the second day, and I hope that you'll do your best then. If it goes well, the operation will start the moment you switch out for me, Sakamoto. You need to prepare yourself. I continue to navigate my way through the operation. Tomorrow, and the day after. This major operation would take 2 days. Even after thinking about it, I felt that it was really difficult. The operation Hikari Umasaki would be in charge of the next day was difficult, but the operation I was in charge of 2 days later would be all the more difficult. But no other way but to just do it. At this point, there's no point if there's so success. I got Hikari Umasaki in action, so I had to let this operation succeed. And also, to let this operation succeed, you need something else. This super duper important item has to be prepared by you, Sakamoto. Okay, then I'll get it ready then, I answered, and looked at the item to be prepared column, muttering, video camera, huh? Where do I get one? Video camera? On the table. And so, there was no need to buy such a pricey item, so I thought as I went to Yukiko's room. It seemed Yukiko earned quite a fair bit from writing novels, and bought all kinds of crazy spy equipment like cameras, bugs and such. I didn't know what exactly she was planning to use them for, but I hardly bothered with her anyway. So, how do I use this? As expected, I need a kiboshi to kiss. What did you say? No, nothing. I guess it's almost the deadline for Yukiko, as she was seated before the computer, looking ever so serious. I guess I should leave without disturbing here. I would probably understand how to use it after playing with it for a bit. It's nothing. Do your best then. But I can't bring myself to erase the Yukio's assault scene. I left a few greetings, retreated to my room, and switched the camera on. There should be a memory card inside. I supposed I should try using it, and then erase them. Right when I had this thought, it seemed there was some data inside already. Not too long. Well, let's have a look. Use this data as practice. I was about to start recording. First, press the play button. At this moment, I should have put in more thought into this. It's playing. Where's the volume? Let's increase the video quality. And appearing in the video was a footage of my little sister, being very different from her usual personality as she held onto a video camera. This is Yukiko's room. What exactly was? There's something I've always wanted to tell you. What? For some reason, Yukiko was wearing a very revealing negligee in the visual, seated opposite the camera in an alluring manner, say in Something Alone. I guess this might be too sudden for you, but Yukiko can't hold back anymore. Yukiko always, her troubled face was blazing red, and coming out from her adorable lips were, brother, I've always, forget about it. Brother, don't look. At that moment, a strange sound that shook the house echoed, and Yukiko barged into my room, looking as despondent as a Major League Baseball who learned that the team was eliminated from playoff contention. Why you didn't see it, did you? You didn't see it, right? No, I was just trying this. That was, then don't look. Return the memory card to me right now. That card has Yukiron's confession practice video, version 8.11. E8, confession. After a whole lot of buzzing, Yukiko left the room. I weakly inserted the new memory card Yukiko shoved to me, and checked the operation. Right. Now then, tomorrow's operation should be a success. Now then, the preparations should be complete. If the operation went well as expected, time would be of the essence. The moment I woke up, the moment Hikari Umasaki swapped places with me, the mission would begin. It's fine. This will definitely succeed. Definitely. I opened the notebook, and wrote a message for Hikari Umasaki. Do your best, Hikari Umasaki. This will be our final battle. My consciousness suddenly awoke. I was outside, in the darkness. The cold air left my body freezing. For a moment, I did not know what happened, but soon after, I did. I say, what's going on here? What the heck? Chiaki was collapsed before me, looking all confused as she shouted. There was no wheelchair nearby to be seen, and she only had 2 crutches beside me. Looking at Chiaki, I recalled everything. It seemed everything went well on her side. Umasaki. Why am I in such a place? Answer me. It's no longer Hikari Umasaki now, Chiaki. I looked at the note in my right hand, and written on it was, Operation Success, Sakamoto. Everything's done. Now it's all up to you. Yep, nice going. Also, there's one more line. Show me your strength now. I smiled, and stuffed the note into my pocket. Chiaki was completely confused by the situation before her. I looked at her, and it's normal for her to be shocked. It's 4:29 am, the time I swapped places with Hikari Yumasaki, and 5 minutes after Chiaki swapped places with Hayato. It's outdoors, with nobody around. Chiaki was shocked, probably because she found herself outdoors once she woke up. Her conversation with Hikari Yumasaki probably lasted only 5 minutes, but it seemed they did not interact much. Chiaki, I guess you probably won't understand what's going on when it happened to so suddenly. Don't worry though. Hayato understood. What do you much? I looked up at the moon awaiting the dawn, and my eyes finally got used to the dim environment. Chiaki probably was the same, and it seemed she understood where she was, her expression looking increasingly confused as a result. This is Hayato and I. Right. It's the very special place for you two, the top of the hill overlooking the sea, where the sun sets so pretty. Chiaki, Hayato told me the next mission. We created this situation to complete that. What are you saying? What are you trying to do? Chiaki asked in confusion, while I pondered over how to explain this clearly for her to understand. Well, whatever, just tell her directly. Chiaki, from now on, you're going to be walking on your own. Huh. I turned my back on the crescent moon sinking into the west, saying this. Even in darkness, I could tell that Chiaki's face was filled with shock and despair as she groaned. The fourth mission I got from Hayato was to make you smile. In other words, to make you accept Hayato's death. We're trying to get you to walk alone, to stand up strong, and send Hayato off with a smile. But you're not going to be obedient even if we tell you to go, right? That's why we created a situation for you to walk by yourself no matter what. It seemed Chiaki had understood the situation somewhat, as the shock on her face soon gave way to anger. You wouldn't listen to me. So you used Hayato's time to. That's basically it. The strategy Hikari Yumasaki basically came up with was to time the moment Chiaki swapped places with Hayato, and create a situation where Chiaki had no choice but to walk, in other words, outdoors without a wheelchair. It seemed Hikari Yumasaki carried Hayato over here, and waited for them to swap around. In such a situation, Chiaki would have to follow what I had to say. Look Chiaki, as you said, Hayato wanted to die. But, in that message he sent me, he said he's not going to die this easily. He's not going to die peacefully if you're still so weak. Walk on, Chiaki. Let him pass on with peace. What are you saying? Chiaki's voice was a mix of confusion and rage, and I could tell that she was gritting her head. She probably hated the fact that I was looking down at her. She stared at me, and lashed out, "Don't say that Hayato wants to die." And I can't move even if you ask me to walk. Didn't I say so already? My legs can't move if I don't do my physiotherapy. You got to be kidding. I'm not kidding. If you want to go home, I said, and moved 20 meters away from Chiaki, opening up a distance. Well, this should be fine. I could see the streets everywhere from here. I walked to the ledge, and turned around. Walk here by yourself. After this, I'll carry you home. That's under the chilling darkness of the sky before the dawn. I could tell what Chiaki was thinking from her face of despair. She hurriedly ruffled through the pocket of her shirt, but naturally, the cell phone wasn't here. We were already prepared for this. It's useless even if you yell right now. You know the surroundings well, few people around, and it's still so early. That's why we chose this time, this place. Chiaki probably understood that I would not budge, and her face gave way to a teary expression. She was probably regretting it, feeling regretful at her helplessness, only to be able to follow the words of others. I just felt that I was doing something despicable. It's really too despicable to be dragging her into such a situation with a reason being because the guy you like hopes so. But, I believe that you won't give up here. You're a girl who'll definitely be able to do it as long as you put your mind to it. You always lost to the obstacle before, and tried running away many times, but no matter what, You always tried to fight. Even though you can't walk freely ever since you were born, you continued to live your life enthusiastically. You forgave Hayato, who kept bullying you. You tried practicing on your own, wanting to walk, and you gave up half your lifespan to save Hayato. The reason why you're always regretting is because the cruel world is always blocking your way. Once you lost, you cried, over and over again. Even so, you did try to fight on, and lost many times. Hayato likes you because he witnessed this. That's why he agreed to this operation. You said that you really regretted it, didn't you, Chiaki? You said that you couldn't see Hayato one last time because you never practiced your walking. You said that you trapped Hayato in this body. Then having experienced all these, you should be able to understand. If you don't work hard now, you'll regret this for the rest of your life. Regret is the punishment for not working hard. So, no matter what, Chiaki, you're the same as how I used to be. Chiaki showed a teary face as she lifted her face at it. Under the crescent moon that was about to vanish, I shouted at that feeble self, the past me. Back then, I thought that the world was terrifying, that I couldn't do anything alone. Every day, I was grumbling, scared of changing the status quo, and blaming misfortune on everything else. Someone though saved me from that, and changed me. It's her, Hikari Umasaki. She brought me here. Chiaki remained unmoved, so I did my best to show a smiling face, and shouted, that girl never cared about my opinions, and always pulled me from the shadows in practically forceful methods. She's no doubt my light. However, such a person was once dejected, unable to stand up again. I recalled the night with the full moon. It was mid-autumn, and on that day, Madame Hingiko and I made a promise. Back then, I realized that to save a person, to reach out to someone, that's such a difficult thing to do. However, Hikari Umasaki easily dragged me out into the sunlight. I'll never be able to beat her in my life, but I did change. I can't beat her, but I got stronger. That's why I'm going to show her that I'm strong enough to save others. We're all weak, but we can be stronger. We're not alone. There's always someone we can lean our backs on, supporting us. Even though we're in this cruel world, we're able to smile. We need to prove this to them. Walk to me. Don't worry, you can walk. Doesn't matter how much time you need. Show us your determination. I opened my arms wide, shouting with a smile. I believed Chiaki would stand up. I believed she would fight. I can't do it. But isn't it obvious that I can't do it? I'm not as strong as you are. I'm always giving up, pessimistic, trying to run away. I'm a weak person. Chiaki lowered her head deeply, tears dripping onto the ground. She was weak, fleeting. Hayato surely was not willing to see Chiaki in such a state. Surely he would not leave Chiaki alone like this. Even when he was about to die at this point, he was still regretting, asking me for help. Then, no, you can still fight. I know when you're not so honest. What happened to that Chiaki with that twisted personality who turned me all around? Show me that arrogance of yours again. Show me that strong feistiness of yours. I shouted in Hayato's stead. I believed Chiaki would surely be able to stand up again. That's impossible. You know, don't you? Even if you suddenly force me to walk, my legs can't move. Please, help me out. I'm not fooling around. I really can't do it. Help me. Chiaki's ached voice nearly touched my heart. But at this moment, I could only stand by the sidelines. I'm not going to help you. If you don't fight on, Hayato's not going to pass on with a peace of mind. He won't. Hayato won't die. I'll die instead. Do you intend to trap Hayato in this body? This. Chiaki went silent. She could not make a decision. I understood this, but I still had to ask. I felt that I was an annoying guy, but Chiaki had to make a decision at this point. There's only one choice here. This cruel future's approaching little by little, and one day, it's going to be right before you. You have to make a decision. Hayato decided to die. You got to respond to his decision. This is the mission of the living. Why don't you understand? But tears finally flowed out. The tears were reflected under the moonlight, twinkling. That pitiful sight of hers was clear for all to see. I can't do it. I can't walk. No matter what. No, you can. I can't. It's not impossible. You can. You just don't have the courage. Because, just yesterday, Hayato walked here yesterday. I roared, and heaved a long sigh. I flipped over the backpack that was over my shoulder, and took out the video camera inside. Hikari Umasaki left me a note that stated the operation was a success. If everything went to plan, there's definitely a video recording. Look. I walked towards Chiaki, and played the recording for her to watch. You're kidding. You're kidding, right? I'm not. Clearly this was you yesterday. Chiaki's profile appeared on the video. The date was yesterday, the location being where we currently were. The Chiaki from the prior day. Hayato was walking on his own legs. Why? You're kidding. How's that possible? With Hayato's cameraman, Hikari Umasaki cheering on, Hayato slowly moved forward, one step at a step. He was holding crutches, but he certainly was walking on his two legs. Even in the middle of the harsh winter, he was moving forward, step by step. He gritted his teeth, looking forward. His breathing was erratic, but he was smiling. Do you know why Hayato's able to walk? Did he? Chiaki's legs could not move freely if she did not do her physiotherapy. However, this footage clearly showed Chiaki walking. The reason's simple. She couldn't move if she didn't practice, so, in other words, half a year ago, ever since the day when Hayato was reborn and lived in your body. He had been secretly doing physiotherapy, never slacking off in his efforts. It's all for the sake to making sure it works when you want to walk one day. I had found it strange for quite a while. Thinking hard about it, this was the strange part. Chiaki said that she could not move her legs, but her legs did not appear to be that skinny. Also, she did say her legs would ache from time to time, but that was just some normal muscular pain, was it not? I did have such issues of the symptoms flaring up the next day. Also, there were other issues. The pair of crutches placed in a corner of the room seemed suspicious too. Chiaki said that she had never used the crutches before, but the tips seemed worn out, and the scars on the crutches seemed somewhat fresh. In other words, the crutches had been used recently. Chiaki was so traumatized that she was unwilling to look at the crutches, and thus, never noticed it. Also, there were railings for recuperating purposes installed all over Chiaki's house, with signs of them being used. She typically used her wheelchair, but it was clear that the railings showed sign of being used, and that's suspicious. Surely, the railings were used by Hayato to practice walking. There was basically no one else in Chiaki's house, and because of that, nobody noticed Hayato practicing how to walk. I guess it's amazing that Hayato's able to train to this extent. It's not an easy thing to do. Chiaki, you know why Hayato wanted to do this, didn't you? Chiaki did not answer. Even though that guy died, he's been living for your sake. He's been practicing for your sake. He kept practicing, never giving up even though he knew that he couldn't revive. He already made up his mind to die, but he's still worried about you, and that's why he kept practicing. After that, he gathered us over to you to be your friends. All these, for your sake. What kind of emotional state do you think he was in when he requested us? You know, Hayato probably did not openly reveal that he was practicing as he was waiting for Chiaki to walk on her own. He hoped that his practice would come in handy when Chiaki had the courage to walk. What do you think Hayato was thinking when he walked here? What feelings did he have when this video was recorded? He worked so hard for your sake, and you're going to continue saying such selfish things? Stand up, put him at ease. Is it really fine for you to continue on like this? Hayato could not bring himself to be harsh with Chiaki, and so he requested me. Thus, I had to oblige. It might be forceful, but I had to drag Chiaki from the dark world to the sunlight. I too was saved by Hikari Umasaki through this manner after all. But Chiaki could not stop crying. I don't want to say goodbye to Hayato. I don't want him to die. I don't want to be alone. You're not alone. Saying that, I took out a notebook from my bag. It's not the exchange journal Hikari Yumasaki and I shared, but the super-secret notebook Hayato left behind. I opened the notebook, and showed Chiaki. She let out an adorable moan, and stopped crying. Don't exert all your weight on the crutches. This is important. The left leg's easier to move than the right. Start walking with your right. It's easy to get tired when you exert your knees too much. Make sure your feet land on the ground properly. This is the walking notebook Hayato left for you, hoping that it'll remain by your side. He wrote down tips on how to walk, all for you. I kept flipping the pages, and read all the contents to her. Chiaki, you're not alone. That guy's always with you. Even after he vanishes, he did reside in you before. He continues to live in you. Hayato, both them, and our backs were faced against each other, and we could not converse. However, they did live in our body. They were the other us. Even after they vanish, it did not mean that they did not exist. Akatsuki. Tears rolled down Chiaki's tears, and she desperately acted out her voice, saying, I want to walk. Yep, nice going. A weeping Chiaki let out a smile. A firm determination could be vaguely seen on her face. I stood by her left, wanting to give her a large crutch for the time being. Now then, time for her to stand up first. NNN. She let out a painful groan as she stumbled to her feet. She gave a look of disbelief, and could not help but smile. As to be expected of Hayato, it's amazing that he managed to train enough so that her muscles were strong enough to stand up. Now then, try walking. First, the right leg. Not bad. Yes. I lent her my shoulder, held onto her left hand, and watched her slowly lift her leg. She trembled, moving her foot forward with much hesitation. However, the legs were moving, and she could not help but let out tears. See, can't you do it? You can now, right? If one person can't do it, then it's possible with two, with Hayato. We're not alone, and after some time Chiaki's body was filled with life, so hot one could not tell it was winter. Step by step, she continued on firmly. The sweat seeping from her palm told me of her body warmth. Her panting and voice seemed to be showing delight for being alive. At this point, Chiaki's most beautiful, dazzling. Then, we could see the hill by the sea, the sunrise by the ledge. She stood firmly with both legs, the power of life engulfing her. So pretty. Yep, it's pretty. Chiaki's sidelong face was dazzling under the morning sun, showing a delight I had never seen before. The expression brimming with hope left me a little unbearable. Next, it's time. Chiaki. I called her, and searched my bag for something. If it all went as Hikari Yumasaki planned, there should be that thing inside the bag. Again, Chiaki looked to be on the verge of tears. The recorder. I got instructions, that if you're willing to walk, I'll give this to you, Chiaki. This should contain the message Hayato left for you. I didn't hear anything about this. Hayato. Don't blame him. He just kept this hidden all the way so that you can stand up. He's pampering you all the time, but he really tried his best to be harsh with you at the very end. Yes. It seemed Chiaki's legs were finally at their limits, and we collapsed to the ground, basking under the sunlight. With the same movements, Chiaki picked up the earphones, and then, here. She handed the left side over to me. Chiaki, but it's fine. Seeing her blush, I received the left earphone in a somewhat bashful manner, and inserted it into my right ear, towards Chiaki's face. Sorry for taking your place, Hayato. And then, the other Chiaki's voice came from the earphone. At that moment, the Chiaki beside me started to sob. The voice melted her, frozen her, and she was finally reunited with her other self. Yo, if you're listening to this now, the operation succeeded, didn't it? First off, congrats Chiaki. I knew you could do it. The usual voice, void of any tension, entered my ear. I finally heard that voice I wanted to hear for a long time, and Chiaki smiled, shedding hot tears. Yes. I did it. Sorry for causing you such painful memories. But I just want to be sure that you'll be strong at the very end, Chiaki. You're a strong girl after all, not weak. Because you've been working hard. Good work, Chiaki. Congrats. Wrong. It's because of you being by my side that I. Chiaki, it appears that you thought I was suffering inside your body. Actually, that's not the case. It's thanks to this that I'm finally able to understand your suffering. I never was able to do anything for you, but I'm finally able to repay your kindness. Thank you, Chiaki. Thank you for saving me. I didn't save you. I. Really, thank you very much, really. Chiaki finally heard the words she yearned all this time. For she saved Hayato, and regretted it, and yearned those words. At this point, she was finally released from the stress. Together with the flowing tears, right, that'll be all for the thanks. Also, Chiaki. There's also one important thing I want to say to you. There was one thing after that. Hayato calmly stated the future he had to notify Chiaki of. You and I, who has to vanish. I kept avoiding the topic, but now, I want you to understand it. Chiaki's face froze. However, she had to continue listening, to hear Hayato's decision. Look Chiaki, I never told you the details, but one of us has to disappear. It's not that time yet, but soon after, that time will come. So right now, I want to decide who disappears. Hayato paused for a moment, and continued, so, main point, who vanishes. I guess it'll be me. It's your body anyway, and I can't take it away. The cruel decision struck at Chiaki's ears. She was speechless, faced with the inevitable future, the reality that awaited them. I know this will cause painful memories for you, but I can't sacrifice you. I won't have happiness without you. Once that day comes, I'll be the one to vanish. Chiaki lowered her head weakly. But no, it's because of this, that I have a request of you, Chiaki. He said, with a warm tender voice of one smiling by the side, dotingly, gently. I hope that you'll send me off with a smile, until one day, when it finally comes, until my last moment. This will be my happiness. Living with you, being your other life is my greatest happiness. So, don't cry, Chiaki. Hayato. Chiaki was unable to cry out loud, and wiped her tears as best as she could. And then, she tried her best to show a smile, saying, understood. I'll keep smiling until the very end. I'll do my best. Her crying face was different from before. Seated at this place was a girl who got stronger. Hayato and Chiaki. You guys are really fortunate. You're unable to meet again, unable to converse again, unable to embrace each other again. But you two, loved each other as such. Mission 4, clear. I muttered as I faced the dazzling sunrise. After that, on the way back, while I was carrying Chiaki back home, she suddenly blurted, there seems to be a message in folder 3. Really? Folder 3 contained a message Hayato left for me. I would write everything about the operation and the events of the day on the notebook, and have Hikari Umasaki pass the entry over to Hayato. That should be the process. Thus, Hayato's recording was completely unexpected. With the chilling winds of the morning blowing, I shivered as I opened the file. Of course, we're wearing the earphones like a couple. And so, once I was done listening, I see, I didn't know how to smile, and could only let out some vague words. Let me think hard about it. How about it, Chiaki? Then, see you later. Right, see you later. I sent Chiaki home, made a trip back home, and naturally, I skipped class. I went to bed. After I woke up from the nap, I had some rice, and relaxed. I took out the notebook, and wrote down the success of the operation. I had a lot of things I wanted to write about, but I had a feeling that I wouldn't stop if I started to write. So all I reported was about what happened on this day. There would be something major I had to report. After dinner, I made a lie to my family saying that I would be staying out at a friend's place. In the past, I wouldn't make such a lie. I left home, took the last train, arrived at the familiar station, strolled around for a while, spent time at a cafe with some Wi-Fi, and waited until dawn. Kept you waiting. Yo. Sorry to disturb. The watch pointed at 4:30 am. The next time, and I arrived at Kyaki's house. Sorry to let you visit at such a strange time. Not like we got a choice. I can't be spending time here. It would be great if I could spend the night here, but it's a girl's house. I wanted to think about a lot of things alone. It all started with the folder 3 Hayato left behind. Then, Kyaki. I took a deep breath, and then I weakly asked, "Please go out with me." Fufu. You're laughing now. I could not help but laugh as I said this. Right. There was the final mission Hayato left for me in folder 3. However, the crux was the content of the mission: be Kyaki's lover, and give her a life of happiness. I guess this was what he meant when he said to entrust Kyaki to me. But seriously, he did some strange things at the very end. Well, in any case, the answer's always, sorry, I can't agree. Yep, mission failed. Kyaki's answer was completely within my expectations, and I nonchalantly answered. She too completely understood this, and smirked. Well, that's just how it was to end. Looks like Yumasaki never objected to the last mission either. Who knows? I never asked him. We smiled at each other. But, for some reason, Kyaki went silent. What is it? Kyaki? For some reason, her cheeks were red, and she was fidgeting. What? Did she really want to go out with him? While I let my imagination run wild, Kyaki stammered, apprehensive as she tried to talk. After a while, she finally spoke. Akatsuki. It's impossible to go out together. I have someone I like, and I'm the same as you in this regard. So I can't agree to this. Yep, I know. But, is it okay to start off as friends? Hoi. I froze. Someone, please tell me off here. This really was unexpected. My face beetroot. I stared at Kyaki, who was looking up at me. It seemed that even though this series of missions failed, I was finally able to get reward, to see the true nature of a Kudia. Well, if I'm able to continue teasing her like normal, she's rather cute. Is it not okay? No problems here, Kyaki. I couldn't reject her request. Having known what it meant to her to make friends, I smiled as I answered, and she gave me a gentle smile. Friends. We had known each other for about a month. I stared at Kyaki's face. It was unbelievable to think that she would show such a warm smile at first. A lot of things happened, but after thinking that I was able to see such a smile, all the suffering just vanished. I'm really grateful. I became friends with Kyaki Tsukimura. It's late, but I finally completed the mission. I finally obtained that outstanding smile from Kyaki. It's almost time. Kyaki's words reminded me of Hayato's message. It's about that time already? There was a last mission in folder 3, and another message. And to respond to Hayato's request, I sat side by side with Kyaki, who's on the wheelchair. Be careful, he's a weirdo. He might say something weird out of a sudden. Still not as bad as the mess when I first met you. Relax. Goodness. We joked about heartily, like friends, and so, we quietly awaited that time to arrive. Oh dearie me, it's finally coming. It's almost time. Akatsuki. Kyaki showed a radiant smile, as if stating that she would no longer be fragile again. Let's go out together next time. Right, see you next time. And so, the hands of the watch pointed at 4:54 am. The time when Kyaki and Hayato would swap places was about to arrive. The girl before me shall die, and, Fue. Yo. Looking at this blank expression, I crudely greeted. I've been waiting for a long time to meet you, you bastard. Aha. The stunned face broke into a teasing one. Looking at this unfamiliar expression, I started to grimace for some reason. You bastard. It's because of you that I suffered so much. Yo. Isn't this Akichi? Nice to meet you. The voice and face was the same, but the intonation and expression was vastly different. If you're talking to me at such a moment, this means that things are going smoothly, I guess. Sorta. It's not easy. This was Hayato's other wish. 4:54 am. Another 5 minutes until I swapped with Hikari Yumasaki. Hayato hoped to use these 5 minutes to talk with me. That familiar face of Kyaki showed a teasing smile, and it gave me a spine-tingling weirdness. At the same time, Hayato ignored my response, and quickly rattled off a question, just as he would in the voice recorder. I see, things are going well, so, how is it? How's my princess, huh? What? Don't get me anxious here. The confession. Did you kiss? That. Impossible. She flat out rejected me. Stunned, I nonchalantly answered in a "what are you saying" manner. But, you're kidding. Rejected? This unexpected situation left Hayato dumbfounded. Why? I gave you all kinds of missions to get you too intimate to this extent, huh? Why? You asked. What were you saying? Did you really think Chiaki would agree? No. More importantly, I understood after hearing this guy's tone. Those missions were for such a purpose after all. There were 5 missions, and as I expected, this guy's real objective was to try to get Chiaki and I to be intimate. Become friends, hug Chiaki, call her name. After all that, the last mission was to confession. All these only meant one thing. Considering that he would no longer be around, Hayato wanted to gift an irreplaceable friend to Chiaki. Thinking about it, Hayato wrote on the message, I'm really looking forward to this, having expected this to happen. Really? Did Chiaki harass you? Are you a late bloomer? Sakamoto's the type to never lose his virginity until he gets married. Hikaruchi did lament this before. I already set up everything. Considering his situation, I knew what feelings he had when he set the missions, even if I was not willing to. It's because of this that I could only show him a pained look. However, thinking about it, it's impossible for us to be dating. Going with my plan, you two would become friends, hug, and be more intimate. Once Chiaki could finally walk, you two would have used the chance to confess and kiss. And then you two could stay outside together with the excuse to meet me, unable to hold your urges until you, and when I swap with Chiaki, you would be saying, oh great Hayato, please leave Chiaki to me. Okichi, that's impossible. Hey, stop. Right when I was lazily retorting at Hayato, Hayato gave a displeased look, and did an unexpected gesture. Really? They're rather soft, you know. Look, enough, stop flipping. That's Chiaki's body. I knew the soul's a guy, but that appearance and voice belonged to Chiaki, whom I was familiar, so I could not help but blush. Damn it. Don't laugh. Haha, sorry, but I really thought Chiaki would agree. She seemed fond of you though. This is impossible. Somewhat blushing, I retorted at Hayato's nonsense. It might be weird for me to say this, I did find that Chiaki liked me, but it was completely different from love. Chiaki probably has someone else she likes. I can't tell, you know. She said she doesn't have one. She has. For goodness sake, faced with this dimwit Hayato, I found myself seething. Hikari Yumasaki, this guy, why are those two like this? Well, having dimwits as partners sure is suffering, isn't it, Chiaki? Well, even if you two don't become lovers, the bare minimum is achieved. Minimum? I responded to Hayato's words. You two became real friends, haven't you? Shocked, stunned. I could only respond to that insightful expression with silence. Well, it seemed this guy wasn't just a popular one. I underestimated him. I got a lot of things I want to talk to you about, but there's really not much time. Let's quickly get down to the main topic, Okichi. Yeah, Hayato's face looked very serious. The last mission's a failure, but the circumstances are unique. After hearing those words, I understood why Hayato hoped to talk to me directly. We remained silent for a while, and then, with a clear tone, Hayato clearly answered. He stated the answer I always wanted. The journal in the atelier has the method that allows you to revive Hikaruchi's life with your lifespan as the price. There's only one chance, and everything comes down to this. I gulped. The truth was right before me. The method to achieve this is... Hayato opened his mouth. The words that gambled on our futures, I'll tell you next time, okay? I face faulted. I could not help myself from collapsing onto the floor. I have no choice here. Look, this method's troublesome. There's only 2 minutes left until you switch places with Hikari Yumasaki, and I can't explain it all. I hid the atelier journal in a place nobody else knows. How about it? 2 days later, I'll send a message to you in a manner only you can see. Yeah, fine. He pulled another fast one on me. Damn it. Stop laughing. You're making fun of me again. Hey, Hayato. I weakly sat on the floor, my legs folded together as I asked with no enthusiasm. No matter what, I wanted to hear him say what he decided upon. You really decided on dying, have you? Hayato laughed in response. Why was he able to laugh? I did mention it in the message I left for Chiaki. Didn't I? I don't really care if I'm still alive. Because of that, I want to tie up the loose ends of my regrets, and had you help me out, Akechi. The smile and words were ever so earnest, and I felt an impulse to cry. Because, she's going to be alone again. She's definitely going to make friends soon, and a boyfriend. But she's different from how she was back then. Hayato's intonation was slightly raised. It was a powerful voice of someone who always trusted in the one he loved. Chiaki ended up hating everything, and cornered herself. That's why I told her that I could not do physiotherapy. However, she ran away from trying to walk. And then, she again gave up because of my death. But because we managed to meet you, she's no longer alone. And so, he said, with a determined look in his eyes, I didn't die in vain. Chiaki got stronger. His words echoed in my heart. I did my best not to let myself cry. So please, I beg of you, Akechi, protect her for my sake, and not save her. With a dazzling smile, Hayato looked at me. All I could only do was to lower my head. Why did you have to die? I still had things to say. I had a lot of things to talk about. I wanted to continue spending time with you. However, time was cruel. The hands of the watch showed 4:58 am. It's time for us to go our separate way. Anything you want to say at the end, Akechi? Something I want to ask of you. What is it? With a hopeful look on his face, Hayato listened to my request. Never mention to Hikari Umasaki the contents of the atelier journal. And at that moment, his face froze. The reason being? I'll tell her myself. No matter what Hikari Umasaki asks you, don't answer, please. Hayato opened his mouth, wanting to say something. However, he probably realized what I was planning. All right. I promise. Thank you. There was still 30 seconds left. Hayato smiled, and the expression on his face left me somewhat lonely. Both of us were living on this way, but we had only 5 minutes to encounter each other. But even so, even after chatting for just 5 minutes, I got something clear. Hey, Hayato. I'm not good at making friends. What is it? Well, what can I say? Met this guy when he was alive. It's been eventful, and fun. We probably would be good friends. I guess. I was too arrogant thinking this. Don't mind. Hayato laughed. There wasn't much time left. Hayato, one last thing I want to ask. 15 seconds left. You're still panicking at the very end, huh? What is it? 10 seconds left. Why did you work so hard for Chiaki's sake? 8 seconds left. I shall return those words right back at you. I'm the same as you, eh? 5 seconds left. I'll ask then. Why did you do these troublesome missions as much as you could, Akechi? Even after knowing that only one can continue to live. Also, why are you trying to know the method to revive no matter what, with all your might? What did I want to say? I could not recall. But at that moment, I certainly understood. Why did Hayato work so hard for Chiaki? And why did I work so hard for Hikari Umasaki till this point? What was I trying to do? It was already 4:59 am by the time I realized it all. At that moment, I welcomed death again. And in my heart, I quietly made up my mind. Cut 5. Tomorrow I will die. You will revive. Let's unravel the mystery around Sakamoto. In this corner, Hikari-chan here will reveal all of Sakamoto's secrets. In this autumn morning, while I longed for the futon. Is it snowing? It was so cold, one might be wondering. On this day, I was awoken by the cell phone alarm, and it caused me to remember the part. It has been a while. Is it the second time? Now then, let's begin. Why is Sakamoto so tall? Most likely, it's because of that, the same reason as to why giraffes reach their necks out to eat the tall leaves. He grew tall because he's trying to looking at the cleavage of women from high above. As to be expected of you, Sakamoto. What kind of evolution is this? I retorted with a grimace, and continued waiting for the rest of the alarm. That'll be all for today. See you. Hikari Yumasaki finished her words. But if my guess was correct, you aren't listening, right? I guessed. I knew she would leave a message like before. Just as expected. Yep. Not listening. She cleared her throat with a little cough. Now then, what kind of message will she leave behind? Sakamoto. It's here. What are you hoping for? Lol. Foofiflolololololol. Acknowledgement. Damn it. She got me. Always doing such stupid things. After this idiotic procession, I finally got out from my bed. Whatever, this day wasn't for staying in bed. 2 days ago, I received a message. I'll tell you where the atelier diary is hidden. Look at the attached map. By Hayato. Hayato and I had a meeting during the 5 shared minutes we had. 2 days later, he sent a message to me, so that Hikari Yumasaki would not realize. I wanted to find the magazine immediately, but it was too far away, so could only wait until the rest day. Alright, let's go after breakfast. Saying that, I quickly finished my breakfast, and left home. I continued on under the clear, freezing blue sky. I followed the map, took the trains and bus, and after 5 hours of travel, I finally arrived at a dump located in the dumps right. It's that atelier. Dried leaves covered the place, and it was as though time stood still in this world. I proceeded to dig up the thing buried in there. This is the atelier's diary. The diary hidden in the rusted iron box was so brittle, just flipping the pages might cause them to be ripped off. As rumored, this contained the exchange diary of the 2 girls. And 2 days ago, the soul of the other me had left this world. As per her wishes, we recovered all the secrets we know of. For those who were to share the same fate as us. Is that so? The dates were already too dirty to be seen, but recorded on it was clearly the information I wanted. And so I continued reading the diary entry again and again, wanting not to miss out on any word. I see. After a long while, I put down the diary, and then, right, I've decided. So, at the place I died, on the 444th day, the opening of the diary entry this day contained such a line. 2 days ago, I took the diary in the atelier, and recorded everything I found in it on the notebook. I wanted to bring it back, but I had a feeling that I should put it back there, so I hid it in a place only I knew of. So, I wrote a long entry in the journal. A body can't have 2 souls living in it forever. So the soul living inside will become unsuited, and will vanish. The amount of time the soul living in the body shows up will continue to decrease, 5 minutes at first, and then 30, and then, the time reduced would be regular. 444 days after the death, the soul living in the body would vanish forever. There was only one way to prevent the soul living in the body from vanishing. That would be to negotiate with what they called the god of death. This would allow the soul living in the body to remain with the host. But in such a situation, the soul of the original host would be erased at the moment of the negotiation. The way to negotiate: 444 days after the death, return to the place of death. That would be the only chance to negotiate with the death god. Your day is the 8th of April, 444 days later, so the X day will be June 25th. The next day. On that day, we'll go to negotiate with the death god at the crossing you died at. During that one negotiation we'll have to choose who gets to live. First off, if we choose that I get to live, just go to the crossing on June 25th, and negotiate with the death god, saying Akatsuki Sakamoto will live, and that'll do. After that, your soul will vanish, and I'll get my lifespan back. Next, if we choose that you get to live, on the same day, We go negotiate, and tell the death god Hikari Yumasaki will live. Once the negotiation succeeds, my soul will vanish, and the body will be yours. Anyway, next year, on June 25th, either you or I will have to vanish. That's all. I wrote the message with as much detail as possible, so that the idiot would be able to understand. And her response was basically, "Sorry, I'll like to think over this for a while." It was a short message. However, it was reasonable. Even I was hesitant if I should write it down when I knew of the facts. In fact, this was not an issue that could be set aside. Hayato and Chiaki had already come to the conclusion that Hayato would vanish. Hayato never told Chiaki when he would vanish, but the latter said that it did not matter. If she had known of the actual date, she would have lost it. Thus, they decided to continue spending whatever remaining time they had left like usual, until the day it happened. With that, there was nothing I could do, except to watch them spend their remaining time. So what will the end result be? I had a look at the diary. It was Friday, already in the middle of December. Soon after, winter break would arrive. The remaining time continued ticking towards the end. NN. That day, the moment I woke up, the first thought I had was that it was freezing. "Have you woken up?" The blanket was moving. "Ah, Yukiko, why are you in my futon?" "You can sleep for a while longer." The voice echoed in my brain, dulled from all that sleep. "Okay then, I'll just continue to sleep for a little while more." "But why into my futon?" "Well, it's warm to be hugged, so I'll let her." "So warm. Nice smell." "Oi, we're siblings, but don't cling on to me that much." "Also, get rid of that part." "It's not nice smell, but smells good here, right?" "Again. Just one more time." "Speaking of which, what's with the strange sound? The pitch should be a little higher than usual." "Chew woo ah." What was that about?" Something indescribable just touched my lips. Kinoshita? Good morning, bro." But that was not all that shocked me. "Hey, Keisharo, why are we sleeping in the same room?" "What? You're making a ruckus so early in the morning, Sakamoto." And there was something more shocking. "Hey Mohawk, why are you here?" Please don't worry. I did not see bro getting 30 by Kinoshita since morning." Wait a second. What's going on here? And also, I just realized. Where's this place? Why did it seem like I was in a big hotel room or something? But one confusing thing continued after another. This time, the sound of the door being opened. Probably a Fuzuma. "Brother, hurry up and wake up Fuyue." What are you half naked in the futon with Kaoru? Has it come? Has it come now? This time, it was Yukiko's turn to show up, her drool dripping onto the floor. Wait, where am I? What's going on here? But the confusion situation compounded. Following Yukiko, the girls continued to deliver knockouts. Sakamoto, I never thought you would have such fetishes. Oh dearie me, you look happy there, senpai. This Misaki really is an idiot for having hopes about you. Kakasumi-chan. Misaki-chan too? My brain was about to explode, but the one reliable guy present, Keisharo, seemed to have realized my confusion. "Ah, Sakamoto, calm down. There's a reason for this." Those words, together with that lethargic face of his, caused me to understand everything. So that was the case. Hikari Yumasaki. Good morning Sakamoto. We're off for a 3-day 2-night skiing trip. I called everyone in out of a sudden, but everyone quickly gathered. You're really so popular here, Sakamoto. Such a ridiculous line was written in the journal stashed with my belongings. Yesterday morning, Hikari suddenly asked us out for a skiing trip. I didn't expect her to book a hotel at this time. We set off in the afternoon, arrived at night, skied around for a little while, and stayed for the night. That's how it went. Keisharo and I quickly had our breakfast, and we slipped out, making sure we knew what was going on in the conversation. Goodness, that Hikari Yumasaki. I thought she was brooding over the atelier. Why did she suddenly came out to travel? Nothing happened last night, right? That's impossible. We had fun skiing, but after that, So it did happen, huh? I was already feeling very angsty seeing how she went out traveling with this bunch of weirdos. Looking at Keisharo's face however, it appeared it was really bad. There was a huge ruckus large night. Hikari proposed that we play the king's game. So, the night after the travel a bunch of hopeless companions king's game Hikari Umasaki. What's with this fiendish equation? It was crazy. Hikari became king a few times, had Sanada and Kaudara kiss her on the lips, had Mohawk jump into the snow in his underwear, and had Kinoshita say the name of the one he likes, which ended up causing your little sister collapse on the floor in a nosebleed. Well, that's a tragedy. And when Hikari was king, she had a round of strip rock paper scissors with the girls. She was godlike when she kept winning over and over again, and had them strip. You should apologize to them. What the hell did that idiot do? Damn it, I'm jealous. Speaking of which, what's with her doing that with all the guys around? Keisharo, you didn't see Kasumi and Misaki strip, did you? I have no interest in any females other than Hikari. Ah, I see. And then, it was troublesome when we had to sleep. Kinoshita wanted to attack Hikari at night, so I defended for the entire night. I was trying to hold back from attacking her myself. Good job Keisharo. I'll just pretend not to hear the dangerous words you said. I kept waiting until you switched with Hikari. It was tiring. After that, I just let Kinoshita do whatever he wanted. That was really amazing. I'm amazed you didn't get woken up like that. Ha. This isn't funny at all. Secure my innocence until the very end. Man, damn it. That's why I hate to travel. Just a note, I guess Hikari Umasaki was rather happy last night. In the journal she brought along, she drew the scenes of them playing strip rock paper scissors and them looking angry as they kissed her. But, I remembered something similar to this sudden trip happened back in the summer. I knew at this point the journal in the atelier presented a painful choice before us. This trip was definitely for the same purpose as before, to wipe out the uneasiness, and escape from reality. Otherwise, it could be to finish any unfulfilled wishes. Keisharo, I said to the guy before me. Did Hikari Umasaki sat anything after that? Nope. I told Keisharo about the atelier. It's amazing that he could continue being with us as per usual, but actually, he probably did not feel at ease at all. Sakamoto. But he definitely understood what we were going through. He understood my thoughts. He understood Hikari Umasaki's thoughts. He understood. No matter the outcome, I'll choose the future you two will decide. Okart. The future Hikari Umasaki wanted to choose. Watch out. In the afternoon, we arrived at the ski slope. Hey, are you alright, Kasumi? I asked Kasumi from below, as she had collapsed upon me. The weather at the ski slope was clear. The blue sky and white snow glittered, and looked really dazzling. The songs that would typically play near the elevator in the winter was echoing happily. So sorry about that, Sakamoto. I'm terrible at skiing. Oh really? I saw you catching up to me at a really fast speed, and stumble around as you knocked me down. Or that's just me. Whenever you tripped over, your amazing breasts would press on my face. I guess that's definitely a coincidence. But, you're skiing fine today, Sakamoto. Ah, yeah. Yesterday, you were going whoa, I can't stop. We're gonna crash, and you knocked me down so many times. Tch? Did I just hear her click her tongue? Or was it just me? Ha. Anyway, the three of us, meaning Kasumi, Misaki and I were skiing together. Yukiko seemed terrified of the lift, and was playing around in the snow with Kinoshita. The mountains are calling for me. Keisharo said that, went to the expert areas, and did not return. As for Mohawk, probably assaulted with snowballs by the elementary school girls there, and soon vanished before I knew it. I saw a large snowman with a mohawk in the corner of the ski slope, but it was probably just me, right? Misaki should be around just a moment back, but she vanished. Kasumi seemed to have knocked someone aside when she skied down, so I guess Misaki's disappearance had something to do with that. Hey, Sakamoto. Are we going to play the King's game again today? While I was leisurely skiing and having such wild thoughts, Kasumi suddenly asked. You were so bold. Yesterday, you were saying if one is a girl, then put the ice in the mouth and serve it to the king's mouth. For boys, do something shocking. For Mohawk, jump into the snow in your undies. No, that's. And then, you went if two is a girl, sleep with the king in a futon. If a guy, mime something. Mohawk, jump into the snow in your undies. This. And then, you said, if three is a girl, step on the king barefoot. If a guy, confess to the one you like. Mohawk, jump into the snow in your undies. If only I was three. He'll die. Mohawk will die. Also, what did you just say? The terror from last night caused me to shiver, and at this point, Kasumi was being so excited that she could not stop. She continued, So, I'll secretly tell you what number I drew, Sakamoto. If you become king. I'll do anything you ask me to do. That meant, I want to repay you. Until you let me like you. Following that was an unbearable silence. In such an atmosphere, we skied down the snow slope. I was worrying about what to say as I reached the elevator. Sakamoto. The presence around Kasumi changed. I have something I want to tell you again. Her face was blushing, her lips quivering as she stammered. Her anxious eyes caused my heart to itch. And so, at the highest point of the elevator, it seemed Kasumi made up her mind. Her warm, moist eyes were staring at me. Sakamoto. What I feel about you is. Now then, senpai. Take the lift with Misaki. Please move aside. Thud. Kasumi let out a squeal. Knocking aside Kasumi before the elevator arrived, and arriving before my eyes was. Goodness, upperclassman Sanada, that was dangerous. Please take the next ride. It was Misaki. She took the cable car ride that had just arrived and sat beside me. As for Kasumi, she could only give chase after us alone in the back seat. More importantly, aren't you cold, senpai? Misaki shall lean over to you to provide warmth. I had no right to refuse. Misaki's body was clinging towards me, and the head covered in the knit cap filled with warmth was leaning on my shoulder. Not good. This is bad. There was a loud coughing sound of an old man from the cable car behind me. This lift's going to be filled with blood. More importantly, senpai, yesterday was intense. You actually said to play strip rock paper scissors, and had Misaki stripped to almost nothing. Please continue tonight. I am prepared now. I can't agree to that. So sorry. I think I went overboard. Having you do such a thing even with guys around. Anyway, better apologize for the idiocy yesterday. Misaki sighed, and seemed a little peeved as she said, Well, please don't mind. We stripped, but upperclassman Keisharo was just grinning stupidly away at you, senpai, and I'm starting to wondering if he's gay. Kinoshita's inching close to you, and I tell that he's gay. As for that Mohawk upperclassman, he passed out there. With so few people watching, I really wasted my efforts there. Sorry. So, you're going to have to repay me today, senpai. Repay? Misaki gave a teasing smile, and said, Misaki shall whisper to you the number drawn later, and you can enjoy the Misaki you want for as much as you want, so please look forward to me. Why this? Misaki just had a talk with upperclassman Sanada, that we'll tell each other our numbers. If senpai knows of Misaki's number and chooses her number. You know the consequences. Not good. I could hear more coughing from the lift behind me. No matter the option, I'm going to die. Foo-fa-foo. Misaki's looking forward to it. With this strange sense of dread, the lift continued up. I guessed it's my psyche at work, as I felt the wind blowing by my face was icy too. I say, Misaki. Once I saw the drop-off point, I subconsciously asked, do you like me, huh? Once I asked, I realized, damn it. What did I just? No, sorry. It's no wow. My finger. Don't twist it there. Foo-fa-fa-foo. You really like to play with a girl's heart. How about it? If your reply makes me unhappy, you can jump down from here. I'll die. Sorry. No. I remembered Kasumi's blushing face from before. I really wanted to know. I wanted to know how much everyone liked me. No. how much they liked her. Right, sorry, I didn't say anything, so please don't mind. I do. This unexpected reply caused me to widen my eyes. The sudden thing wasn't Misaki's confession, but her pink lips that touched mine more than the one I admired. Seeing me lower my head with a flushed face, Misaki giggled. You seem to be really troubled, senpai. It was the same yesterday. You were having fun, but you seemed frustrated about something. Misaki can tell. Even so, you got the answer. Answer? Didn't you say so yourself? It's great to come out on a trip with everyone. Now I can finally make up my mind. Misaki's glad to be able to help you, senpai. I didn't know what that idiot decided on the previous day, but it seemed she got something. She got something from this trip with the ones she liked. Senpai. Misaki gave a cute smile, and said tenderly, is this Misaki today the Misaki Cowdery you want? Yeah. Thanks. Really, thanks. Thanks for liking us. And after that, I got off the drop-off with my body sizzling. Naturally, the demon lord that appeared from behind brought me a tragedy. Brother. Oh, Yukiko. Good morning. 2 days later, the trip ended. Yukiko came to my room with a gloomy face. What's wrong? There's a fan letter for you. Fan letter? From who? From brother. Again with the bothersome things. Recipient Akatsuki Sakamoto, sender Akatsuki Sakamoto. Most importantly, there's the line I like you ever since I first saw you. Please give me an autograph. Yukiko's stare has been pricking at me for quite a while. Doesn't this look like some pitiful lonely self-enactment? What was the me yesterday doing? Goodness. Then, I spotted a strange line at the bottom of the fan letter. D drive greater than stored greater than hidden. This is skeptical. I quickly responded. D drive hidden anime folder hidden folder. I immediately switched on my computer, and followed the instructions. Found it. When was this created? The hidden folder Hikari Umasaki created had a little note inside there. Read this as you watch the TV. Upon seeing the title, I knew what she was trying to get at. She's a kind one. She's telling me not to watch with seriousness. Her kindness left me biting my lips. I double-clicked, and I saw it. The words that contained Hikari Umasaki's decision. To Sakamoto. Sorry for making this late reply. I really thought through this, and I'm feeling really uneasy, but I've made up my mind. I really thought through this, and made up my mind. She made up her mind. Seeing those words, I nearly broke down in tears, but I continued reading. I guess I'll be the one vanishing. Hikari Umasaki. I see. So that apostrophe s. Your choice. Foo. Well, I do feel a little scared once I decided that I have to die, but I can't sacrifice you after all. The skiing trip back then allowed me to be sure of my thoughts. It's so sudden, but everyone agreed to my summoning, and they all gathered around you. Everyone was smiling so happily on the trip. I really believe that everyone loves you. I can't bring myself to end your life and continue living. The one everyone really loves isn't me. Sorry. You worked so hard to find a way to let me live, but I choose to die. However, I guess this is my fate. Or rather, it's because I extended this life that should have ended that I have no regrets. Also, it's wonderful to experience your life, Sakamoto. That's why my life shall come to an end. I'll go negotiate with the death god on June 25th. Thanks for wasting so much time for my sake. Damn it. I knew she would make that decision. However, also, I made another decision. Hikari Umasaki was not done with her message. I'm going to meet Mama. I'm going to confess everything to her. I've decided. This time, I won't run away. Needless to say, it was a cruel matter. Despite this, Hikari Umasaki decided to go. There's definitely a determination no outsider could image. Hikari Umasaki. How much did she struggle when she wrote this journal entry? How much pain did she go through? She's actually scared, right? But, if she did so, I can't move forward. So I too made up my mind. Right. I understand, Hikari Umasaki. I picked up the pen, and wrote my reply to her on a journal. I understand. If you say so, I won't say anything. That'll be the end of that. That will be the end. If not, this red determination will be for naught. There's only half a year left, but let's enjoy it as much as we can. You and I are going to create the best life for Akatsuki Sakamoto. Alright. Feeling pumped up, I picked up the cell phone, and gave Keisharo a call. What now, Sakamoto? Let's create some memories together. I skipped the greetings and looked up at the winter sky as I said this to Keisharo. Huh? Memories? Yup, memories. The sky was far and blue, looking as though it's about to suck people in. It just felt within reach. Let's go crazy and make memories, proving that she once lived on this world, in my body. Smile as we watch her leave. Smile as much as we can as we send her off. Sakamoto. He's a sharp one. He's able to tell what decision Hikari Umasaki made just by hearing that. And he's a kind guy. He never asked anything, just said I understand. I hung up, and looked at the calendar. There were 4 more months, a year since I met Hikari Umasaki. Huh? This is fine, right? Time flew. Hikari Umasaki probably discarded her bothers, and like before, went crazy every day, pulling pranks everywhere. Anyway, I'm going to play as much as I want. On Hikari's calendar, every day is Sunday. So aren't you a neat now? Also, anyway, work hard to discarding your status as a virgin. If you're always thinking about Hikari and not go out with other girls, Hikari here won't feel relaxed. I don't need you to worry about that. And also, I want to go into a men's bath, just once. I want to enjoy the sight of naked handsome guys after they're done with their club activities. Please don't. I'm satisfied though I was treated as a suspicious person. You went ahead with it? And so on. Hikari Umasaki got more agitated by the day. Goodness, thanks to her, rumors of me doing dumb things is going to spread everywhere. Well, as long as she's happy, it's fine. Yahoo Sakamoto. I asked the class out to go out for karaoke tomorrow. Do your best, okay? Seriously. Again with the unnecessary stuff. I chuckled to myself as I read on. Sakamoto. It's great to be in your body. There's a strange illustration on the journal, and the Hikari Umasaki in the illustration blew me a kiss. I couldn't help but frown. I wasn't too sure, but it seemed Hikari Umasaki's really happy. But the cruel truth loomed to us. Hikari Umasaki's revival time was shortened by 30 minutes, and got shorter, to an hour. At this point, however, she did not sigh about this. So, I couldn't say any deflating words either. I had to pretend to remain strong, and so, time continued to pass. Sakamoto. It's cold. What's going on? On this day, so close to the end of the year, I arrived at the station while the sun was setting. This morning, the journal had the words "Come to the station at 6 p.m. Prepare a bag and clothes." Right. That. You said it'll be given to me when we meet here. And at this point it was 6 p.m. For some reason, there was a girl at the station waiting for me. Kasumi handed me a letter. What's this? What's the matter, Sakamoto? You told me to hand this to you when we meet. It's nothing. Thanks. I received the letter Kasumi received from the yesterday me, and once I opened it, I saw the words, "If Sakamoto's going to keep worrying about Hikari, Hikari will be worried. Be Kasumi's escort." Hikari Umasaki probably was worried that I would continue to yearn for her, that I might end up like Keisharo. She wanted to match me up with Kasumi. I knew her intentions, but this occasion was awkward, because this day was. I'm glad, Sakamoto. You chose me. On Christmas Eve, such an important day. So this means, I have a chance? Right, it's Christmas Eve. Wait. Hey. This isn't good. Kasumi's all dressed up as a girl. Her clothes and hair looked like they're going for the kill. Also, Kasumi just said, "I told my family that I'll be spending the night at a friend's place." It's 6 now, you know. There are still many couples on the streets. If I'm just going to have a meal and tell Kasumi that'll be it for the night, I wish you a happy winter break, I'll be lynched to death, right? What do I do? But at this point, it was pointless to say anything. First, I followed the instructions in the letter Hikari Yumasaki gave me, and went to the restaurant we booked beforehand for dinner, and exchanged gifts. The gift was already packed neatly at the bottom of the bag. I hoped we would be able to chat on to pass the time, and try to make it last until dawn. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned, as Kasumi proposed that we leave, so I had no choice but to follow her out of the restaurant in a lethargic manner. Damn it, I should have noticed when we're about to pay, but there's a lot of money in my wallet. I guess it's meant for me to splurge. After that, we're just strolling around on the streets on this Christmas Eve. Before I knew it, Kasumi grabbed my arm, and was acting like a lover. She was staring at me from time to time with some intent, saying, "It's time." I tried to pass it off, saying, "Let's continue walking, okay?" However, her blazing eyes were obviously begging for something. Not good, not good, this isn't good. Somebody save me, I'm serious. Right when I was being all anxious, we came to a crossroad junction with few passers-by, and Kasumi suddenly exclaimed, "Do you remember this place?" I looked around, wondering, did something happen here? I couldn't remember at all, but it's probably something that happened while Hikari Yumasaki's personality was active. In this situation, it'll be very inappropriate to look as though I don't know anything. Yeah, I do. Anyway, let's just try to let this conversation flow. You hugged me tightly over here. What did she say? That's my first encounter with you, Sakamoto. I was harassed by a delinquent here, and you saved me. Back then, you were the one who saved me. You were sexy dream. So that's how it is. Back then, you were so cool. You had strength and guts. I was relieved when you hugged me. She seemed to be dreaming as she said this. She was happy, delighted. However, I didn't dare to look in her eyes. That's because she didn't know that the one she fell in love with wasn't me. She fell in love with the me who's soon going to vanish from this world. Not me. But the one time when I really came to like you, Sakamoto. Was probably afterwards. I lifted my head in surprise. Those words took me by surprise. When Mohawk came to the classroom. You were the one who saved me, Sakamoto. Back then, you were panicking, and yet you stood before Mohawk to protect me. Actually, you aren't used to such things, right? So that's why Sexy Dream put on the mask? No, that apostrophe s. But you saved me, Sakamoto. You brought your courage and saved me with all you could. You kept fighting in front of everyone, even without the Sexy Dream mask. Back then, I realized, Sakamoto's a scaredy cat, a little more timid than the appearances shows. But despite this you are still a strong, yet kind person. That's why I like you. Kasumi's gentle voice left me speechless. I was always mistaken. I thought the one she liked wasn't me, but it didn't seem to be the case. She actually likes me. It's because I like you like this, Sakamoto, that I really like this timid you today. Kasumi went straight for the kill. Was I found out? I was so looking forward to today though. Sorry. I guess when it comes to such things, it's fine. I'm already happy that you asked me out on this special day. My words were already cold to the max, yet Kasumi responded with a very kind smile. She's really a kind girl. She got rejected over and over again, yet she's always being kind to me. Really? But it's Christmas Eve today. I still want another gift. However, Kasumi on this day seemed a little different. Just today. I want this gift from you, Sakamoto! Kasumi's looking at me with an alluring face, and she closed her eyes, her face slightly lifted up. That's At this point, there's no escaping. I prepared myself mentally, approached Kasumi, and embraced her by the shoulders. And then, her lips. Time passed just like that, and after about 2 minutes, there's only silence during this time. Kasumi, being impatient that she had to wait, opened her eyes, gave me an unhappy look, and even said, "Sakamoto, you're a coward." Even she said this about me. But she immediately regained her smile, and with much reluctance, she said, "I'll continue to keep pestering you." "Eh?" she said with a clear voice. "I'll keep waiting, until you embrace me willingly." Until then, until with today's events. Kasumi gave me a smile, and ran away. As the snow started to fall on this night, I stood rooted to the spot, blankly. "Thanks," I muttered to myself in this world glittering with white snow, with nobody around. Gah! A year passed on the calendar, and it was January. "I'm going to clear all the games I piled up. I'm not going to die until I get all the heroines in this amazing game. Watch me. I'm going to clear this overnight, my brides." Hikari Umesaki's idiotic rampage caused me to be severely sleep-deprived, and at this moment, I'm resting in the infirmary. Ah, the bell rang. Class started. Whatever, just 1 hour of nap then. Did you get worn out because you had a one-night stand with your girlfriend? This is why you're a delinquent. You might not be wrong there, Fufafu. There's a lot of be implied there. This teacher is feeling lonely. The strange-looking color of the muffler would remind one of winter, swaying about. The nursing teacher Higumo looked away from the book in her hands, and asked me, "I say, Akatsuki, is there anything bothering you at the moment?" "No. Nothing." "Why?" How do I put it? "I guess I have a feeling," Higumo noted vaguely. It looked like she had something to say. With a concerned smile, she said, "Well, seeing a goody-goody like you, I'm sometimes scared. You're always considerate towards others, so much that you might offer your life to help someone else." Akatsuki, Higumo took a breath, and continued. She looked a little anguished. "Doing things as what others say might not be the right thing to do. If you lie to yourself, you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Regret is the punishment to not working hard. For the one who bears responsibility, your remaining life is a tad too long." Silence lingered between us. Higumo looked at me worried. In response, "What are you saying?" "I don't have any worries." "Is that so?" "Yeah." I glanced aside at a worried-looking Higumo, and again looked up at the ceiling. "It's probably just me, but an unspeakable uneasiness struck me, but it's common." I ignored Higumo, and kept quiet. Higumo's lonely expression continued to linger in my mind. However, I angered Yukiko. The days and the months passed, and it was February, when the winter remained harsh. Now what? After I had a bath, I saw the chocolate Yukiko made, and then I remembered that it's Valentine's Day tomorrow. So I couldn't help but say, "Who's this for?" "Is it for brother?" "You're a brocon, Yukiko," and then she lashed out saying, "I'm not going to give it to you, brother." "What did you do?" I wanted to have the chocolate Yukiko made. I don't like the thought of dying and becoming restless-san. Sakamoto, try to get the chocolate, please. She wrote the wrong kanji for self-sealed spirit. No, I guess it's decent in this situation. No, more important. TN, resligist. Basically a spirit that gets stuck in a building or land, unable to pass on. In this context, probably a manga shout-out to a 4, called Rikan. It looked like Yukiko made chocolate for Valentine's, but Hikari Umesaaki did some unnecessary stuff and angered her. Actually, Yukiko's a proud one. If I apologize to her, I guess she'll forgive me. Just a note, I guess there's something of a Valentine's Day gift on the table. There's a box of Koala March snack there, and a card with the words "with love." So she forgot about it. And I thought Valentine's Day was one girls will never forget. Now then, what do? I felt a headache, but it seemed I worried too much. That day, after dinner, I was spacing out, watching the TV. At that moment, Yukiko sat beside me, grumbling away. What she muttered was, "Yukiko's not going to give chocolate to a guy who's not delicate, like brother. I'm going to give it to Kaoru." Yukiko just going for this. Yukiko's not going to give chocolate to brother, even if it's a little. Yukiko's going to eat it tomorrow. Too bad brother is not going to eat it. The chocolate Yukiko made is delicious. Surely anyone will regret not eating it. This isn't a bluff. Yukiko worked so hard to make it. Yukiko practiced. For this day. Yukiko's not going to give it to brother. Sobs. That's how it turned out. Well, it looked like her pride would continue to be at work since she did say won't give it to brother, and I wouldn't say I want it. But I knew that the chocolates in the fridge, and the amount of effort put into packaging clearly didn't show that it's leftovers. Well, she worked so hard into preparing, and yet it's going to be there until Valentine's over. Yukiko's glowing to break down in tears. Goodness, looks like I got no choice. Hey, Yukiko. What? You still have some of your handmade chocolate left, so why don't you give it to me? Please, I didn't get any chocolate today. If I don't get any from my family, I'll suffer. It's a lie. Both Kasumi and Misaki gave me some really delicate chocolates. To the one I love. Even Kinoshita showed his affections towards me. I apologize for what happened before. Forgive me, okay? We're siblings, right? Just in case. I gave a little nudge. After that, Yukiko went silent for a few minutes. At first, she was still looking displeased, but then, her face started to show a smile. I guess it can't be helped then. Really, if you wanted to, you could have said so. I just so happened to have some left, so I'll just give them to you. It's troublesome to deal with it, so perfecting time. It is just chocolate between relatives. Don't get cocky. Yukiko did her best to hide her smile, giving a strange look of a fake angry face as she yelled. Then, she took out the nicely wrapped chocolate from the fridge, and handed it over to me. Goodness. Yukiko hates you, brother. Don't be mistaken, Yukiko said, while blushing. Yes, thank you, Yukiko. Well, I finally got the chocolate Yukiko made. To be honest, I feel it's a pity to leave such delicious chocolate to me tomorrow. But if I didn't, I'll get punished again. I left a slip on the chocolate. Enjoy it, and left the chocolate in the fridge. Seriously, remember to thank me. Tomorrow's me. Again. Some time passed. Welcome. Good afternoon. March was approaching, and the weather finally got warmer. On this day, I came to visit Madame Hingiko. There's only one reason. Yesterday's me left a short message. Mama said welcome back. It's cold, isn't it? Come, hug Adam. This one's one. Ah, thank you. I hugged the black cat Adam, which seemed to be a little too fat, giving a wry smile. At the very least. It's energetic. After drinking some of the green tea Madame Hingiko brewed, my body warmed immediately, and my heart calmed down as well. Now then, time to ask, Madame Hingiko. I got something to ask. Yufufu. Looking at you now, I guess Hikari never told you the details. Hikari came here yesterday. As expected. It looked like Hikari Yumisaki finally confessed everything to Madame Hingiko. A long time passed since Hikari Yumisaki decided to confess, but it seemed she finally made up her mind. Both mother and daughter were about to reunite, yet she told her mother that she was about to vanish, and it's really tragic. To be honest, I didn't know what expression I should have as I came here. Like usual, she came by and wandered around the watermelon field. And I knew it's Hikari's personality that showed up. I watched by the side quietly, hoping that she might show up. Then she really came over to me slowly. I couldn't help but cry when I saw this. So, even though I wanted to wait until the very end, I couldn't help it. I opened the door, and found her standing before me. She kept apologizing over and over again. She didn't have to apologize for anything. Madame Hingiko made a joke at the end, and started laughing. However, I remained grim-faced. I knew I should not be giving such a face, but my body just wouldn't obey. After that, we chatted a lot, about how much fun it is being Akatsuki's other half. What happened? She's really fond of you, it seems. Everything she talked about what you, and she had joy on her face as she talked. And then, you heard? Yes, I suppose. That moment will be arriving soon. I'm sorry, Fufu. There's no need to apologize. It's thanks to you that I'm able to see Hikari. And also, I saw quite a bit of her smile too. Madame Hingiko chuckled. She did not cry. Surely she did. And surely she was enduring the tumultuous emotions. Actually, she probably didn't want to see my face. Thinking about this, I felt guilty. However, Madame Hingiko did her best to show a smile, and talked about what her dearest daughter talked about, what kind of life the daughter living in my body had, a lot of things. Till the end, she kept a smile. Akatsuki. I was about to head home. She sent me off at the corridor, and tenderly said to me, "Thank you. It's great that Hikari's able to live in your body." I could not answer, just enduring the tears that were about to fall took all my might. And so time passed by in an increasingly rapid manner. Hikari Yumasaki happily passed her remaining time. She created doujins with Yukiko, and went about having fun. She went dating with Misaki, was caught by Kasumi, and interrogated. Also, Keisuo, Kinoshita, and even Mohawk joined in to form the sexy dream squadron. Every day, she enjoyed herself, and was glowing until the very end of her life. All for the sake of not leaving behind any regrets in her remaining time, not leave any regrets in her life. Thinking about this, I felt a little dejected. This is the place Hikari loves. We often have our hero meetings here. Keisuo lifted his head at the sky, muttering, "We're at the balcony of Dakyuu High School." At first, we were having tea at the South Star, and then I asked Keisuo, "Is there any place to relax around here?" So he brought me here. I was an outsider, but Keisuo said there's a way to get in, so we sprinted all the way here. This guy's being reckless recently. That person always like high places. I stood at a corner of the roof, imagining Hikari Yumasaki at this location with a great view, spreading her arms wide, the black hair fluttering with the wind, giving a shining smile. It's going to be a year soon. I let my thoughts run wild, and suddenly muttered this for some reason. The spring breeze was gentle and wind, seemingly wearing at the memory's little bridle. It had been a year since the moment when I first laid on the watermelon field, wondering if I lost my memories. Sakamoto. What is it? Keisuo turned his back on me, asking, "You're not thinking of dying for Hikari's sake, are you? What are you saying now?" She made up her mind. I too made up my mind. "If you're worried, you can go wait at the crossing on June 25th. Either way, the personality showing up that day isn't going to be me." Yeah. Sorry, forget about what I've just said. After that, Keisuo too went silent. Several hours passed, and we never chatted, instead immersed in the wordless time. The sunset seemingly tried to summon the anxiety in our hearts, and was etched deep in my eyes. Late March, during the spring vacation as the plums bloomed, Hikari Yumasaki wrote on the journal. 1. Buy a 500 yen ticket at the station. 2. Get down to the last station of the express train. 3. Ride the bus there. 4. See the map Hikari personally drew. I followed the instructions, and finally came to that place. Isn't this the camping site? My childhood memories. The camping site where Hikari Yumasaki and I somehow met, and had memories of. Haha. How nostalgic. I remember us playing by that river, but Hikari Yumasaki wouldn't come over. So, what's note? There's a letter in the journal, the envelope with the words "Open only when you arrive." I open it, and found another map. However, this wasn't an ordinary map. There were marks, and also a dot. I see, a treasure map. First, I tried digging at the place with the mark, and dug up a lot of upskirt photos of Kasumi, Yukiko and others. How did you manage to take so many? How indecent. I'm confiscating. Then, at the mark, I dug up something packed inside a plastic bag. I opened it, and found a photo of Mohawk and I wearing bloomers and them making ridiculous bodybuilder poses. Naturally, I threw them into the river. I could see Kasumi blushing as she waved her arms about in a corner of the photo. Better forget about this. And then, I found photos at the place with the mark, but it wasn't a photo taken by Hikari Yumasaki. So there's such a photo. It's a photo of kids, filled with memories. Right, it's the photo of our encounter. Hikari Yumasaki probably found it from Madame Hingiko. The girl in the center wearing a headband was Miyamoto. Yeah, I remembered her face. I was beside her, and back then, my face wasn't that terrifying. However, I could see clear signs of what I would become growing up. Once I did, I became scary. Then, my eyes landed upon a shy-looking girl. Back then, she was an obedient, timid crybaby. Right, she's my Polaris princess, Hikari Yumasaki. She in the photo was tugging firmly at my clothes, looking to be on the verge of tears. This is where we met, huh? The nostalgic photo caused me to reminiscence the past. No, I can't cry. That Hikari Yumasaki's trying to make me cry through some strange way. What's this? I took out the other thing inside the plastic bag. A letter. Once you read it, crush it and throw it away. Such a line was written on the envelope. What did she mean? I opened it. Throw it away. If you hide it, I'll get angry. She warned me. Got it. Throw it away. Really? Throw it away. I wrote this letter after summoning my guts here. Promise me. I say again. Throw it away. Arg. This is annoying. I retorted at the envelope filled with warnings, and opened the memo. Goodness, what was written? Sakamoto, I like you. The boy-girl kind. At that moment, I made up my mind to keep this letter forever. To hide the embarrassment on my face, I lifted my head towards the sky. A plane's trail glided through the wide sky. It went further up, glittering. It kept moving forward. Thanks. The time of Hikari Yumasaki's personality decreased by 3 hours. Yukiko. That night, I came over to my little sister's room, and called out for her. Yukiko was facing the computer, and looked over at me with annoyance. What is it? Nothing. Just a little bored. Let's play some games. Eh? We're with Yukiko. Yeah. Come, sit here. I took out the cell phone, sat on Yukiko's bed, patted my thighs, and had her come over. It was a little embarrassing, but I wanted to try this once. Go goodness. If you want to stick together with Yukiko, Yukiko shall obliged brother. Yukiko's a kind one. Yeah. Glad to have a kind little sister. Yukiko's clearly feeling happy, yet she's acting like it's dear for some reason, and her face looked strange. I couldn't help but grimace at her. I had Yukiko sit between my thighs, and started having fun as we played games. This should be the only thing left. What are you saying? No, it's nothing. After that, it was time to sleep. I had a look at the calendar, waiting for the death anniversary of Hikari Yumasaki that was about to come April 8th. On this day, it will be her personality, not mine, that'll show up. Soon, very soon, everything will end. After that, Doing this. The time was 4 a.m. In the dark room, I heard the rain as I awaited this moment. April 8th, Hikari Yumasaki's death anniversary. The weather was rainy. This would be the day Hikari Yumasaki's personality would show up. At 4:59 am, she would take over from me. Thus, there were still 59 minutes. This was the remaining time I had. Time to head out. I put on the watch Hikari Yumasaki gave me, and checked the time. I passed through the darkness, walked out of the room, and slipped through the corridor quietly. The rain appeared in my sights, and it was really heavy. It appeared it would not stop for the time being. I walked down the asphalt road that was flooded. The vinyl umbrella blocked the sky, and made it look a little twisted, probably because of the raindrops. I remember it was the rainy day. I heard the raindrops, and thought of the journal entry I wrote. There's something I have to apologize to you about, Hikari Yumasaki. I lied. I walked down to the crossing where Hikari Yumasaki died. I told you the Atelier journal contained the truth to the revival. There's still an hour left. What would her feelings be when she wakes up? I said that on the 444th day after the death, the 25th of June this year would be the only day to negotiate with the death god. She would probably be fuming, definitely lamenting. 444. This might look like something, but I just made it up. But it did not matter. No matter how much she hated me, the one day to negotiate with the death god is not the 25th of April, but, as long as that person, Hikari Yumasaki, exactly a year after death today, April 8th, could continue to live, it did not matter. By the time you're reading this entry, on the 8th of April, I might have completed the deal. Sorry, Hikari Yumasaki. You probably won't forgive me. There's no way you will. But I'm really sorry, Hikari Yumasaki. I guess it's impossible for me after all. There's no way I can live in a world without you. I can't accept a daily life without you. So, Hikari Yumasaki, continue living for my sake. The water slipped down my face. Raindrops or tears, I could no longer tell. Sorry everyone, Yukiko, Mom, Dad, I'm really sorry. Forgive me. Choking on my tears, I went forth. There's still another 200 meters to the crossing. The location was at the other side of the corner. It was enough. I don't have to think much. I've decided not to turn back, just head forward. If I miss this day, I'll be unable to save Hikari Yumasaki. So, on this day I have to do this. But I had to stop. There was someone holding a black umbrella standing before me in the dark screen of rain, and I gasped. Yo! That guy waved at me, smiling heartily. Why? Shiro, so you came by? Sakamoto. Shiro was standing before me. What are you doing, Sakamoto? It's still too early to go to school. Why are you here? I paled, and asked. Shiro smiled, and said with rigor, time to go back, Sakamoto. I'm not letting you meet the death god. How did you know? I made a lie on the journal to hide the truth from Hikari Yumasaki. Naturally, I did not tell Shiro, and the hidden location of the Atelier journal was known only to me. I told Hayato to keep it a secret. However, as I thought about it, I realized. No way. Have you noticed it now, Sakamoto? Shiro looked up at the rainy sky, and let out a deep sigh, saying, Hayato Hyuga. That guy told Hikari Yumasaki everything about the Atelier journal. That Hayato Hyuga probably expected it, that you may have lied. He probably realized that this was unfair to Hikari, so he told her the truth. Hikari then realized why you lied, that it was 444 days later, and thought of what you wanted to do. Damn it. I see, so that's how it is. Why didn't I suspect anything? I'm the same as you. I asked Hayato why he was working so hard for Kiyaki, and this was his answer. Hayato saw that I was the same as him, wanting to die for his partner. The reason why Hayato did not want me to do this because he chose me to be the friend supporting Kiyaki. With this mindset, even an idiot would understand. Hayato would not just watch me die. No matter how I might tell him to keep this secret, it was pointless. At this point, the situation developed as Shiro had said. Hayato and Hikari Yumasaki were on the same side, and in a certain sense, he understood her feelings better than anyone else. That was why he would not pretend to ignore this unfair lie to Hikari Yumasaki. Hikari told me, it looks like Sakamoto wants to die in my stead. He'll definitely go negotiate with the death god before 4:59 am on the 8th of April. If he finds out that I know this, he'll definitely try to slip through. So make sure you pretend not to notice, and on that day, no matter what, you have to stop him. So you show up before me now, Shiro? Yeah. I've been in ambush since last evening. And you showed up. Damn it. I glared at Shiro with much regret. In contrast, he was sneering away, taunting me. Sakamoto, he called out, loud enough for a certain someone who's no longer on this world to hear. If you want to save Hikari, you're going to have to beat me. You win if you beat me. You can die all you want then. But if you can't, the smile vanished from Shiro's face. The hollow eyes were staring right at me, and I could not look straight into them. That's enough already. Continue living happily in the world without Hikari. Ha. For some reason, I started laughing out loud. Ah, damn it. I thought it would be a perfect strategy. I never thought I would be seen through so easily. But it did not matter. Too bad, Shiro. What? My plan failed. Good job, you guys. But you geese made a mistake. No, you guys are overconfident. Shiro. Do you think you can beat me? I stared at the enemy, and declared this. Hikari Yumasaki, I don't know how you managed to bribe Shiro. Shiro, you're not going to beat me. I have the advantage in height, physique and arm strength. There's no way your thin arms are going to beat me, Shiro. Firmly believing this, I smiled. I'm confident. However, who knows, Sakamoto. Hikari said that I'll win. What? Keisaro didn't back down, and smiled, laughing. Sakamoto. This is the opposite of back then. For a moment, I did not realize what he was getting at. However, I immediately understood. Back then, I wanted vengeance through my death, and Hikari asked you to stop me. Right now, it's me who was asked by Hikari, and you're the one who want to die. Look how far you've fallen, Akatsuki Sakamoto. I remember it was raining back then. Sakamoto, you were like me back then. That's why. Saying that, Keisaro glared at me. I won't lose. Back then, you were the same. The turbulent train overpowered Keisaro's voice. The memories of that day appeared in my mind, and everything before my eyes went blank. Regret and rage were mixed into my blood, running throughout my entire body. The rain poured harder than before. The next moment, I ran, threw aside my umbrella, and swung my fist at Keisaro. He easily evaded my fist, and landed a clean shot into my abdomen. Despite this, I stood up, trying my best to fight back. I continued charging into the rain. However, I couldn't reach. Not only that, I was easily beaten down. Several times, I stood up, and several times, I was beaten down. Keisaro again dodged my attacks, beating me down, and blood dripped onto the ground along with the rain, probably as I was hurt somewhere. I felt displeased. Damn it. I can't lose. If I lose, and miss out on the day, I won't be able to save Hikari Yumasaki. There's no second chance. Once I miss this, she'll never be able to be revived again. However, with all of my remaining strength, I stood up, and I saw Keisaro's anguished eyes. Stop. What are you looking at? What are you pitying? Stop pitying me. That was the last of my strength. I could not fall correctly. Keisaro swung his fists down on me, depleting my strength. I collapsed onto the concrete, the rain staining my skin. Why can't I win? The tears could not stop. Let go. Keisaro. Please. I beg of you. Keisaro remained silent. Let go, Keisaro. You miss out on this day, and you won't be able to save Hikari Yumasaki. I can't live without her. You're the same too, right? You're fine with Hikari Yumasaki dying just like that? I yelled at Keisaro, who stood in the rain. I believed that he would surely understand me. Think of what Madame Hingiko will think. She just reunited with her daughter. But they're going to be separated again. Are you willing to allow such a cruel thing to happen? Say something. Are you willing to let her die? I will not allow this to happen. Keisaro, you don't want Hikari Yumasaki to die, right? Or is it fine that she's dead? What about you, Keisaro? Sakamoto, answer me. Even if Hikari Yumasaki vanishes, you'll really... I could no longer continue my words. That was because Keisaro's hand was grabbing me by the collar. But that was not the only reason why I could not say anything. You know what I'm thinking about as I stand here? Sakamoto. At this point, I noticed Keisaro's crying too. Do you know the feelings Hikari had as she asked me? The feelings I have as I stand here? Please, don't say anything. Stop putting me in misery. The tears continued to fall. Anguished tears seeped into the rain. Also, Madame Hingiko knows about this. Keisaro's words left me speechless again. When Hikari went to visit Madame Hingiko, she confessed everything, about how she was going to vanish, that you want to die, everything that will happen today, everything. Impossible. But these actions are for your sake. Even till the end. Hikari was still scared of meeting Madame Hingiko. However, she's more worried about you feeling guilty for letting her vanish, that you won't dare to look for Madame Hingiko again because of her disappearance. To prevent this from happening, Hikari summoned her courage to meet her. And, she said everything. She prepared herself to see her mother cry, all for the sake of having you meet her mother again. You're a blessed man. Hikari thought so much for your sake. I said it a long time ago. But your life is the best of all. That's why. I can't let you end your life here. Impossible. Despair turned into rain, freezing my body. Was I the only one in the dark? Was I the only one in the dark? Keisharo did not say anything. I came to save Hikari Umasaki. But I was the only one who didn't know anything. In the end, I was saved by Hikari Umasaki. Again. I could not stop crying. I wanted to save Hikari Umasaki. However, I was saved by her again. Sakamoto. Keisharo picked up the umbrella and walked towards me, taking out something from his bag. Ah, it's a letter with a pretty color. That's from Hikari Umasaki, a letter for you. Letter. I received the letter Keisharo handed to me, and wanted to open it, but my hands could not exert strength. However, I finically moved my fingers, and opened the seal. Appearing before me was, to Sakamoto, the familiar cute words appeared on the letter. If you see this letter, this means you intend to die for my sake. I'm really sorry for pretending not to notice all this while. Don't blame Keisharo. It's all my decision. Hikari Umasaki. Sakamoto, I'm really happy by your feelings. Every time, you'll come to save me. Again and again, I was saved by you. That goes too for Keisharo, and for Mama. You kept saving me. Without you around, I probably won't be able to do anything. So I've already made up my mind. One day, until the day I'm able to save Sakamoto, I'll definitely choose to save Sakamoto. I want to be the hero protecting Sakamoto. This is my repayment for not being able to do anything. I want to protect the irreplaceable, most important. You that I love. No, Hikari Umasaki. It's just you who thinks that you didn't do anything. You're the one who changed my lonely life. Do you know how much I've benefited from you? And I said before, that I can't live in a world without you. That's because... The exceptionally pretty handwriting continued. I can't live on alone in this world anymore. The ones connecting my life to this world are the cold, yet gentle eyes line. It was the line that girl once wrote in her student handbook. The line that caused Keisharo and I to misunderstand. I'm finally able to use this line. I always wanted to use it once before I die. It's amazing, isn't it, Sakamoto? Really appropriate to use it here. As to be expected of this Hikari. Praise me, pat my head. And then, keep smiling. Don't cry, Sakamoto. This is my final wish. The rain got warmer, and my cheeks got hotter. The tears fell, my fists are clenched. Everything. Sakamoto. I ran. Keisharo hurried after me. Just a little more, and I'll reach the crossing where she died. As long as I get there, reach there. But, my legs do not obey me, and tripped me over. The rain pelts on my body mercilessly. As I fell, something fell from my pocket. The thing that rolled before me gradually got damp. Hikari Umasaki ''S. Talisman. The strings scattered, and the contents spilled out. Inside it was a piece of paper that was folded really small. The rain-soaked paper contained the words Hikari Umasaki wrote with her cute handwriting. Sakamoto. We'll be together forever. Together. Be together. I reached my hand out, yet it was not enough. Just a little more. But yet unable to reach. I could no longer reach for it, ever. Why couldn't I do it? The hands of the watch on my wrist indicated 4:58 am. 10 seconds, 20, 30. And then, come back. A voice rang through the rain. It was a kind, bubbly voice. The one who picked up the talisman for me was Akatsuki. Madam Hingiko. Thank you. I seemed to hear her mutter. After that, the time reached 4:59 am. I died, and she revived. Cut 6. Tomorrow I will live, to look for you again. It's a calm morning, absolutely silent. Not even the sound of birds could be heard. It's a pure white morning. The date indicated on the cell phone was April 9th. There's no sign of any mess in the room. There was nothing written in the journal that laid. Such a morning left me with a fresh feeling, as though I woke up from a strange beautiful dream that I could not recall. Thanks, I sent a message on the cell phone. The receiver's Keisharo. Sending. This short message is sent over immediately. Hey Akatsuki. Do you have any troubles, if I may ask? If possible, please tell me. Right now, I'm bothered that whenever I sleep in the infirmary, This teacher will just get onto the bed to sleep with me. It's the spring. The sakura's blooming, and the weather's clear. I skipped class, and came to take a nap in the infirmary. For some reason though, I'm woken up by the idiot nursing teacher who's smiling at me from up close. "Hey, what's with you, Kyukaku?" "Sorry about that. Your sleeping face is cute, Akatsuki, so I can't looking at you." Enough with that. Higumo gives me a smile, and I immediately blush, inadvertently looking away. She probably finds it interesting, as she covers her mouth and starts to giggle. After some silence, she says, "But time really passed by." "It's been a year, hasn't it?" "What?" "It's been a year since the time when you first came to see me." "No?" "Ah, I see. If it wasn't for what happened a year ago, I probably wouldn't be here. Besides, I won't be looking for her. Anyway, get out." "Not a good thing to be seen now." "I refuse." "It's rare to get such opportunities," Higumo says, hugging me with a cheery face. "Ah, that's enough already." "Damn it. I don't like it, but it seemed like a waste to break free." "Damn it." "Hey, Akatsuki, I got a request." "What?" "Probably some ridiculous request anyway, so I thought," and I retorted back. And as expected, her reply's stupid. "Want to do it with sensei?" Again. With that, Higumo pointed her index finger at her opened collar, and blew at my ears, giving off a mature alluring charm. "What the heck, we young folks are growing every day, and this woman hasn't changed at all." "Do you want to?" "Of course." "But I won't." "Foo-foo." "How dishonest of you." "That was for real?" "I can't be bothered with you." "Seriously, get out already." "A year, huh?" However, Higumo ignored my wishes. She started to mutter with a nostalgic look. "It's been a long while." "No, kind of short, isn't it?" "What's with you? What are you mumbling about?" "Kyuku." "Actually, sensei here is going to resign." The sudden news left me speechless. Why at this moment? My job is done. However, someone else will continue the mission. It's a pity that the promise ends without being fulfilled. This is a challenge for the children. I do suppose there is such kindness on this world, isn't the slash? Huh? What? What are you saying? No, more importantly, you say you're going to resign. Akatsuki. Higumo ignores my confused stated, and stands up. The hair flows, and the pretty muffler fluttered. With a childish yet piercing voice, she whispered, "You need to continue being kind." Huh? My cheeks touched by the soft, boneless-like hand. Seeing me space out, Higumo again smiles, and undoes the muffler, walking out of the infirmary. This is ridiculous. I, remaining in the infirmary, can only space out and watch her leave. I just feel like my thoughts got rattled. Time to return to class, I guess. It's a bit weird to be remaining standing stupidly in the empty infirmary, so I decide to return to class. I pull the door aside, and turn to look back at the infirmary. And again I feel a little lonely not hearing these words. I'm not cutting my hair. I silently close the door, and say these words. These are the last words I exchanged with Higumo. Like a proper high school student, preparing for exams, I pass this day as usual. I'm back. After school, I return home, and walk into my room. I'm back to my usual quiet daily life like before. However, it just feels that there's a large hole opened in the room, or maybe it's just me. I look around. There are pentabs, anime Blu-rays, figurines, games, bolsters, manga, doujins, BL novels, and all kinds of things. Then, there's also a notebook. Naturally, there's no reply to the journal entry I wrote 2 days ago. I knew that would happen. I saw everything Hikari Umasaki wanted to say on the letter in the rain. When yesterday ended, Hikari Umasaki ended. The cute words, the pranks that drove me crazy, the outlandish reports, the ridiculous rules, the cute illustrations, none of them will appear in this notebook again. Not like I can do anything about it. I kept repeating such thoughts in my mind, but in the end, I closed the journal to avoid having any lingering thoughts. It's not good to keep thinking about it. Now then, time to start. I'm prepping for college anyway. I try to coax myself so as to change my mood. Thanks to this year, My grades really slipped. To be honest, it feels like I was playing around for half the year. Anyway, I finally managed to return to my usual daily life, and so a week pass. Why is this happening? I assume that I'll be a mental wreck due to anguish, but I never expect myself to accept this current situation so easily. Of course, there are times where I feel lonely. When I wake up in the morning, I'll find my room all neat and tidy, and with people around me saying stuff I know. It just feels weird to me. Not having to write a journal before I sleep makes me feel that I'm missing something. Sometimes, I just feel powerless for moments, as though I've woken up from a wonderful dream. However, I haven't sighed about it. Surely it's because of the last letter she left behind for me. Don't cry, smile. I knew it was because of these words supporting my inner heart that I was able to continue living on enthusiastically. Even until the very end, she lived on for my sake. However, I can no longer open the exchange journal. Back in the day, whenever I woke up, I would open the journal Hikari Umasaki and I shared. Right now, even if I open it, there won't be any new content, I guess, only the memories she once left behind. But for some reason, I can't open it, because I know that if I'm to open it and see the words she wrote, surely, something might collapse. Sunday arrives, the sun rises, and I wake up. I take a look at the date on the cell phone, see that it's Sunday, and scan the room in a blur. What's going on? I just feel so refreshed on a Sunday after spending Saturday. So a week is this long? Time to do some cleaning up. This is the room where Hikari Umasaki and I spent time together. I want to make memories, and leave the stuff that person bought or got from somewhere untouched, but it feels like I'm basically admitting that I have longing feelings for them. Memories are memories, to be left buried in the heart. At the very least, I should at least revert my room to how it's like before. Alright, time to get pumped up. I shout, quickly finish my breakfast, wash my face, and change into comfy clothes. This motivation is important. It's pointless to remain dejected all the time. I still need to live on. With such determination, I start to clean up. I'm mentally prepared, but there's still a lot of work. Either way, there's way too much stuff. If I'm to do a cleanup as usual, I guess I'll be done in a short while, but with so much, I'll be done at sunset if I do this seriously. So, to heck with being serious. Rather than a cleanup, I might as well say that it's a full shake-up. With such thoughts, I start to clean up my room little by little. It's been a while since I cleaned up my room like this. Suddenly, something flutters out. While I'm thinking of a way to stuff the manga into Hikari Umasaki's personal shelf, something flutters out from between the books. A note? I have a look at the thing that fell onto the floor. So it's a folded piece of paper, and there seems to be something written on it. I pick it up. What's written in there? Hikari shows up after being forgotten. It's amazing that you managed to find this hidden Hikari. As to be expected of you, partner. This. The next moment, I can't be bothered. I start looking around the room, and I find papers stuck under the carpet, in the creases of the chair, at the back of the clock. When did she stick them? When did she put so many? Countless bits of papers are stuck at every corner of the room. The other half that I so love. You're able to find Hikari even after she's hiding here. As to be expected of you, Sakamoto. This is an after image of Hikari. Even if you find me, there'll be a second, third Hikari appearing. Even though I'm found, there's still more coming after me. You idiot. I'm a shadow clone. The paper slips aren't only in the room. They're also in the corners of the washroom, the corners of the hung scrolls, beneath the table in the living room. The house I lived in with her. One by one. My eyes catch sight of one of the bits, and with pretty handwriting, the words written are, the name written on this note shall die after obeying Hikari's order. Akatsuki Sakamoto, you died once in Hikari's place. After that, Hikari was completely revived. So, forget Hikari and live on happily. Please continue to live on happily. No. I can't cry. Got to hold it in. Didn't I make a promise? I can't cry. She and I, brother. Whoa! Suddenly, I hear a shout, and recoil in shock. I turn around, and find Yukiko behind me. That shocked me. What's going on? What are we doing? You've been looking around everywhere. Yeah, got to find a way to bluff her. Hold it, try to bluff her. Well, I'm packing things up. I'll be done immediately. I try my best to tweak my tone. That's close, but I should be able to pull a fast one. However, Yukiko, my answer doesn't seem wrong. But why does Yukiko look surprised? And her face starts to look sad. Brother, it's late to ask this now, but I'm curious to what you said before. What you're doing now has nothing to do with what you said, right? What? I really thought hard about it, but I don't get what you mean at all. I'm really curious. Looks like Hikari Umasaki said some strange stuff to Yukiko. What happened? What did I say? You said, on that day, tomorrow, I will die, and your brother will revive, so relax. I can't get what you mean at all. Those words. Even if it's a joke, don't die or anything. I heard that those who want to die will clean up the stuff around them. What you're doing now has nothing to do with it, right brother? I finally obtained a delinquent's body I always wanted. I now fear nothing. Yukiko got a boyfriend. Okay. Based on Hikari Styles' majority vote, it's decided that I'm not the one at fault. One day, the two of us will go see Mama, right? It's great to be in your body. Yukiko's sensitive to such things, so please don't say such strong things. Don't say anything strange whenever you want to. As punishment, brother, today, you must. Caillou. I can't help but hug Yukiko. I hug that little body, my cute little sister. I can't let her see my face. I embrace her tightly, with strength. Be our brother? Right. I won't die. Never again. Don't cry. I can't cry. I'll always be by your side. I promised her that I won't cry, that I'll continue to live with a smile. I promised. Always. I promised. I already promised. Brother. I just can't stop crying. That day, I cried for a long time. I let out a cry in this cruel world. In this world where I'm lonely. The sand glass continues to tick on, the flowers wilt, and the sun sets. The long dream comes to an end. Time passes. To Yukiko. I'll be going home after college classes this Friday. Say hi to Mom for me. I'll be looking forward to your birthday party. From brother. 3 years passed. On that day, I found something nostalgic. You found this limited rare Hikari. As to be expected of you, partner. Bonus points, 500 sit-ups. At such a place, the piece of papers in the crease of the gaming console I brought from home. I pick it up, and chuckle to me myself. Hikari Umasaki left a lot of paper slips for me at the very end. It looks like I've still yet to find them all. You told me to forget about you, but you clearly don't want me to forget about you, huh? I shake the little piece of paper from Hikari Umasaki, muttering to myself. Now then, it's been 3 years since the life of 2 personalities in one body I shared with Hikari Umasaki ended. I'm now in my 3rd year of college. As for what happened after then, what I've been doing after Hikari Umasaki vanished, the answer's that I tried my hardest to study. To put it straight, I was just running away from reality. After losing the girl I love, I felt really lonely. And to alleviate the loneliness in my heart, I got down to studying, with an anguished heart, to maintain my sanity. And so, a year or so passed. I didn't know if it's because I spent the time studying hard, but I actually managed to make it to the premier college. Oh great, the power of love really is terrifying. However, it does feel a little inappropriate to say this. Thus, I'm living alone. I can do whatever I want. But I do feel a little alone, especially when Yukiko sent me a message saying it's time to come home. You never bothered asking Yukiko. It's too late for you to be acting like a brother. Yukiko's not lonely. On that day, I suddenly feel like I missed Yukiko's pretty face. Looks like my fear of being alone hasn't changed even at the age of 20. But there are still more of these, I mutter, and carefully put the folded piece of paper into my drawer. I thought that there will be a whole bunch of them, but it looks like I didn't manage to find them all. Even after years, there are still pieces of paper showing up suddenly from time to time. Oh great, even in death, she's good at sudden attacks. And so I think, as I reach for a journal placed on the table. And then, nothing's probably written inside. These words encapsulate my loneliness. This is the journal I once used. I know it's meaningless, but I continued to insist on writing the journal every day. And only on the left side. The right side blank. To any bystander, this might be a strange journal. To us, however, it's meaningful. I guess I still have a longing for her. Will I have a sudden memory loss, and a reply appear on the journal? Will I suddenly end up dating a girl without knowing it? Will I again be involved with some ridiculous antics? Yes, I'm looking forward to it. So in the end, I didn't open the journal. I pack my stuff and prepare to head out to class. After class, I'll have to head home immediately. Yukiko already sent more than 20 messages, telling me to hurry back home. If I don't hurry up, my inbox is going to be spammed. I hope Yukiko will like her birthday present though. Right, time to head out. I say to the journal that's left alone on the table, and leave the room. Slowly, I walk down the sunny path leading to school. I pass through the residential area, and arrive at the bustling streets with loads of food shops. All I see are young people living the college life. Ah, those people with friends sure have it nice. In the end, I'm back to being alone. I really haven't grown at all. Life sure is tough. Hey, Sakamoto. But it's not like life never changed at all. Yo. Hearing this sudden greeting, I have to stop and turn my head round. A girl's running towards me from behind. Morning. Looks like you're in a good mood today too, Sakamoto. Enough already. Drank too much at the seminar 2 days ago, and I'm having a hangover since yesterday, Miyamoto. I retort back at the girl smiling at me. Even I too find this to be a real coincidence. I somehow end up miraculously reunited with my childhood friend and pen pal Harumi Miyamoto, and we somehow end up attending the same college. I never told her which college I was headed to, so we just so happened to bump into each other. I was chatted up by her, and was really taken aback. You got a memorable looking face, so Miyamoto said, but I'll just take that as praise. Let's go then. The streets clear up quickly whenever I walk with you. Thanks for the help. Don't say this as if I'm a snowplower, and keep a low profile. Ahaha. What's wrong with that? And you're my butler here. Hurry, go go go. The girl bares her teeth, as she laughs out loud. Butler, she remembers that promise. Huh? What's wrong? Why are you looking at me? It's nothing. I subconsciously stare at Miyamoto, and she suddenly tilts her head in a cute manner. I don't really have any thought about it, just that she got prettier. She was cute in my memories, but it just feels like she got prettier ever since she became a college girl. Really, she's a college girl in her youth. That old headband of hers still fits her, but well, you used to slouch a lot, Sakamoto. You're tall, you should stand upright. Also, don't frown all the time. What? This isn't a bad thing, is it? Not like I want anyone else to look at me. Seriously, I give you a rare tip, you know. I thought you got kinda through our letters, but once we meet again, I see that you never changed. Everyone has a bad opinion of you, you know. Shut up. This is good. My philosophy is that I don't have the need to make friends. Also, I still have contact with my friends in high school, so I don't feel lonely at all. But really, I was anxious when Kasumi figured out my address before I could tell her. Speaking of which, aren't you the same? What about me? I guess that's it. You seem like a posh, refined lady through the letters, but it's like I found that you're exactly the same as before. What happened to the crazy personality of yours in your letters? Ah. That? This feisty Miyamoto suddenly lets out a rare falter. And then, she gives a bashful look, saying, "You still remember the first time we met at the campsite, right? Yeah, it's impossible to forget about that. That day was the first time she and there's a girl hugging a panda doll back then. You remember? Miyamoto mentions Hikari Umasaki before I can recall her appearance. This really surprises me. You actually like her, don't you? The unexpected words come one after another, and I choose silence. I guess my attitude left Miyamoto mistaken about it, and she continues on, her face a little red. Back then, I kept looking at you, and when you saw that she couldn't cross the river, you wanted to help her, and made a fool of yourself. You failed, but back then, when this young me saw that scene, I was thinking that you had such feelings for her. So I tried changing my image in the letter. But this can only be done in the letters. I see. Hikari Umasaki, looks like you impact in ways we don't know of. Seriously, there are legends of you everywhere. What happened to that girl? Who knows? Basking in the breeze, I answer in a forlorn manner. I guess it's probably a coincidence, but my heart still rattles whenever I find Hikari Umasaki notes, and then hear people mention her on a day itself. Yep. Those days aren't just dreams. No matter how much time has passed, even if they start to fade, she did live on this world before. As my other half, while the atmosphere got silent, my cell phone rang, notifying me. I have a look at the center, and can't help but gasp. Kiaki. What's the matter? Your girlfriend. I evade Miyamoto's stare, telling her that's not the case, and then look at the message from the girl who shared the same tragic fate as us. Good morning, are you still alright? Today is the 3rd anniversary of Hayato's disappearance. Do you want to come along and clean his grave? Kiaki. Seeing this somewhat lonely message, I can't help but look up at the sky. Yeah, it's been so long. A month after Hikari Umasaki vanished from my body, Hayato too met his demise, and left this world. He kept smiling until the very end, never complaining at all, continuing to live on as Kiaki's hero, and vanished. He's a strong one, so strong that I feel that I'll never be able to surpass him in this life. His life is definitely not meaningless. Kiaki's probably motivated by that vigorous lifestyle of Hayato, and ever since then, her growth has been outstanding. After much enthusiastic practice, Kiaki now can move around the vicinity of her house without the assistance of a wheelchair. Not alone that, but the biggest change that happened to her is also, have you found any clues as to how to revive Hayato and Miss Hikari? Seeing the last bit, I can't help but smile. Right, even at this point, Kiaki hasn't given up on Hayato. The girl who despaired over the cruel future no longer exists. She swore before Hayato's grave that she'll definitely be reunited with him again, and never to give up. She knows that it's a tough road full of obstacles, and yet she decides to continue on. She wipes her tears, determined as she looks forward. She's greatly different from this me who cried, a reliable person. What's the matter? You've been smiling for a while now. Sorry. It's nothing. While I lose myself as I look at the message, Miyamoto stares at my face, looking unhappy. Sorry, so I apologize twice before talking things through. Nothing of yet, but I won't give up. I'll go over to you this Sunday. Until then. I give Kiaki this reply, and slip the phone into my pocket. Right. I don't intend to give up either. As long as we're still alive, there's still a possibility. Then, let's continue to struggle until the very end. This is the job of those still alive. I'm going to fulfill the promise that was yet to be fulfilled. To meet Madame Hingako with her. Surely we'll be together. Really, what's with you? I chuckle at a mystified Miyamoto, wave it off, and again look at the sky. The blue, tall sky. I'm sure that she'll be at some place under this blue sky. I believe that one day, we'll reunite under the blue sky. I silently call out her name, in a voice nobody else can hear. Seriously, pull yourself together. Look, we're going to meet late. I feel a sense of nostalgia in my heart, and Miyamoto slaps my back hard. Yeah, I'm sorry. Let's go to college. With Miyamoto prompting me, we head off to school. I'm back. It's after school, and after school, I head back to my apartment before heading for home. Time to clean up my room. I prepare my bag, change the birthday present I bought for Yukiko last week. Think. While I'm packing up. There's a little piece of paper between the gaps of the computer box. 2 rare strikes. Today I open the box and take out the piece of paper. It's what I expected. Hikari shows up when you're feeling lonely. Sakamoto, you're too careless. They're really everywhere. How many did she hide? She has no restraint, that fellow. I have a look at the note from Hikari Yumasaki, smile, and carefully put it into the table. After some silence, I pick up my bag, and is about to leave. Right. I close the window too. Just when I opened the door leading to the corridor, while the dazzling sunlight's shining in through the gap, stinging at my eyes, I realize something. That one. Where did that piece come from? I remember it's tucked in the computer I brought from home. It's not strange to have pieces of paper inside there. Then, the content? I did say, when I was in high school, that I want to live alone once I get to college. So even if she did predict this before she vanished, it's not surprising. But, what if? I start to slowly return home. For some reason, there's a smile on my face. But I know why. Surely there's something changing. I have this feeling. I pick up the journal on the table. My exchange diary, and hers. I believe there's definitely something written on it. Prologue. The girl opened a diary. It was a peculiar diary. They were written by the same person, but it became an exchange diary. The girl continued to flip through those memories, appearing to reminisce the past. At the same time, she thought, back then, what was she thinking, and why did she have such thoughts? And also, her thoughts about him. Hey, Hikari Yumasaki, why did I get interrogated when I went to school? What did you do? The girl could not help but chuckle once she saw his diary entry. She remembered that it was when she accidentally entered the changing room. She really was sorry for that. I'm going to show you that there's a chance of a delinquent being suddenly kissed while walking. Again, she laughed. That was the first encounter she had when playing as a hero. The encounter with Kasumi. That encounter brought her wonderful memories, so she could not help but smile. No matter how many times she recalled that scene, her face would warm. Yahoo! Spinach! And the girl could not help but laugh out loud. Back then, he fought a delinquent to protect Kasumi, and became a hero. The biggest delinquent in class, actually a coward at heart, stood up for another girl. And finally, he left that entry. Upon thinking about that, the girl laughed heartily. Following that was, "You did it, hero." "I did it, hero." That could be said to be the girl's favorite memory. She still remembered it. Whenever she saw that diary entry, she would feel that their hearts were linked. After that, the girl continued to flip through the many memories with a smile on her face. The memories of her bothersome moments to matchmake him and Kasumi, the memories of her anxiously watching him with that boy who misunderstood her cause of death, the memories of the commotion that was Yukiko's love letter, the memories of them arguing when she refused to visit her mother, the memories of another pair who also experienced the switch in personalities, Hayato and Chiaki. Each of them remained fresh in her mind. What was she thinking back then, and what did she do? What was he thinking back then, And what did he do? Those memories were all wonderful, precious interludes that she could never forget, no matter how she tried to forget. The girl smiled. She recalled those irreplaceable days. At the same time, she could not help but realize that those irreplaceable days were about to come to an end. It was a pity, but she was left with no choice. One of them was fated to vanish. In that case, she would be the one to vanish. She did not want him to die yet, more so than anything else. The girl really wished, from the bottom of her heart, that he would be happy. Such a wish caused her to wipe away her tears so many times. However, at that moment, the girl suddenly had a thought. If she was no longer around, would he still remember her? Or would he still continue to like her forever? Suddenly, the girl felt uneasy and anxious. As her other half, would he really be able to live in a world without her? Perhaps he might! And at that moment, the girl lifted her head. Having thought of something, right, there was a way, only one way to revive. Once the girl thought of this, she finally beamed, feeling uplifted, and the ideas began to flow. Perhaps she would be able to revive again once. Since she made up her mind, there was no time to hesitate. The girl nimbly moved the body of the boy she was used to, and sprung into action. When would it be? Of course, on Christmas. She shall make a prayer to Santa Claus that she would revive once on the night of the eve. Who shall she task this to? Perhaps that girl after all. She is the one who gave me the most support after all. The girl's smile broke into a grin. She had nothing to fear. Even though the sun would set, it would rise again. The girl stood up adamantly, apparently wanting to prove that. Now then, let's begin the preparations for the day when the sun does not rise, for the moon and the night sky so that the sun would rise again. The story shall be extended a little. Sunrise and Sunset Story. Cut 1, Yukiko, looking for the special one to Big Brother. The exchange journal. It referred to the journal shared by many, which the users took turns to write on. It was very sudden, but since spring of this year, I started having an exchange journal with a high school girl who was 17 years old. Somewhat. Not only did it describe our daily lives, it also contained our tropics and grumbling. There was a lot of variety in the topics we talked about, ranging from random talk to dirty talk. She was good at drawing illustrations, and included some cute ones, always writing my journal until it was really pretty. I guess she spent a lot of time on it. Well, I guess that with such an introduction, it won't be surprising to have all the unpopular virgins in the country say I'm so jealous. I want an exchange journal with a high school girl. Unfortunately, there were 2 points that were definitely not normal about that exchange journal between me and her. First off, the first point. This first point was what made it different from an ordinary exchange journal. That was, the person I'm sharing the exchange journal with, this Hikari Yumasaki, was a super miraculous idiot. Are you kidding me? It was 4 months into the start of the exchange journal. On a certain morning during summer vacation, I was immediately blasted by her. Hikari Yumasaki. Good morning Sakamoto. Did you give a nice scary face today? I wanted to go for remedials today, but the weather's too good today. So I ended up skipping class and went to the local pool before I knew it. Sorry, here's some psychokinesis. What is this psychokinesis? As indicated in the journal entry, I don't know whether to say if this girl's just dumb or stupid. She's always doing stupid things, causing trouble for those around her. A few days ago, she did something really stupid while shopping online a few moments back. She wrote 10 as 100 by mistake, and I got 100 mouse pads. Anyways, was there a need for 10 of these? What does she need them for? She's always causing trouble for others. I sighed as I continued to read. But if she was just an ordinary idiot girl, I personally wouldn't have felt bad about it. Skipping remedials and going to school? Haha, what an idiot. If only I could just laugh it off. But unfortunately, I have a reason as to why I couldn't laugh this off. And that was the second point that made this different from an ordinary exchange journal. Thus, number 2. That second point which made it different from an ordinary journal. That would be the fact that Hikari Yumasaki herself was already dead, and yesterday's me was her. Well, I guess even the smart ones won't be able to understand that, but I'm not lying. It's true. It was a certain rainy day in early April when Hikari Umasaki had died right before me in a traffic accident. Back then, I was coerced by a mysterious being who asked me, "Will you give up half of your life to save her?" And so I answered, "Bring it on." But, in the end, Hikari Umasaki revived in the extremely troublesome occupying my body every alternate day manner. So, in other words, I can live normally, but tomorrow, my body and consciousness will be occupied by Hikari Umasaki. During that time, we won't have each other's memories, so the actual experience inside the body is reduced by half. This is what it meant by my lifespan being reduced by half. It sounds nice. Ha 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 dot ha ha dot ha. So we had started having a life of two personalities in one body. We needed to share one body, so we never spoke to each other before. We have an exchange journal, and by using it, we got to live a peaceful life of two personalities in one body, without anyone else finding out. So I had thought back then. Drawing my consciousness to the journal in my hands, I continued reading. Now then, this is where the real problem is. To be honest, when I was going back, well, old habits die hard, and I returned to the girls' changing room. The police was called in, and it was really bad, but I managed to run all the way home in the Bermuda trunks. Praise me now, praise me now. Who's gonna praise you, you idiot? What did you do in my body? Faced with this idiotic journal entry from yesterday's me, I couldn't help but growl, you, and look up to Sai. I told you over and over again to remember that you're a guy. Well, as indicated in this journal entry, our daily lives of two souls in one body was always in jeopardy. It was commonplace for yesterday's me to barge into a girl's changing room. Over the past few months, I had been triggering all kinds of crazy event flags. But I am kind of happy about it, so won't nitpick about it. As apology, Hikari here will draw all she saw in the girl's changing room. As thanks, just give me 5 boxes of Goala marches, partner. The journal entry then stated, I could only sigh hard when faced with these words and the R18 illustrations. Why do I have to thank her for these illustrations she drew to make up for her mistake? So I mutter. She was a stubborn one. I continued to grumble same as every morning, and finally arrived at the basin to wash my face. Yep, at that point, I finally had a feeling that the day has finally started. You finally woke up, brother? I thought as I arrived at the living room, only to be met by these words. The girl watching the TV in the living room turned over to me with an unhappy look. Morning, Yukiko. It's noon already. Even if it's summer vacation, that's too lax of you. I lazily greeted her, and she answered with a scowl. Arg, looks like she was as peeved as usual. This would be my little sister who started attending middle school in spring this year, Yukiko Sakamoto. Her unique characteristics would be her petite body and her short bob cut on both the front and back of her head, her large, moist eyes always glittering, and a very cute face. If she did smile, she probably would have been very popular in class. Right, if she ever smiled. Yukiko was always aloof, or always fuming away. In any case, she was not good at interacting with others. Thanks to that, she hardly had a friend, and even in summer vacation, she was holed up at home. Dearie me, that wasted lifestyle was so like her big brother. Dear pitiful soul. It was. Damn it. Where's Mom? I wiped the tears from my eyes as I asked Yukiko, and the reply was still the same old disgruntled voice. Mom left early today due to sudden work. If you get it, go make breakfast. Yukiko's hungry. Like usual, Yukiko scowled as she answered. Seriously? Yukiko hasn't had breakfast because you overslept, brother. You're useless. Yes, I'm sorry. Yukiko grumbled away, and I answered tersely as I put on the apron. Yep. It was the usual today too. Are you reflecting on what you did? Be grateful that Yukiko never woke you up. Oh, right. She continued to grumble, but it was commonplace, and I didn't mind too much. So, what to make for noon? Fridge. Nothing. Besides, think of how you should be treating your little sister, brother. You're always causing trouble. Ah, Yeah, veggies. Maybe some fried rice. Shouldn't you be grateful to have a wonderful little sister? Yukiko's unhappy about this. Maybe. Need oil for the frying pan, eh? Where's the oil? If that's what you think, show some more love to your little sister. Leah like a pat on the head, or a hug. You really can't read the mood, brother. Yeah. Whelps. We ran out of oil. Mom, what have you been doing all day? If you understand, get to it now. Should be fine as long as you're able to go all apostrophe. Yep, I'll get to that later. No choice here. I got bread, so let's make some sandwiches. It was all vegetables, but it'll be healthy for the body. If you can do that much, Yukiko will service you too, brother. Lee like a shower together or something. Yep. Not easy. I didn't bother much about Yukiko's usual endless rants as I stuffed the vegetables between the bread, and sliced them into small blocks. There was butter spread on the bread, and it was a trick to prevent the bread from being all soggy. And so, after about 5 minutes, I served the made sandwich on a plate and laid it before Yukiko. Come on, just eat now, little sister. But Yukiko wasn't in the mood. What? Yukiko, you're not eating? I am. Then why aren't you doing anything? And anyway, why's your face blushing? Hurry up. Nobody else is looking. What? The thing? She was waiting for her brother to start first. Is that it? Well, I do think of her as someone who only knows how to grumble, but this is heartbreaking, isn't it? I'll tuck in then, I'll go ahead. I pick up the tomato sandwich and took a huge bite. Yep, even I find it nice. Come on, Yukiko, you can eat me. Why is she closing her eyes while blushing, with her mouth slightly opened? Why did she open her eyes and widen them once she saw me eating it? Why is she giving a pose? That isn't good. Why did you start eating already, you stupid brother? And in the next instant, a sudden punch landed on my head, and I collapsed. Yukiko wolfed down her sandwich, saying, "And it's because of how you are that you're always a virgin, brother." She then slipped back to her room on the second floor. What was she getting at? I don't understand at all. My little sister's weirdness caused me to tilt my head, but at the very least, she was entering puberty. I didn't think much further at that point as I munched down on the sandwich. She was a strange little sister. Well, that was how it was. I got beaten by my little sister for some weird reason, but my summer vacation was proceeding rather smoothly. It was always like that, but the two personalities in one body life with the Karium Saki would never continue without obstruction. 2 days later, the me on the next day hastily started an incident somewhere I didn't know of, and she had involved my little sister, Yukiko Sakamoto. Impossible. On a certain day, when July was about to end, it was supposed to be an ordinary day during summer vacation, but something suddenly happened. Yukiko was holed up in her own room, crouched in a corner, pondering over what just happened. She never expected such a thing to happen. No way. Yukiko herself couldn't believe such reality. Brother. Why did he do such a thing? That immature, timid big brother of Yukiko was still a hidden handsome dude. The long hair was nice to smell, and the muscular body was super sexy. Yukiko never expected him to actually do such a thing. Sniffles. Truly, it was weird. Yukiko herself couldn't believe such reality. Yukiko couldn't accept it. So, no matter what, Yukiko needs to investigate that. Regarding the one and only big brother Yukiko dearly loved, that big brother's special one. Brother wrapped a present. He said it was for a special someone. But recently, the present had disappeared from the table. It was the afternoon. With the crickets crisping, Yukiko rode on a bicycle with sweat all over. Yukiko was back, finally arriving at the Sakuraheim High School brother studied at. Of course, Yukiko's objective was her brother. No, the infirmary. At the south side of the school, where the sun was shining way too much on, there was an infirmary on the first floor. Yukiko didn't enter, but approached from the outer fence. Peeping in through the window, Yukiko saw the school nurse playing a cell phone game elegantly. She didn't seem to have noticed Yukiko, and through the opened window, Yukiko called out, I'm looking into where a present has gone to. Do you have a clue? She saw Yukiko here, and looked really happy for some strange reason, beaming as she said to her, Yufufu, before that, do you mind introducing who you are, cute missy? Yukiko Sakamoto, the little sister of Akatsuki Sakamoto from class 2-2! A. Sakamoto. At that moment, she immediately showed a stunned look, and then she walked towards the window, smiling brighter than before. HMPH, what was she getting at? Oh, I see. So Akatsuki does have a little sister, Sutora Higumo. She was the school nurse of Sakurahime High School. Big Brother has an infamous witch who tempted male students with her sexy body. Back in spring, Yukiko was stalked. Yukiko was carrying out the mission to watch over her big brother, and Yukiko saw their bodies intertwined. Back then, Yukiko was really troubled, wondering how Yukiko could split her stomach out in one go. Yufufu, how cute. Your eyebrows are exactly the same as Sakamoto. Don't touch Yukiko. She reached her hand out through the window, and stroked my eyebrows with her fingers. Yukiko waves her hand off angrily. That fragrance from his girl instantly got me dizzy. HMPH, Yukiko was being teased. Yufufu, sorry here. Ah goodness. Now she was showing off by opening up the cleavage under her white coat, showing off those sexy thighs too. What's wrong with the school? Big Brother was still a hungry virgin. He needed to be more careful. So you're going around to ask to whom your brother gave that present to? Yes, I see. So then, the school nurse that shakes her long ponytail, showing a bold smile, just to ask, why are you looking into where the present went, Yukiko? She asked such a question, and no special reason at all. Hey, I see. Yufufu, Akatsuki sure has it tough. She's infuriating Yukiko. And then, are you suspecting that I'm that special one? Yep. Brother has lots of videos involving school nurses, so Yukiko thinks the chances of it being a teacher is very high. Hey, Yukiko often checked out brother's computer. Yukiko really needed to put in lots of effort just to crack the password for his secret video folder. It was just that sometimes, the tag for the folder name will change into the capacity of this folder as 5 GB. Please explain yourself as much as you want, or the last modified time of this folder was 8:45 am in the morning. What in the world have you been doing in the morning? Or speaking of which, 8:45 am yesterday was the airing time of Hikari's Pretty Girl airing time. Maybe the anime of little girls makes you want to. Well, stuff like that. It does feel like some self-roasting lampshading. That was not all. Recently, brother said this is unforgivable when he read the news on a doctor taking photos, but the next day, he was already wearing a white robe. Yukiko-chan, let's play Doc 2 here. So be shy here and loosen up your clothes. Ha ha ha. It was really disgusting. But speaking about brother, Yukiko never thought he would boldly carry out diagnosis like that. Kaya. I see. So Akatsuki does have such a fetish. Dr. H. Sounds like it's worth a shot. Yufufu, HMPH. Why is she giving such a lewd look? Looks like Yukiko gave her too much information. Leaving that aside, may Yukiko ask if you have received brother's present? If that's the case, you may relax. Unfortunately, I didn't receive anything. Oh, just relax for now, sweetie Yukiko. HMPH. The school nurse continues on as she strokes me with her delicate fingers. HMPH. That's it for now. Sorry to trouble you. By then, Yukiko had a feeling that Yukiko would be toyed by her if Yukiko continued to stay here. In any case, Yukiko had to retreat as soon as possible. Yufufu. Now hold on a moment, Yukiko. So Yukiko thought, but for some reason, she caught Yukiko from behind by my back. What now? You know, recently, Akatsuki hasn't been coming over to the infirmary, so this teacher here is really lonely. So what? Yeah. You see, when I see how you look so alike to Akatsuki, my heart just flutters. Yukiko. Huh? What's she saying? So, Yukiko, the school nurse says as she holds down Yukiko's neck from the back. How about a doctor play? With this teacher here. Phew. No. Don't blow into Yukiko's ear like that. You phew. Your drool's oozing. Don't caress Yukiko's face. Why was she giving the look of a reptile who had found its prey? Why was she reaching her fingers into Yukiko's mouth? This woman's very dangerous after all. Yukiko shall take her leave. Yukiko hurriedly waved off her hand, and ran off without turning back. Anyway, Yukiko has to retreat from here first. That was close. Yukiko was about to lose something very important. There was some disgusting sweat coming out. Got to be wary of her. Yukiko has to tell brother too. Leaving that aside, Yukiko can be sure that she didn't receive it. In any case, Yukiko can relax. In that case, next target, that woman. Big brother wrapped a present. He wrapped it for a special someone. It disappeared from the table recently. After leaving the high school, Yukiko arrived at a nearby park. There were few facilities there, but there was a nice bench and a flower bed. It was a large park with a peaceful atmosphere. There, I asked the person who was playing with a large pet dog. Yukiko's looking into where the present went to. Do you have any clues? We went to Kasumi Sanada, the classmate to Yukiko's big brother, a bitch with braids. This witch took away big brother's lips, and inflicted an unforgettable trauma to Yukiko. Yukiko was waving her fists in happiness when she learned that this witch got dumped. In any case, she was just a friend with benefits. Serves her right. Sakamoto prepared a present. Yeah, but it's gone now. She gave an uneasy look, shaking those stupidly large knockers. They're an eyesore. Yukiko will never forget the matter of big brother bringing her home. Back then, she actually said, I hope you'll call me sister. That was ridiculous. I really wanted to squeeze out all the blood in her body from those tits of hers like milk. No way will I call her sister even if I die. Well, brother loves big brothers. He was watching a model show on TV recently and said size doesn't matter, but the next day, he was yelling, I could have touched my friend's breasts however I wanted last time. Is this a symptom of taboo? I wanna bury my face into the breasts. What's with the last time, and after that? He said. In that case, let's get Yukiko-chan. That's a little too. Yukiko really wanted to beat her breasts swollen. Even Yukiko is an A-cup. Sniffles. Does Sakamoto want to bury his face in tits? I would have been popular. What did you just say? Yukiko seemed to have heard something Yukiko couldn't miss out on. It's nothing at all. Then, are you asking if I received the present? Yeah. Do you have a clue? Yukiko, be honest. If this woman was the special one, Yukiko was already mentally prepared to commit crime. She stole big brother's lips. I didn't receive any present. Who did Sakamoto give it to? Serves you right. Enjoy it. Yukiko shall let you live for today. Yukiko. What kind of present is it? While Yukiko was cheering hard quietly inside my heart, that woman suddenly asked Yukiko that question. Yukiko only saw the box. Yukiko doesn't know what's inside. I see. It's not for me. Sakamoto. Of course. He was just toying with you. Who did he give it to? This is frustrating. If I find out, I'll definitely. What are you going to say? This one's really terrifying. This is all Yukiko has to say. Yukiko shall get going then, I guess. Well, whatever. It's my fault for liking him so much. In that case, I'll just have to be forceful. Mutters. Yukiko tried to bid farewell to that woman who wasn't listening to anything at this point, and walked away. Her eyes just looked scary. It was best for Yukiko to not get involved with such a person. But, the large dog who was playing around with the braids girl suddenly blocked the park entrance. Yukiko's really terrible at handling animals. It was a big golden retriever too. That fur color was the same as its master. Really annoying. Shoo, shoo shoo. Over there. Yukiko gestured with hands to chase it away, but it continued to glare back. No. It's not Yukiko's fault that your master was giving such a scary look. You're mistaken, so could you please not look here? Wait. Ho, hold on. Woof woof. That annoying premonition became reality. That dumb dog approached Yukiko, and leapt over. And, yoch. Wait, no. Don't lick there. That perverted dog shoved Yukiko, and even ruffled my clothing to lick Yukiko. No, please, stop. Don't lick there. Let go of Yukiko. Arg. Was this dog as sick in the mind as its master? Wait. Our owner, help. Yukiko's skirt is in trouble here. If Yukiko doesn't hurry, Yukiko's panties will. Yukiko continued to plead for help, but the dog owner was completely engrossed in her own world. A cold light was coming out from her eyes as she continued to murmur, I won't lose to anyone else if it's bust-sized. I'll just act like it's an accident and show Sakamoto. What was she mumbling about? Wait. Seriously? Save Yukiko. This is really bad here. Yukiko was about to be wiped out right behind that stupid owner. This pervert dog. If this stop it. Yukiko butt was weak here. Help. This is irresistible. How do I create this coincidence? Please, save me. I promise I won't slander you on the blogs again. I'm good at faking falls. I'll just have to practice being unable to get up after I pretend to fall. Wait, please. Really, save Yukiko. And then, with the mouth mixing skill I tried, really? Save me, see sister. You're calling me? What are you doing, Raito? Come here? And Raito really knows his stuff even as a dog. Thanks to the owner rushing over, this Yukiko with her clothes all messed up was saved down. Anyway, what was that? That dog's name reminded me of a certain harem protagonist's name. These two are bitches. After that, Yukiko continued to tell off that bitch who continued to apologize, and finally headed off to the next destination. Yukiko's butt was still itchy from that stupid dog licking. It actually licked Yukiko with enthusiasm. How indecent. But well, since Yukiko got intel, Yukiko shall forget about it. Doesn't look like she's the special someone. In that case, after that is brother wrapped a present. He said it's for someone special. Recently it vanished from the table though. In the sweltering heat, Yukiko continued to cycle for another 15 minutes. Yukiko was completely worn out as she finally arrived at a lone house. Yukiko pressed the doorbell, introduced herself to the aunt who came out, and waited at the corridor for about 10 seconds. The person slowly walking out was the next target. It was already summer, and he was still dressed in long-sleeve clothing. He was a thorough weirdo. Yukiko's looking into where a present went. Do you have a clue? A present, huh? Upon hearing that question, he folds his arms, and started to think. Takeyuki Keizshiro. He was brother's friend, and a handsome one at that. Brother's relationship with Keizshiro was so intimate that he had Yukiko stalk Keizshiro. Recently, brother had been muttering, always with those weird pranks. Maybe I should get Keizshiro to be mindful of this. He was the only one who knows our secret. Yukiko doesn't know what that meant, but to brother, Keizshiro was the one special person to us in the world. As expected, men. Drools. You're blushing. Are you alright? No, nothing at all. Yukiko isn't having some strange delusion here. That was close, really close. As to be expected of Keizshiro, he was able to pick up on the delicate parts. Yukiko still remembered the time when Yukiko first spoke to him. He came to our house, met Yukiko, and actually said, isn't this the cute little sister of yours? He said that before brother. Awesome. Keep praising Yukiko. Is that so? Anyway, you're asking about the present, right? Sorry, but I know nothing about it. Really? Yukiko thought it will be with you, Keizshiro. No, that's impossible. Keizshiro shook his head weakly. No, that it was completely possible. Very possible in fact. It was just a while when Yukiko found BL Dujin's under brother's bed. Also, when will Takeyuki Keizshiro pushed down Akatsuki Sakamoto? Yukiko heard him mutter that really seriously. The chances of that is very high. Is that so? Why doesn't Keizshiro look happy while answering to that? No way, that had to be an act. Yukiko had been eavesdropping whenever he was in brother's room, and heard brother ask him, you got someone you like, Keizshiro? What's with it out of a sudden? Well, Akatsuki Sakamoto is a pretty nice guy. You don't have an interest in him? Not at all. That was the part. That not at all part really sounds like a tsundere. The dream continues to grow. But a present, huh? While Yukiko was indulging in delusions, Keisuke started to think with a serious look. Which side is giving the present? Which side? What do you mean? His strange explanation had Yukiko tilting her head in confusion. At that moment, Keisuke bent down and asked with a serious look, "Hey little sister, when did that present vanish?" When was it? Which day the present disappeared? I guess he gave it to someone. When was the day? That recently. I want to know the exact date. Even if it's a day off, the significance differs greatly. That's why is he so particular about the date? So sorry, Yukiko can't remember. Really? Oh well. Which side is it? So Keisuke left Yukiko aside and started to brood, frowning harder than before. Just in case, if that one likes someone. That someone referred to brother, right? If brother had someone he liked, then what? I might go crazy with envy. Wait, Yukiko's heart lets out a strange sound. What was that? I don't think it's very possible, but if it's with a guy I don't know of, damn it. Am I no good? And not good. These problematic words. Let's play together next time. I want to see that beautiful again. This guy was a tsundere as Yukiko thought. Hey, little sister. Next time, when I go to your house. Yukiko was at her rational limit as she runs away with a blushing face. This is a great idea. But it doesn't look like Keisuke's the special one though. And Yukiko never expected him to ask the date. So close to letting it slip. Once Yukiko was done with investigations, Yukiko returned home, wiped the sweat as Yukiko drank milk. Yukiko then returned to the room, locked the door, pulled the curtains down. And laid out that thing on the bed, looked at it for a while, and put it on. Yukiko saw herself in the mirror, and couldn't help but sigh. This is amazing. It was a one-piece dress with a nice eyeline, matched with some mature-looking stockings and a dark-colored bag. Obviously it was not cheap. Probably branded goods, very pricey at that. There was no way these were bought on a moment of impulse. Why, brother. Why give this present to Yukiko? A few days ago, a female dress was placed on brother's table. It was carefully placed there, and looked like it was going to someone special. Who did he want to give it to? Yukiko was very wary of it, but never expected it to be for her. It's too short. The short one-piece skirt couldn't cover the legs well. It was cute, but prone to upskirts. Yukiko trips over often, so it was dangerous. Looks like Yukiko can only wear this at home. Leaving brother aside, no way can Yukiko let any stranger see her like this. More importantly, this was a present from brother. A present for Yukiko. But, impossible. It was absolutely impossible. Yukiko couldn't believe such reality. That immature, timid, hidden handsome brother of mine. His sidelong handsome sweating face caused Yukiko's heart to race. The neck so unbelievably sexy. That brother actually did such a thing. Only for Yukiko. Yukiko never expected such a special present to be for her. It was not Yukiko's birthday. It was not Christmas Day. It was not some special day, and yet that present was given. Surely it just looked weird. Yukiko couldn't believe it, and went to visit everyone else, but as expected, nobody other than Yukiko received a present. That special existence was somehow Yukiko. Sniffles. That reality caused Yukiko to cry tears of joy, but Yukiko couldn't believe it. Yukiko couldn't accept it. So, in that case, Yukiko can only attack the person himself. In order not to mess things out, let's simulate this in the mind today. Execute it tomorrow. Got to figure out the truth. The one older brother Yukiko really loves. The special person to him. Is it really just Yukiko? That idiot. Feeling sleep deprived, I was completely worn out, went down the stairs, washed my face and brushed my teeth. After a quick breakfast, I returned to my room for a change of clothes. I then sat on the chair and flipped the notebook open. I read the following words: "Nope. It wasn't my fault." That's how the entry started off, like, I was trimming the eyebrows when the nose itched. I couldn't help but sneeze, but I never expected to sneeze so much. My eyebrows went Super Saiyan 3 now. Gi give me some right now! Exclamation mark. I'm just joking. That idiot. Why do such a thing? I let out a really, really deep sigh. Of course, the reason was due to the face reflected on the mirror. The face that was already scary to begin with looked all the more terrifying. Really, I'm that now, right? I'm more like a gangster than a delinquent now. Ha 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 ha. Seriously. But then I shaved off the other eyebrow to make sure both sides are matching. Now you definitely look like a delinquent. Yay. Good for you, Sakamoto. Anyway, this feels really cute instead, right? Just relax and fall in love with a delinquent then. How am I supposed to relax? Don't make decisions for me like this. I didn't look like a nice guy, and I lost my eyebrows. No way could I find someone on this world who found me cute. If there was, I would have proposed on the spot. The later part of the journal entry contained her thoughts on the robot anime that aired recently, and she never apologized about the eyebrows. I glanced through it and couldn't help but frown. She really was up to no good. I was already feeling lethargic in the morning, and I closed the journal, lazily dragging my body out of my room with the fatigue. Ugh, how do I explain this to my parents? While wondering about this, it seemed Yukiko had been waiting for me at the door. She bumped into me. What? Going out? Nice dress up. No, I'm not going anywhere. Ah, is that so? Well, whatever. Yukiko was wearing a soft one-piece dress with a matching, classy bag to go along. What's with that? Did she look more mature because of this get-up? Brother, there's something I want to ask you. Me? What? I hope you'll answer honestly. Yukiko, with a blushing face, started to stammer as she fidgeted, looking completely anxious. Her eyes were blinking like a frantic butterfly. What's with her? Well, that, and with an adorable look, she was flabbergasted for about 10 seconds. She then seemed to have made up her mind though. With her lips tense, she gave me a strong, determined look, and then, "Why give the present to Yukiko alone?" she asked. Present? I was increasingly confused. What was she referring to, I thought, and then I understood. The present, as in that? Again, I sized up Yukiko. Speaking of which, Hikari Yumasaki seemed to have mentioned that she bought some clothes for Yukiko, and wanted me to give it her. I forgot to do that though, so it seemed that Hikari Yumasaki personally gave the present to Yukiko. Yep, she had a keen eye when it came to choosing clothes. Then, what was inappropriate about that present? It was not Yukiko's birthday, so why give a present to just Yukiko? Why you never did it for other girls? Why just Yukiko? I guess so. I wasn't very sure as I didn't know what that person was up to. It seemed that Hikari Yumasaki left a present only for Yukiko. So I tried to guess what Hikari Yumasaki was thinking. Yep, she definitely did it in the spur of the moment. Most probably, Yukiko in a one-piece dress has arrived. The one piece of the world is here. Wait, no way, right? But I couldn't just answer that. What should I do? Well, whatever, let's just wing it. Well, that, just in the mood. Yep, that's it. Really, just in the mood? But Yukiko couldn't seem to agree. But if it was just in the mood, normally, you wouldn't go this far, brother. It was not a special day. Yukiko hoped that you'll be honest. Yukiko was curious about this. She was acting different from usual, clinging on. Well, Yukiko's been like that all this while. Or rather, had she been so nitpicky about such strange things? Did such a thing happen when we were younger? I once had a tummy ache, and when I talked to her, I was being aloof, so she was really concerned. Did Yukiko do something annoying? She came to my room in the middle of the night, looking all teary. But when we slept together, she was happy. Well, leaving the memories aside, I had to try to convince this princess before me that verbally dumb me couldn't lie to save my life. So what finally came out of my mouth were just some vague words. Nothing to be shocked about. Well, to me, you're special, eh? She's my little sister after all, even though I was overly casual with the answer. Yukiko, why aren't you moving? SP special. Yeah, of course. You're someone special, so I chose a present. It's normal, right? I guess. Why Yukiko's special? Yeah. Oh, only Yukiko is special? Well, really, is this true? If you're lying, Yukiko's going to curse you to make sure you won't be with the one you like. Don't say that now. That sounds really likely. It's for real. Okay. And then, Yukiko went silent. Hey, what was with that? After that, we spent quite some time of silence. Looking at how it was going, I assumed that blushing Yukiko would say something adorable, but as expected, she was my little sister. Like usual, she frowned hard at me, and then, HMPH, is that so? Why, you could have said so earlier. You made Yukiko worry, HMPH, and so, she started raging again. Why was she angry again? Such a strange one. She then turned away, and hastily left. Hey, where are you going? Just a little stroll. Now that I'm wearing this, I'll walk around before coming back. Huh? Is that so? Goodness, you left Yukiko speechless, brother. How dumb can you be? With her shoulders huffing, Yukiko left. Yep. I didn't know what was going on, but it seemed it was all settled. Well, not too bad. If she was still angry, that showed that she was still energetic. I guess it was a little too early to mention this, but it would be really amazing for her to have a boyfriend. She was always fuming, and would throw tantrums for no apparent reasons. It was way too early for her, but if that happened, should I cheer on? For the boyfriend, of course. Well, it's finally summer vacation. Maybe I should play some games. So I stretched my back. At that moment, my phone suddenly rang. Who is it so early in the morning? What is this? I was left terrified upon reading the contents of the message. Another few came in. Written there was, Akatsuki. If you wish to, you can play some terrible doctor play with this teacher in the infirmary. Sakamoto, I bought a new pair of shoes, but the heels are too high, so I can't get used to them. Please come walk with me, okay? It'll be terrible if I trip over and remain stuck. Awaiting you will be the future you wish. Sakamoto, anyway, please clean up under your bed. You yesterday left something bad there. This is, here we go again. Seriously, that Hikari Umasaki did something she shouldn't have done. Yesterday's me probably did something unnecessary. Seriously, she was taking action without care for the consequences. You're not exactly special to me, just break away from me already. I grumbled as I thought about the usual foolhardy yesterday's me as I dealt with the messages. Seriously, I really hoped Hikari Umasaki could learn from Yukiko. She was weird, but she normally won't get others involved. Right when I was feeling displeased, I received another message. Written on it was, Yukiko, whom I had just mentioned, sent me a confusing message. While reading it, I was left perplexed at her. That message from my little sister was titled The Special One to Yukiko. Your ruined eyebrows are very cute. Cut to Valentine's Day. You shall become Cupid. Valentine's Day. As everyone knows, it was a ritual for girls to hand over chocolates to the boys they liked, a romantic gesture to express their love. And for such an important occasion, Hikari Umasaki went overboard by lazily handing over chocolates that she had eaten some of, angered Yukiko, and triggered a tragedy of being unable to get chocolate. But at the same time, something else happened. Actually, it was another hijinks relating to Valentine's. It happened in February, about 10 months after I had encountered Hikari Umasaki. When Valentine's was about to start, a cupid with black wings was about to rumble without me knowing. Wake up now. It's very cold now. Now. This Twitter account is registered by me without you knowing, Sakamoto. I'm going to vent what I think and what happened as much as I want. Once Hikari vanishes, Sakamoto will definitely be crying all day long. He'll definitely feel lonely. So when Hikari vanishes, Hikari is going to make sure Sakamoto finds out this account through some way. So this happened before. That Hikari Yumasaki actually did something like this behind my back. Hikari is going to make you sad and think of Hikari from time to time. I still don't want to be forgotten. That's why I'm going to keep tweeting, and leave some messages for Sakamoto. Leaving that aside, Sakamoto got really angry in this morning's journal entry. I'm really impressed that he's able to get angry all day long. I only used the wire of the lamp to practice some boxing, and then I ended up doing a shoryuken and made a big hole in the ceiling. HMPH. He's angry all because of this. That's why he'll always remain a virgin. It's all Sakamoto's fault for being too tall. But Hikari here is kind, so Hikari shall forgive. And Hikari shall be Sakamoto's Cupid. Since Valentine's coming, so now, it's time to go all out and get lots of chocolate. This is also to make sure that I can get chocolate. Virgin Sakamoto shall be happy too, and Hikari will eat lots of chocolate. Two birds with one stone, they say. And just to note, Hikari too intends to give something to Sakamoto. What to do? Leaving my stuff for later. Let's think about it when it comes. Speaking of which, got to bluff the girls into giving me chocolates while I have the chance now. First off, Kasumi. Let's call her. Calling. Wrong person. I called Misaki on accident, and told her, Kasumi, I want handmade chocolates from you. You're the one. Misaki kept giving a laugh. This isn't good. Well, whatever. No. Sakamoto's always angry because I'm always so lax about this. Goodness, let's try to balance this out. Anyway, let's give Kasumi a call. Well, whatever. Of course. Let's tell her, Misaki, I want handmade chocolates from you. You're the one. Now this feels fair. Better give a call right now. Yep, perfect. Oh, I see. Ha. She's laughing. Now this feels fair, right? I guess. Well, whatever. Preparations complete. Looking forward to that day. That'll be all for today. See you. Something seemed amiss. That day, I went to school as normal, and spent the entire day just like that. But for some reason, Kasumi was I don't know giving me pressure. I couldn't endure how she had been giving me pressure the entire day. What was going on? Sakamoto's first mouthful is definitely me. So she said. What did it mean? And furthermore, after school, senpai, your first mouthful belongs to Misaki no matter what. I could only guess that something happened without me knowing. Hikari's sense of balance is perfect. However, that was the only thing written on the journal, a vague one even. Something to do with Hikari Yumasaki? But even if I did think hard into it, there wouldn't be any resolution. And so, I gave up on pursuing the matter. Let's have a nice good shower today. Sakamoto's little Sakamoto is cute today too. Remember to brush my teeth after drinking milk. Hikari just realized that she's been sharing the same toothbrush with Sakamoto. I'm really careless. As a holy maiden, Hikari's somehow sharing a toothbrush with a boy. Hikari's a holy maiden. Hikari's a pure maiden. Hikari's a prim and proper Yamato Nadeshiko. If only Sakamoto had reminded me. Sakamoto must have been thinking Hikari Yumasaki's toothbrush. Kiss. Definitely. Seriously, that's why that virgin has been causing me trouble. Anyway, I'm going to use Yukiko's toothbrush starting from today. I got scolded real badly. I never thought I would have a roundhouse kick delivered on me, and also, a figure 4 lock too, and I got thrown down for some reason. Yukiko's going to use brother's toothbrush too. HMPH. So she said. And then Yukiko really took Hikari and Sakamoto's toothbrush. I got to witness Yukiko blushing once she realized what she was doing. Blushing. Yukiko's so cute. Leaving this aside, Kasumi sent a message. Let's see. What side ingredients? I think she asked that. Ingredients. Which on? Right. I want some of your big breasts, Kasumi just joking. Sent. No reply. Did I mess up? Well, whatever. This is all for the Twitter column. Do your best, Sakamoto. Yippee. Ouch. The following day, after school, I was rubbing my swollen cheeks gloomily in the bedroom. This morning, Kasumi suddenly told me in school, "How can I possibly squeeze them out? You idiot, you idiot, you idiot," and rewarded me with a few slaps. Squeeze out? What? Seriously? Hikari Umasaki must have done something again. Hey, Sakamoto, did you use Hikari's toothbrush to Sanfunkunjalamnu? But there was just that weird bit from yesterday's journal. I guess there shouldn't be anything much to it, really. However, what left me concerned was what Kasumi said next. But, if Sakamoto insists that you may directly suck. She said that, right? Now what did that mean? Definitely not something decent. I was left confused, so I just waved it off by saying I'll leave it to you. Looking forward to it. For some reason, Kasumi started blushing furiously. Seemed like I stepped on a landmine there. It was torture. Couldn't do anything about it. Speaking of which, why does Sakamoto like to call Hikari by her full name? Maybe it's because he wants to call out a girl's name. But it's so awkward. That's why he called out the full name. Seriously, I can't handle this virgin. Leaving this aside, I wanna grope some breasts. The flaw of being in Sakamoto's body is that I can't grope girls' breasts as much as I want to. If they look, they might find that he can be considered handsome. He looks fierce, but he's rather cute if they look closer at his clumsy actions. That matches the tastes of the majority out there. Feeling ticklish. Never thought I would suffer from not being able to grope. Hikari would have assaulted any bystander if not for the fact that she has common sense. If only Hikari was born without common sense. A boy's body isn't fun. Breasts. Enjoying a boy's ass in a public bath doesn't measure up to that, even though that does give some ecstasy. Well, enough of grumbling. Sakamoto's breasts are a little too pretty, aren't they? Like, well, the color of sakuras in late March. A faint color, fleeting and weak, a drunken scent. An aroma of spring, some sour in the sweetness. Color, clear, gloss, clear, shape, clear. I'm just feeling outraged for some reason. He looks savage. This is supposed to be the fetishes for a few. From today onwards, I'm going to call Sakamoto the Pink Nipple Strider. So while I'm making my solo act, someone sent me a message. It's Misaki. Let's see, Valentine's coming. Misaki shall prepare a really sexy Misaki. What kind of Misaki do you wish to see? Innocent pretty girl juniors are so cute. Let's think. Misaki's suited to be sadist after all. Put on leather equipment or bondage gear, step on someone, and then spit. Order others to call her Your Majesty. Or something like that. Just thinking about it gets me hot. Anyway, I'm looking forward to seeing such a character. Sent. Did quite a good bit today too. It was unreasonable. On this day, I remained alone at home, sighing away. I was preparing to head home like usual, but for some reason, Misaki was standing at the school gate, waiting for me, and for some reason, "Hold it right there, you pink nipple strider," she shouted, and I took an intense flying kick with that pretty leg. And then she trampled me over and over again. I couldn't react at all, and Misaki, senpai, are you happy now? This is the Misaki Caldera you were looking forward to seeing, she shouted. What was going on? I was thinking that it was definitely because of me the previous day, but all that's written inside the entry was a very confusing evil ugly spirit's look so fleeting and weak. I didn't know what that meant, but there was probably some demeaning attitude to it. Damn it. Hikari today is different from usual. I don't know why, but I've been feeling enthusiastic since morning. Just feel like these some days. Super Hikari. Let's start doing assignments with this mood. I can't write. I'm done with assignments. Right, I forgot something very tricky. Right. The frosty girl Kiaki. It's a tragedy. I forgot to remind her to give chocolates. I hope to receive chocolates from Kiaki, so I'm sending a message to her. But Kiaki might look aloof, not very enthusiastic about this. No, this makes me all pumped up. She's pretending not to care about Valentine's, pretending not to know about it. But on the day itself, she'll look away and then go I've prepared some chocolates. Nah ha 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 tilde. Kuda ears are awesome tilde. Got to remind Hayato to send chocolates immediately. Luckily I know Hayato and Kiaki will switch personalities every alternate days. It's easier to handle this now. What do I write in the message? Anyway, a draft first. 2. Hayato. It's been a while since you departed. Doing fine there? Valentine's starting, so that day, the virgin boy on my side, lololol, will be visiting. Please instruct Kiaki to spare some chocolates for him. And please have Kiaki apply chocolate on her naked body. He wants to lick, so please understand. I understand it's the delusion of a virgin, so please understand while mocking him. I'll leave it to you, probably. Perfect. Now he'll definitely be able to conquer Kiaki. Copy and paste. Sent. Hikari shall go to sleep now. What the hell? On that day, I was left distraught again. The reason was simple. Kiaki gave me a call. Hello Akatsuki, are you doing fine? I shall be honest, it is about the last time. I can understand that a boy will have such desires, and I know that you are different from Hayato, not only unpopular, but a hungry male with such malicious delusions. However, I do feel it is inappropriate for you to be making such requests to women, and at the same time, all I am left with is disappointment. If such a thing has to be done, I will only do it with Hayato. I mean, a.hayato.conlick. The long spiel of lecturing got vague midway through. But in the end, anyway, you're my friend and nothing else. Kiaki furiously hung up the phone on me. Why was I treated so unreasonably? I was thinking that it was the me yesterday. Hikari understands Sakamoto better than anyone else, the best representative. Hikari understands what Sakamoto likes very well. But that was the only bit written in the journal. Yep, I dare say that this idiot did something seriously, and finished the homework already. Anyway, leaving that aside, Kasumi and Misaki had been acting weird recently. Those two, that day, I'll be first, the first mouthful will be mine. They spent the entire day muttering about these things, and whenever they met, the atmosphere would be at breaking point. I'm reading Sakamoto's palm right now. Feels like his lucky line is short. He's sharing the same body as Hikari here. That's too rude. Can't stand that virgin. That's why his palm fortunes looks like he'll be a virgin forever. Let's just extend with a marker. I got an oil marker. Leaving that aside, it'll be Valentine's very soon. Thanks to Hikari quietly helping out, Hikari shall believe Sakamoto will have an unforgettable day. Kasumi, Misaki, Kiaki, Yuhi. Sakamoto will be really happy. Right, leaving this aside, I think I forgot something. What is it? Doesn't seem like anything important either. I don't think I missed out on any girl next to Sakamoto. Sakamoto should probably just want chocolates from these girls. Well, whatever. Must be me thinking too much. Yukiko's calling me. Gotta go. Dear Yukiko's so cute. She said, someone asked me, what's the most ideal way of delivering chocolate? So cute, so cute, so cute, so cute. She knew, but she's using others as an excuse. So cute tilde. So I just told her feed directly with mouth. Now Sakamoto has one more in the happiness column. Looking forward to seeing Yukiko's handmade chocolates. Let's see her doing it and attack. Yuhi can definitely taste that tsundere power at max. Then, Sakamoto, enjoy the day. I wanted to have the chocolate Yukiko made. I don't like the thought of dying and becoming wrestle. I just san. Sakamoto, try to get the chocolate, please. On Valentine's itself, those were the few lines at the beginning. It seemed Yukiko was preparing Valentine's chocolates for me, but because of Hikari Yumisaki's messing around, she couldn't get them, and complained to me. Seriously, what with her. But to be honest, it was not important at all, for I too was an endangered species. Me first. Back down, Misaki. Sanada-senpai, you should be backing away. Senpai's first mouthful belongs to Misaki. Not good. Right, let's explain the situation. It was the morning of the rest day, the location, my room. First thing in the morning, Kasumi and Misaki came to my room, fighting over my lips. As for what was going on at that point, it was simple. It was Valentine's Day, so I was hoping something good would happen. Hikari Umisaki seemed to have done something behind my back. I was about to wonder why those two showed up, and they ignored me as they started to bicker. With chocolates in hand, they seemed to be arguing, whose chocolate shall I taste first? What in the world did Hikari Umisaki tell them? Looking at this, I seemed to have become a winner in life, and I couldn't help but smirk. But because of my moment of carelessness, tragedy struck. Misaki doesn't know how much I want Sakamoto to have this first bite. Kasumi said, ever since I was saved by Sexy Dream, my feelings for Sakamoto. Her voice melancholic, her face was red-faced with that. Even Misaki said, if I may say so. While I was being a rotten girl, when I first met you, and even she too lowered her head, blushing. What's with the atmosphere? Both of them went silent. Should I be saying something? What should I do? But as I was useless, this happened. Faced with that situation, I was left helpless. An unspeakable awkwardness lingered around us. But the following developments swept away this heavy atmosphere. Sakamoto, Senpai, I too, while both of them were blushing, and intended to continue, that guy broke in. Hello bro. Got to strike quickly. Have some of my chocolate banana. Kinoshita? What are? For a moment, I couldn't understand what was going on, but soon, I did. This feeling, scent, taste. When did he show up at the Sakamotos? Barging into this room with furor was an effeminate middle school boy, Kinoshita. He seemed to have thought of something. Why did I have a chocolate banana in my mouth? What? This is too sudden. Half of the chocolate bananas stuffed into my mouth. I suppose there's no need to explain this. Black in color, curling up. This chocolate banana could only be described as majestic. Kinoshita's basically feeding mouth to mouth, stuffing the chocolate banana deep into my mouth. The soft touch meeting my lips caused me to shiver. The sweet scent of the boy, why does he have one? Left me dizzy. The taste of the chocolate banana spread in my mouth. This, it's here. Never expected a chocolate banana to be the biggest contributor of Kaoru's big brother. As to be expected of Kaoru, you chose the banana without Yukiko guiding you. You really know how to do this. And that, Yukiko, who was hiding outside the room and peeping in, yelled that. The chaotic situation got more intense. What are you doing, Sakamoto? Kasumi tried to peel me away from a clinging Kinoshita. However, the mysterious BL power meant that the boy clinging onto me had no intention to leave. Bro, this is the mouth-to-mouth feeding Valentine's you hoped for. Is this the Kaoru Kinoshita you hoped for? You used my special line. Misaki yelled and ran to join Kasumi. So it's a special line. Everyone got tangled up, and it was chaos. The middle school boy clinging onto the high school boy, the two high school girls trying to break them up, and the middle school girl hiding at the back, watching and squealing in excitement. There was a whole strange sequence. Naturally, my heart was filled with despair. It seemed that recently, I had been kissing Kinoshita. The one I want to kiss is devastated. I looked over at the table. There was a half-eaten chocolate snack on the table. Koala March. She only cared about preparing this much for me, and yet she forgot to prepare her own chocolates. I recalled the words left behind by this girl, and was left flabbergasted. To Sakamoto, all my love. Written on it were the words from my beloved. Cut 3. Tomorrow, Sexy Dream shall be destroyed, and a hero will be born. Sexy Dream, an ally of justice who fights the strong and helps the weak. Probably, I never got to meet that Sexy Dream physically after all. Well, Leaving that aside, justice is a difficult thing. Sometimes, when I did what I thought was right, hatred might ensue instead. And depending on the location, a tragedy that can't be salvaged might occur. What is the real cool sense of justice? What is the real image of a hero? Are justice and being cool unable to coexist? Allow me to speak of a story with this little difficult problem. That day, spring was arriving, but it was a cold day. It was a month until I got to know Hikari Umasaki for a full year. In other words, it happened in early March. Due to a sudden encounter, the story shall be started again. NNN. On that day, when the sky was still dark, before the bell rang, I suddenly woke up, and at the same time, I noticed something. What is this? There was a torn note stuck on my forehead with tape. At that moment, I realized that the culprit was the me from yesterday. In other words, it was an emergency message for me to be read before I opened the journal. Good morning, Sakamoto. It's very urgent, so I hope you'll forgive me to leaving the message like this. Please hear my heart out. It's dark, and I laid down, staring at the note intently as I read this. There was an illustration of Hikari Umasaki wearing a black suit and shades, like an agent. You're saying it's urgent when you're pretty free now, right? Anyway, hope you can calm down, and swear not to cause a ruckus. That's what she wrote next. Yes, what is it? Anyway, take a deep breath. Phew, ha, 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 phew, ha, ha, ha. Ahem. I exhaled. Now then, make sure that this isn't a dream. Pinch your cheeks, rub around, rub. What am I doing? Also, I hope that you'll realize that you're still a virgin, okay? How old am I now? I'm really useless. What did you just make me say? Didn't you say it's an emergency? And so, I retorted non-stop, as is tradition. But at the next moment, I saw something really shocking. So, Sakamoto, I'll say this again. You promised not to panic, so look around the room now. I can't hold my desires in. Sorry. Just joking. Huh? Desire? What do you mean? So I thought. But the message ended. Seriously, that idiot never gets down to writing the important parts. Well, let's just look around the room. So, feeling confused, I was sure it was definitely something stupid, so I scanned the room. I was wondering if she did some meaningless prank. But reality greatly defied my expectations. What? I was left speechless by this sudden development. That's to be expected. It's way beyond my expectations. Stunned, I looked around the room, and at the floor. Over there was a girl. Right. There was a futon laid out on the floor of my room, and there was a young girl, one I did not know of, sleeping soundly. Not just a girl. She's clearly very young, an elementary school girl. Wait, this is... I recalled the content of the note. I can't hold my desires in. Sorry. All the terms were swirling around in my mind. Abduction, criminal, child porn, selling virginity, comfort relationships. Hi Hikari Umasaki, did you finally cross the line that's not to be crossed? While wondering, what's going on? I was all dazed by this sudden turn of events. Before I knew it, I stood up from my bed without a second thought, lost my balance, and tumbled over. I wanted to regain my balance, but I could not steady my feet on the floor. I fell on the girl, and while I struggled, trying my best not to hurt her. Ow! What is this? Phew. The situation took a turn for the worst. It was too sudden. I had my limbs supporting myself off the floor, spread apart so that they would not crush her, and right beneath me was the girl who was sleeping defenselessly, her pajamas all messy, and she woke up due to the shock. At this moment, she probably misunderstood something. And even in this darkness, I could see the face of the girl pale. No, wait, this, it's definitely not what you think. Why? Wait. No, this is a misunderstanding. It's real. I wasn't planning to attack you. I just couldn't help it. Yay. I'm being serious here. I have a scary face, but I really am a wimp. I'm the virgin who always tries to recall the feeling of touching a girl's hand, even if it's out of coincidence, and enjoy myself. It's definitely not. It's causing the opposite effect. In any case, resistance was futile. The girl's face paled, her breathing heavy as she widened her eyes, and she opened her mouth wide, yelling, "Yeah, a rapist." Ah, damn it. It's too late after all. The girl's face was filled with fear, and she just yelled it out loud. Also, I took the full brunt of the girl's hit. She aimed at the important part of every single boy. The impact caused me to stop breathing. It's super effective. What happened? That scream was brother. The last thing I saw was my little sister opening the door and storming into the room. After that, my consciousness slowly faded away, and it got dragged into the dark abyss along with my collapsed body. Brother, don't die. Brother. I thought of Yukiko's screams as a requiem, and so, I lost consciousness. Yippee. This little princess is so cute. Come on, shout along too, Sakamoto. Little princesses are awesome. Damn it. Way too little information in this journal entry. Sometime later, I finally regained consciousness, changed my clothes lazily, and grumbled as I opened the exchange journal. All I saw was just some completely unnecessary nonsense. Damn it. I won't be able to figure out what's going on now. So I had to call Yukiko into my room, and ask her what happened. She would have been suspicious, so I just bluffed my way out by saying, I just got kicked, took a hard hit in the head, my memories. Who's that? And I got an unexpected answer. Please pull yourself together, brother. She's our cousin Luna. You forgot about that? Luna. Luna? I was left dumbfounded. Luna. This name made me recall something that happened when I was young. I remembered the lone daughter of Mom's little sister, this cousin Yukiko spoke of. She should be 3 years younger than Yukiko, probably in 4th grade. It had been 5 years since we met. She's Rina? It's been a long time since we met. But doesn't she live far away from us? It's not a double holiday, so why? You forgot way too much here. It's because of Aunt's work recently that she moved to a place near us. Mom just mentioned it, right? Yukiko answered. Is that so? Couldn't remember. Yeah. But why's she living in our house? And anyway, why's she in my room? Seriously, how much did you forget? But Yukiko did not continue on. Why, you ask? Because that girl showed up, with much vigor. Luna opened the door of the room Yukiko and I were in. Don't get cocky. I wouldn't have come to such a place if not for Papa and Mama quarreling. Don't make me repeat that kind of personal thing many times, you goody. So she finally changed out of her clothes. This arrogant one yelling away is the one we're talking about, the 4th grade Rina. The white tender skin befitting her age was speckless. Her body's petite, and she can't be considered a woman, but she's cute. The dress, resembling an evening gown, emphasizes that she's a girl despite all this. And what's the most eye-catching was the haughty, noble and cute face. The large eyes were giving off the charms unique to a girl, and anyone looking into those eyes could feel happiness. The long, narrow eyebrows, the tall bridge of the nose, everything about her was basically saying that she was a pretty girl. And this elementary school girl, Luna, whom one will pin much hopes on her, was standing the cross-legged as she looked down at me like a king. Well, she's really all grown up now. Before I knew it, the Luna I knew of in my memories was so little. That's how it is, brother. You should know that uncle and aunt always argue. Let's leave the feeling aside. I remembered about Luna's parents after Yukiko mentioned them. Oh, speaking of which, Mom did seem to be complaining about them arguing lots of times. It's all because, while Luna's parents were a stupid lovey-dovey pair, they would always have a specific moment when they would quarrel like no tomorrow. Since both of them are lawyers, I guess that might also be a reason why they can't stop quarreling. Once that happens, the relatives, led by our parents, would have to act as peacemakers. It'll drag on for quite a while, so during this time, the nearby relatives would take Luna in. I see, so once they moved to this area, the nearest relatives would be us. Goodness gracious. It's common, but really troublesome. They always give us lots of New Year money though, so I don't really hate them for this. I see. So you're going to school from our house here. Right, don't make me repeat myself again. But I never thought you would attack me while I was asleep, you goody-goody. No, I wasn't attacking you. An uppity look. She gave me a blaming look, like a princess raised in some rich family. Speaking of which, this kid's been always scared of strangers and was arrogant. The impression she gives was of a problematic rich kid who was pampered and stubborn. She was clearly showing no interest in her cousin. No, more importantly. What's goody-goody, brother? Come here. But while I raised this question, Yukiko pulled me to a corner of the room for some reason. And then, she whispered into my ear, "Seriously, how much have you forgotten already?" Luna's the type of kid to say whatever's opposite of her mind. She's always been like that. You forgot about that? Now that you mention that, once I heard Yukiko's words, I recalled the past again. Right. Luna's definitely the weird type of kid to say one thing and act the other. I didn't know why she started to do this, and the first time we met, she probably wasn't like this. She changed by the time we noticed it. Our aunt never paid much attention to it, just saying that she'll change slowly. But clearly she hasn't changed, right? What are you whispering about? How enjoyable to you Ryuju siblings. What? What do you know? When you always like to sing the other tune, kid. Well, sorta like that. While Yukiko and I were whispering to each other, the lines she said got really ridiculous. Well, the antonym of enjoyable is unpleasant, and the opposite of Ryuju is ha ha ha. It really hurts my heart that I can't say anything about it. You are ugh. I'm the older sister here. I can't get angry over such a thing. Anyway, is breakfast done yet? Mind getting it done sooner? Big breasts? Ugh. Can't forgive you after all. You're flat too, aren't you? So, that's how it is. Of course, I guess. Yukiko's a weirdo too, somewhat, and they get along like oil and water. These two eccentric girls are yapping away like cats. Enough already, Yukiko. Comparing boob sizes of a middle schooler and an elementary school kid is depressing. There should be some who like them small. Anyway, I hope that I can be treated well here. Big sister who really hates her brother. What are you saying? I'm not. And that's the kind of vibe they had after that. Whenever they spoke, one was arrogant, and the other was frowning, so I could only sigh. Well, that escalated quickly. I don't really care about Luna's stubbornness, and even if she does look down on me, there's nothing to be bothered by. I just need to think of her as a problem child. However, what will Hikari Yumasaki do? I recalled the continuation written in that journal. Really looking forward to the future! I can do this and that to an arrogant elementary kid. That was written. Ugh, this definitely isn't a good sign. Even though I was anxious, I couldn't do anything. As I had expected, this uneasiness struck me in reality. The incident came quickly, 2 days later. First, this happened. You're the best, huh? On that morning, I woke up a little later than usual. I came to the living room, wanting some breakfast before heading to school, when Luna said those words to me. I have a good opinion of you now. I didn't think you will make me happy. Please live a little longer. Luna said that in a huff, picked up her backpack, and stormed out of the house. The best means the worst. A good opinion of you now means a bad opinion. Make me happy is. She's an annoying one. What did you do, Hikari Yumasaki? I had an ominous feeling, but I had to check. I returned to my room, grumbling away as I opened my journal. Maybe she might have written some apology related to this, in a joking manner. Luna doesn't seem to be feeling happy today. Why is that? You don't know either? But that was written in a journal. She was not the reason. That's weird. That kind of arrogance is cute in its own way. But why is she angry? Why indeed? That's really weird. I didn't do anything. Yep, it's really weird. I really have no idea. Now then, Why is that? What to do? I really never thought of it. Luna just so happened to see me bury my face into her pillow. The innocent scent of a little elementary school girl. That's 100% the reason. Nothing else. Why did she think it was fine even though she was seen? So because of this, I apologized to Luna with all my might, finally getting her forgiveness. Though the price was that I gained the name MILF Lover. Goodness. Another incident happened 2 days later. This is fine too. Misaki. Bondage and spanking play. This sounds good to Sanada-senpai. Naked abandonment play and mental SM. That idiot. Again with the unnecessary stuff. On that day, after classes ended, I returned from school, and returned to my room. I was kneeling before Kasumi and Misaki, dripping in cold sweat. So this happened. 2 days ago, I emphasized in the journal smelling an elementary school kid is forbidden, and Hikari Umasaki did somewhat reflect over her actions. I'm sorry, Sakamoto. I never thought I couldn't smell an elementary school girl. So in apology, I'll bring you happiness since you have no luck with women, and filled with tragedies in life. Look forward to it. So this morning, the journal contained words that either seemed to be apologizing, or having a dig at me. What was she getting at now? So I thought, but I didn't care as I wouldn't know anyway. So the entire day passed. After school though, something terrifying happened. Kasumi and Misaki suddenly came to my house. I heard that yesterday, Hikari Umasaki told them separately, "Sorry to trouble you. I'm suffering a little here. Can you come console me?" So, I didn't know what they misunderstood. But they both had makeup on. One had her cleavage open. One had a wonderful miniskirt on. So both of them just so happened to meet each other at the entrance of the Sakamoto's house. Then they seemed to have realized everything. So they said to me, while my mind was completely blank, so that's how it is, senpai. That's impressive. They nodded away as they said that, and the love purgatory was complete. So after that, I was kneeling on the floor, while both of them were researching on how to execute me through the internet. Seriously, look what you've done, Hikari Umasaki. You could have realized it if you thought about it, but even if I tried to argue, it was too late. They had both agreed on a double electric massage, and I was shivering in fear. At that moment, "Hey, MILF Lover, I'm hungry. Are there any sweets at home?" Luna. Luna returned after school, and slammed the door aside with fury. Again, she was staring at me with the arrogant, condescending eyes. MILF senpai. This girl is, no, this kid's my cousin, a weird kid who loves to say the opposite of what she's thinking, so I intended to explain. But Luna started introducing herself before I could, and with the usual troublesome words. "Hello, I'm Luna. I have no blood relation with this man, but we are on loving terms, and we've been having love talk over the past 2 days." Sakamoto, what is going on? No wait. You're mistaken. That's not it. I saw that Kasumi and Misaki's eyes darkened, and immediately shouted in a panic. No, that's not it. What she meant was that though we're blood related, we're on really bad terms, already quarreling. But I had no room to butt in, as Luna again said, "I really do like this guy, you know. Yesterday, he said to me so many times, 'Luna, come shower with this big brother here.' Helicopter. So I agreed to shower with him, because I really like him." Luna, please just shut up for once. But it was already too late. After Luna created such a ruckus, she left the room. I was left in the room, facing the 2 demons. They were giving off black aura as they stood up. And then, Sanada-senpai. Bondage, spank his ass, leave him naked, SM, electric massage, which one do you prefer? Full course, I guess. No, wait, On that day, it was midnight when I was finally released. I can't get married now, damn it. And on another day, I want to get her into cosplay. What are you saying? So it was written in the journal. I want to have Luna cosplay as a shameless witch. That's impossible. So I went online and bought a whole bunch of stuff. but you can't blame Hikari here. Of course I'm blaming you. Think of the big box that's put there. This costume covers the least amount of area possible. That'll definitely make Luna an angel. Let's see. No. She's going to be completely naked. That's way lewder than a swimsuit. Even if it's impossible, I want to make her cosplay. I don't care if I get arrested. Like hell I'll allow that. Don't do it. This isn't a joke. But following that was a ridiculous instruction, so, Sakamoto, before Hikari commits a crime, try to get Luna dressed as a lewd witch. And she added an illustration of me drooling while holding a camera and snapping away at Luna. Ah damn it, it's troublesome. But it'll be even more troublesome if I don't do it. Guess I got to think of a plan. And so, as declared, this smart me came up with a plan. Starting off, I had this cosplay costume, which is really erotic. This is illegal, isn't it? Placed in an obvious spot in the living room. Then, I stuck a note by the side. You can be a popular one in real life, become a witch and be reborn as a super idol. So when she sees this, Luna will be moved enough to put this on, and I'll be able to get some photos. So that was my plan. To be honest, only a pitiful, super lonely idiot will fall for this trick. Since it's an elementary school girl we're dealing with here, I guess she should be at the age where she desires attention. This much should be enough to bluff an elementary school kid. So, on that day, after school, I quickly hurried home, laid out everything, and hid in a blind spot of the kitchen. Of course, I was holding a digital camera in one hand, concealing my presence. And so, after waiting for a few minutes, oh, she's back now? I could hear the door open from the corridor, and sensed someone returning. It seemed that my target Luna had returned. I couldn't see her as I had hidden myself, determining how she had entered the living room, and also stopped. Oh, this sound. Is she changing clothes now? And Luna was probably changing clothes in the living room. I could hear the ruffling sound from there. Good. Looks like things are proceeding smoothly. Just need to time the opportune moment and take a photo. Right, she should be done. Here I go. And so, I timed for the right moment, and made up my mind. Standing up, with camera in one hand, I summoned my courage, starting a charge to take a photo of Luna in a witch dress. For that picture of an elementary school witch. Hey, Luna. You're rather cute, aren't you? Admiring idols. Lemme have a photo. Be brother. Time stopped. Yep, it stopped alright. An unexpected scene happened before me. There was a witch there, in a lewd dress up too. But that was definitely not Luna. Not even close to an elementary school kid. That was my little sister, Yukiko. At that moment, I understood the sadness that came with wearing a costume befitting an elementary school kid so perfectly. I thought a lonely idiot would fall for such a prank, and it turned out to be my little sister. That little sister of mine was making a cute idol pose at the mirror, and was frozen there. Miss Yukiko, this is amazing, huh? At that moment, how cruel fate was as it arrived at this unequivocally tragic space. Appearing before us and spliting us was none other than the pretty elementary school girl, Luna. What exactly was shown in her eyes? Yukiko, excitedly dressed as an exhibitionist witch, or me, holding a camera in one hand and standing before her? Anyway, there was one thing I understood. That escalated quickly. No, Luna, there's obviously a reason for this. Yeah, I know. I understand everything, she said, and then, with the condescending look of one staring down at garbage, she said, I see that you really are a good, amazing pair of siblings. Please remain close to me. Bamf. And then, Luna shouted, and left the room. The ones left behind were us two idiots. Yep, no need to think too deep into it. Our dignity as siblings was already shattered completely. Damn it. And one day, I thought of something that can effectively make use of Luna's habit to say the opposite. Okay. Those words were written in the journal. On that day. If we can go along with our faults, I think Luna's personality is wonderful. Go along with her faults? In other words, approach her while thinking that you'll be hated, and she'll say something like I like you. I really like. Please come close to me. This feels good too. Look at the ridiculous price of your actions. So that's the reason why she was exceptionally unhappy. Well, leaving that aside, Luna's always like that, but there was really something I didn't get. I'm going to sleep. If you dare attack me, I'll welcome you with love. Yes, yes. On that night, the one saying such inflammatory, delusional words was obviously Luna. She snuggled into the futon next to my bed as she yelled this. Once I heard this, I said out the one thing that had been on my mind the entire time. Hey Luna, why do you always sleep in my room? Right. That was what I was curious about. Ever since the first day, no matter how arrogant this kid was, how she hated me, she kept insisting to sleep in my room. It really didn't mesh with this kid's personality, so I tried asking her, Luna, for some reason, she looked really lonely. And then, this is something important, related to you, think about it. Okay. She said these words, being as arrogant as ever. Well, she's probably saying that it doesn't matter, I guess. Those words just now seem strange though. Arg, seriously, I don't get it. This kid's really troublesome. Please switch off the lights. I told you many times that I really want you to attack me, that I really hope that you'll violate me. But I still couldn't figure out the truth. Luna ended the conversation just like that. Seriously, that it was questionable from her, and my heart just skipped a beat. No. Am I not thinking the same as Hikari Yumasaki here? Good night. See you tomorrow. I said good night to the strange girl, and switched the lights off. This kid's really strange. But I have strange girls around me, so I can't say much about that. Thinking about this, I followed Luna into dreamland. However, this life of mine changed 2 days later. Sakamoto, please allow me to report to you on Sexy Dreams team. Go ahead. That day, Mohawk, who became my lackey due to various reasons, came to my room. As for what he's reporting, it seemed he was ordered by Hikari Yumasaki to contribute to society in the name of Sexy Dream or something. Sometimes he would drop by and report. Anyway, you aren't a hoodlum anymore, Mohawk. You're a good guy. First, about what happened last Monday. I found a lost girl. So Mohawk's report for the day began. But, I never thought that would be the cause. What's going on here? Bamf. Luna suddenly slammed the door open, and stood before us. What's wrong? Why is she so agitated? You Sexy Dream? Me? So I replied. What? This kid knows about Sexy Dream? But Luna ignored this stunned me, as her face becomes increasingly red. I was wondering what she was thinking. But at the next moment, great. Thanks to back then. I really love Sexy Dream. Wow. Hey, Luna. Ow, oh wow. Stop pulling me. Luna suddenly threw a tantrum, and it left me all the more confused. Hey, what's going on? As expected, you're that kind of person. Let's talk this through starting now. However, Luna never went into detail on why she became like this, and she was on the verge of tears, storming out without saying a word. Only Mohawk and this stunned me were left in the room. We merely exchanged wordless looks. What's going on? But that doubt was solved in an instant. 2 days later. I guess it's this kid after all. I was in the room of a friend, one of my rare few, whose house was a little far away from mine. This cool guy before me, Keishara muttered as he stared at the photo of Luna stored in my phone. So it is something to do with Sexy Dream? Yeah, one of those who got dealt with by Sexy Dream. After I took the brunt of Luna's sudden anger, I wrote in the journal, Luna seems to have a grudge against Sexy Dream. You got an idea? And to figure out why, Hikari Yumasaki had a sudden meeting with Keishara. Whenever Hikari Yumasaki was acting as Sexy Dream, Keishara was almost always with her. At least they should know something. I forgot when exactly it was, but it happened recently. When I was going on a sexy patrol with her, I saw this girl, Luna, arguing with a few other girls. Keishara recalled. Did he say something really crazy just now? Not something big, it's just an argument between kids. It just seems like Luna. She was shouting at the other girls for some reason. Those girls were looking really scared. So at that moment, Hikari just butted in and went, all enough, all right. Scold me if you want. This wretched sexy dream shall be as popular as ever. Wahaha, you dominatrix Lily student. I tried imagining that scene, a strange cosplaying high school boy saying such a disgusting line and appearing in front of a bunch of quarreling elementary school kids. Ugh, Hikari Yumasaki, look what you've done. And they stopped arguing. Why does Luna hate Hikari? Well, it seemed something really big happened afterwards. I took out a SD card from my pocket, and inserted it into Keisharo's computer. A video was played, showing Luna's elementary school that was a little far away from here. I had Yukiko stalk Luna. Then, I saw something I was concerned with. Something you're concerned with. Anyway, your little sister's really something. You think so too? Why exactly did she hone those skills? Bet not know why. See no evil, hear no evil. This is, yep. As you can see, the crucial scene was aired. That scene really left us heartbroken. Looks like that Luna was ostracized by everyone else in school. It wasn't bullying. But in the video, Luna clearly didn't belong to any group, and was always alone. Thinking about it, Luna always headed home after school, and never played with her friends. That meant that she had no friends. The video continued to play. Her peers just looked at her from afar. Even though she tried to approach them, they merely waved her off, and it got awkward. No doubt it would leave Luna distraught. It's those girls who got scolded by Luna, Keisharo said, pointing at the girls who created this heavy atmosphere. Yep, I'm sure. That's enough. So, Luna had her friends had some issues. And Hikari butted in and put all the blame on Luna, and had her ostracized by everyone else at school. I guess her classmates had come to an agreement to leave the bad guy alone. It was a common squabble amongst kids. Luna merely raised her voice in an outburst. But Hikari Yumasaki showed up, feeling all heroic, and Luna became the bad guy, her friends using the chance to shun her. But well, even if Hikari Yumasaki never interfered, it might end up the same. Well, the fact remained that Hikari Yumasaki gave them the opportunity. Thinking back about it, Luna moved in recently, and she had that strange habit to say the opposite and act so arrogant. All these factors combined to form this situation. What to do? Maybe it's because of Hikari's sexy patrol that Luna is suffering so much. In that case, let's just reveal to the public that Sexy Dream is really me, and apologize. Yesterday's me wrote in the journal. While there was no actual proof yesterday, she might have realized that she was in the wrong. Besides the text, there was an illustration of Hikari Yumasaki in a confessional, with lots of spotlights and microphones shining down on her. She might appear to be fooling around, but looking at her slightly twisting words and the illustration, I'm guessing she did realize she was responsible. Well, no wonder, since she is a kind one, and hates to see others suffer. Also, since it involved her, it's no wonder she was rattled. Anyway, what I wanted to say was that, don't do this using my body. My life will end there and then. So, what are you going to do, Sakamoto? What to do? Speechless, I sighed. I could only murmur as I looked up at the cloudy sky. Sorry Luna. But I think it would end up like that given your attitude towards your friends, right? HMPH. It was before bedtime. Luna remained grouchy, but she insisted to sleep by my side, which was strange, so I spoke to her. Obviously, no matter how I tried talking to her, Luna would arrogantly turn her head aside. Seriously, what am I supposed to do? But right when I was about to sleep, my groggy mind overheard a somewhat dazed voice. What sexy dream? Exclamation mark. You aren't sexy dream. You are cool, but you're, Luna? But, Luna didn't respond. All that came from the girl was the little sleeping sound. What did she say? Did she dream something weird? The opposite of that just now was, seriously, this is troublesome. But those words made me remember something. What is it? I seem to have forgotten something very important. Number. Can't remember. But, no good. Got to think of something. Once I heard that feeble, earnest voice, I could only will myself. Luna's arrogant and stubborn. Personally, she was not honest at all, always speaks in such a strange way, and the more I look at her, the more I find her to be an enigma. But after hearing what was said, there's no doubt she was disappointed in me. She must be disappointed about something. And looking at it the other way around, I didn't know what was going on. But this kid already had some hopes for me. Surely that was the reason, since she kept sleeping by my side even though she was a strange one. There has to be a reason, though I didn't know the significance behind that. But she did have some hopes for me. Let's think of something, Miss Sexy Dream. In the darkness, I opened the journal, grumbling at that stupid partner of mine. To that hero who was a little distraught, who faltered due to carelessness. Yo you guys. 2 days later. This happened in the sunny evening. Aren't you quite some nice little puddings? As silky smooth and bouncy as pudding. What's with this man? Mama Tilda. Now then, what was I doing on this day? The answer's simple. For some ridiculous reason, I was scaring elementary school girls who were on the way home. That's because, after I heard the sleep talk of Luna, I went out to Case Sharo's house in the middle of the night, woke him up, and organized an emergency meeting. It's likely that Luna and the others had a quarrel because of her own stubbornness. Luna was the bad one here because of Sexy Dream, and in the justice of justice, Luna's friends started to ostracize her. What could I do to resolve this? After thinking about it over and over again. Unfortunately, I couldn't think of anything. But I told Case Sharo about what I wanted to do for Luna. It seemed that was effective. Anyway, I'll think about this again with Hikari. So Case Sharo gave me an enthusiastic proposal. And just yesterday, it seemed Hikari Yumasaki and Case Sharo had a strategic meeting. So, let's have a cute pudding party for kids tonight. Someone save me. For some reason, the role assigned to me was to threaten the 3 girls who ostracized Luna in an alley of few people. Luna was being all lethargic behind them as she walked over. Obviously, the trio was terrified, and unable to say anything, while Luna's mouth remained wide open. Don't give me that look. I just thought of that line yesterday. And there's a reason why I'm scaring kids here. It's about time now. Stop it. Enough already. At this moment. Oh, they're here? I could hear this shout from behind. Huh? So I continued to act as the baddie, and I turned around, seeing the 2 girls who should be standing there. They're the Sure Kill squad established by Hikari Yumasaki to help Luna out. You baddie. You bully the weak. Let us. The Sexy Dream Team deal with you. Wah, Sexy Dream Team? The line I said was so fake. It's no wonder though. The scene before me left me a little terrified. Standing side by side were the Sexy Dream Bear, the helpers Hikari Yumasaki roped in to help, Kasumi and Misaki. However, they're different from usual, because they're the Sexy Dream Team today. First, there's the busty girl with braids calling herself as Sexy Orange. That's probably Kasumi. She's trying to cover it with the papillon mask, but the beetroot face clearly showed how ashamed she was. And the one showing her pretty legs under the miniskirt was probably Misaki's Sexy Pink. So she introduced herself, covering her own ashamed face with the papillon mask. Anyway, both of them are dressed in very revealing hero cosplay, so much that I'm wondering whether I should call them lewd or embarrassing. Right, leaving that aside, everyone knows what's going on, right? It's the full scale of Hikari Yumasaki's plan. Take this, Sakamoto. The hooligan there. Sexy punch. Enough with the resistance. Send. You pervert the sexy kick. Everyone went according to script. Kasumi and Misaki punched and kicked me, and I was on the ground begging for mercy. They didn't hold back, just beating me up. It's basically showing excessive justice to scare the kids in another way. It's time to stop. One of the kids spoke up timidly. Yep, this was Hikari Yumasaki's objective. These girls were standing on the side of justice, ostracizing the villain Luna. Once they saw this excessive show of justice, they might figure out that they were in the wrong. As expected, Once they saw these heroes sink into darkness, they looked like they were about to cry. They're just kids after all. They're still scared of bad things. Just to note, the reason why I'm chosen as the bad guy was because this was written in the diary, making full use of material as for why she chose the both of them. This job suits Kasumi and Misaki really well. What kind of reason is that? So I thought. But it was proven in the worst possible manner. No, this is becoming interesting. Yufufu, Sakamoto. Let's give you a sexy turn. How amazing. Feels so good. Senpai, this Misaki today is the Misaki Cowdra you wish to see, right? Ha ha. So, I say, you two, that's about, ow. Don't aim for the butt crack. Stop rubbing. If they keep rubbing, it's going to be bad. But, ignoring the heroes who lost their minds, and this groaning me, the final helper, Keisharo, slowly approached the army of elementary school girls. Listen up! Keisharo showed a rare kind smile, and kindly said to the girls, what it means to be a real hero, is to be able to forgive the baddies. Even if you never did wrong, using that to hurt others isn't the right thing to do. Don't you think so? Keisharo suddenly showed up, and then gave a lecture to the girls he met for the first time. To be honest, normally the girls will go, huh? Who are you? As to be expected of a handsome dude though, the girls' eyes were filled with hearts, and they nodded, before approaching Luna. Oh, and so I, protecting my butt as I laid on the ground, saw Luna and the girls lowered their heads, and apologized to each other. Seriously, I was wondering what would happen, but they're friends after all. Even after a quarrel, they could still make amends. This is good, Luna. I was covered in dirt. I looked really gaudy, unable to call myself a hero or anything. But after seeing Luna's face ease up a little, I was relieved, and quietly heaved a sigh as I remained under the sky filled with the spring breeze. Hi boss, I got good news and bad news. Which one you want to hear? 2 days later, I found this initial bit in the journal. What's with the American drama-styled template? First, the good news. Luna's completely revived here. She brought her friends home. Good work Sakamoto. As to be expected of you. Oh, really? That's great, I exclaimed in joy as I read the report from yesterday's me. Once we got home, Luna thanked me a lot. HMPH. She remained so arrogant, and refusing. Anyway, it seemed personal relationship-wise, she had changed completely for the better. Really great. And the bad news? Then the bad news. I never thought I would see such a large group of kids, and got excited. So I gave them all a large pudding fest. Sorry. Oi, hold on. What did you do? What's going on? What did you do? I didn't know what's going on. That's making me more uneasy. What's going on? I'm really sorry. This isn't a joke. I'm really apologizing here. Why right that all of a sudden? This is way too weird. What kind of festival did you do? As it was too sudden, I got panicky. But what followed left me stunned. But well, it's really great. She wasn't bullied, so to say. But she didn't want to be left alone either. Hikari once had such a thing happen to her before, so Hikari understands very well. Luna here is lucky, because in pain, there is someone who will reach out to her unconditionally. Looking at those words, I recalled the past. Right, Hikari Yumisaki did encounter this before. Not only her, Keisharo too. That guy's so enthusiastic, willing to help me. I guess he had something on his mind too. Thinking about it, I guess there's a point to getting myself all covered in dirt and kicked. They didn't get a hero to reach out to them. So thank you, Sakamoto. Now Hikari can vanish without any regrets now. Only a few months left, and I'll be in your care until the very end. So the journal entry ended, and I was increasingly saddened. Yes, soon, Hikari Yumisaki would vanish. She and I shared the same body, but the amount of time she would show up was decreasing. There was only one solution, that either Hikari Yumisaki or I had to vanish, and there wasn't much time left. After much negotiation, we had a conclusion that Hikari Yumisaki would disappear. But, I'm not letting you vanish. It's fine. It's fine. 444 days since the body swap. 3 months later, one of us had to vanish. But Akari Yumasaki didn't know that 444 days was a lie I made up. It's not 444 days, but 365 days. I shut up Hayato already. Nobody else knew, and if I could pretend not to know anything. I could let Akari Yumasaki live, while I vanish. If this keeps up. For some reason, tears were about to well up, so I looked up and sighed. Whatever. I made up my mind. There's no need to reconsider. Right. More importantly, better send her off, I said to myself, and closed the journal. I left my room, and went to the corridor. Why, you ask? There's probably only one person I would send off at this point. On this day, Luna's finally about to head home. It's been a short time, but I've been in your care. It's been boring. Right. Better be careful when you head off. It was a holiday, but my parents had to work, so sending her off were Yukiko and me. I wanted to send her off to the station. I'm not an adult. But she angrily rejected me. Right, you're not an adult, I get it. But the next moment, when I raised my hand, wanting to say goodbye to her, Luna suddenly turned her head round. Why you were so uncool back then? Hey? And then, Luna showed a cute little smile I had never seen over the past few days. I feel that. I might really hate you from the bottom of my heart. Wow. Once I heard these words, I was at a loss of words. Seriously, kids, disappointed one moment, angry at another, and beaming away. She's really like Akari Yumasaki. Seriously. Then, big sister, take care now. Starting today, we're rivals who hate Big Brother now, so please take care of me. What are you saying? So Luna left. She was so arrogant until the very end. But her cheeks were red. She went straight down the road leading to the distant blue sky. That night, I had a dream. When I was younger. I dreamed this little me, and the smaller Luna. I remembered. Right, I used to sleep with Luna, because she's so cute. This kid's adorably cute. She was a little unwilling, so I told her, if you sleep with me, I'll help you out whenever you're in trouble. Because I'm the hero Autumn Moon. So we slept together. But whenever I tried to act cool before Luna, I always failed. That ugly state was so different from being a hero. She said I was so uncool, so uncool. Her mom couldn't bear to watch anymore, and was unnecessarily worried, so she told Luna, if you find him uncool, say that he's cool. I never thought that would trigger the strange speech pattern of Luna, and again, she called me uncool. For this little girl who had been seeking help the entire time, I finally became the hero in her memories. Cut 4. Tomorrow I will die, you will revive. I once hated him. Really hated him. I hated him so much that I ended up thinking about it. I once hated him. As I was growing up, it was clear that my body was different to other kids of my age. I was born with cerebral palsy. This disease brought great discomfort in the form of a slow body, and a pair of legs that were sticks, unable to move. However, back then, I was not uneasy about my life in any way. Kiaki, how are you? Can you eat your breakfast? Yes, I'm hungry. Back then, my parents were very kind to me. Thinking back about it, they really doted on me. My sister, 3 years older than me, kept picking on me as she was jealous, but I guess it's a hyperbole to say this. Even I realized that I grew up in this environment worthy of envy. Let's play, Kick-in. Be right there. And back then, I did have friends. I played with the neighboring girls who were of the same age as me. They always came over, and would push me out on the wheelchair. I was a kid who could really smile back then. But, hey, we're going to play soccer. Go elsewhere. Wah. It's Hayato. What? We're here first. You should be the one going elsewhere, Hayato. There's just one person, the one boy I could never bring myself to like. Shut up. I'm going to be a pro soccer player in the future. Scram. Hayato Hyuga, my nemesis. He's a childhood playmate of mine, living nearby. He's a shorty, a loudmouth, and extremely arrogant. He, acting like lord over the kids, was really hated by our group of girls. Of course, since he's so arrogant, haughty, and does whatever he wants. Later on, he became the target of admiration for many girls, but back in elementary school, we didn't know anything about romance, and always squabbled over such minor things. I was always the one whom he directed his bullying at. HMPH. This is what I'll do if you don't do as I say. Whoa. Stop. Kids are cruel. He kicked my wheelchair hard, spun it around, and had me fall over. Since I was unable to move, I was perfect picking for him, a brat who could not empathize with others. You're terrible, Hayato. Apologize. Kiaki's ill here. If you regret it, come after me. So, I was always left behind as everyone gave chase after him. My friends were always huffing away, never able to catch Hayato, because he was always so athletic since young. Hey, Stripe Blue. Yucks. Go die already. Someone please pull me up already. I could only hear the screams of my friends far away, and was always left behind sobbing away along with the wheelchair lying by my side. My friends were all taken from Hayato, and on this day, he just announced the color of my underwear. I won T. Ever forgive him? I swore as I watched the tears fall. I really hated him. Our relationship changed during the 3rd grade of elementary school. Tsukimura, are you able to come to school today? I'm going to help make up for the time you were hospitalized. Yes, understood. This wheelchair-bound girl was 9 years old, and there was no one else she could call a friend. I vented my frustrations, all for stupid reasons. Due to discomfort, I was hospitalized for a long time, threw tantrums at my family, and even my friends for not visiting me. I returned to school after a long time, and found that there was no room for me to fit in. Tsukimura. A. Change of topic. Are you getting along well with your friends? Please do not worry, teacher, I am fine. I guess it was around this time that I started to use formal language. Not only to the teachers, but to my family, friends, classmates. This was my form of protest to this lonely reality I was in. It was an act of arrogance to my worried teacher as I lived alone. However, Alrighty sure is tiring to stay behind and study. But there was this one person, the one person I could never use formal language to. It was on a certain day, after school. I was alone in the classroom, waiting for the teacher to drop by. Oh, so you're one of the idiots too, Kiaki? Don't group me with you. Also, didn't I say not to call me by my name? He entered the classroom, and once I met him in the eyes, we started to bicker. Hayato Hyuga, the one person on this world I really hated, and as he's the dumbest guy on this world, he ended up having supplementary lessons with me. Even after entering 3rd grade, he did not change much. He could never shut up, always yapped away, running around. His diminutive body and loud mouth made him annoying to the girls, and he liked to flip skirts, like before. But there was one thing, just one thing that was different. Hey Kiaki, can I go to your house today? Let's play. No way. Why do I have to let you into my house? For some reason, ever since then, he's been clingy towards me. I guessed it's because I didn't have any friends, maybe not. He did not seem to be the type who would overthink such things, and would simply act out of his own innocence. Maybe I might be thinking too much. But thinking back about it, he probably thought of me as a girl. Maybe I was really thinking too much. Just a short while. Okay, I'll treat you to something. No means number. Don't talk to me. Back then, I was always rejecting others, and so I answered him coldly, for I already swore, for all I experienced when I was younger, for all the memories I regretted over, for all the tears I shed after falling over, that no matter what, I would never forgive him. But my resolve was easily overcome. Okay, this is boring. Anyway, isn't your skirt too long, Kiaki? Shouldn't it be a little shorter? If only there isn't a pervert around. And stop calling me by my name, Chichin. That's disgusting. You can call me by my name, you know. Don't wanna. Our conversation was pretty boring. But then, he suddenly said something. Your legs aren't healed? These sudden words from him took me off guard. He seemed lonely, sad, remorseful. The usual grinning face disappeared. Replacing it was an expression and voice I heard for the first time. And it was probably due to this sudden change that I panicked, and stubbornly said, it won't get healed. I can only remain on this wheelchair forever, unable to move." The cold voice from me was spiteful. After saying that, I regretted it. "Sorry." "Wah," he cried as he apologized. He said with sadness, his eyes filled with tears. I immediately understood that he was apologizing for what he did when we were younger. I thought he had forgotten about it, and that he never thought much about it. That was what I thought. "It's fine. I'm not angry at all." Once I said that, I questioned myself. What happened to my resolve? What happened to my regrets? Was I not fuming when I swore that I would never forgive me? But all of these seemed so insignificant compared to what happened before me. I never thought that there would be someone crying for my sake. That taught me something, that being alone is a sad thing. "Okay, you can come over to my house today!" Really? I could not help but wonder if he was shedding crocodile tears. And he regained his usual smile. "All right, then let's get going." "Let's skip classes," he said as he wheeled me out of the classroom. "Hey, stop. We can't skip classes," I protested, but he ignored me. It's fine. We should do whatever we like in life," he said, and had no intention to stop. Seeing him like this, and watching him wheel me home, I was dumbfounded. However, I was strangely moved in a way I never felt before. We were on our way home, and he was pushing me back. I remembered it was in the beginning of summer. The sky above us was blue and vast. His back covering the sky. His diminutive body was larger than ever. This is the smiling face of this boy, baring his teeth, seemed to have moved me. A soft sound kept messing with my heartbeat. It was much later that I realized what this feeling was. "Seriously, you're an idiot, Hayato." "Aha, but I am born like this, Chiaki." This was the long-awaited reunion between Hayato and me. Our relationship after that was not particularly good. We continued to maintain our relationship as ordinary classmates. We would stay behind for remedials, and I would teach Hayato, since he was bad at studying. But after a certain unexpected conversation, Hayato turned out to be better than me at studies, and he was the one teaching me instead. We would spend our recess together, go to school together, and return home together. Also, we would enter each other's house, and go out together during the holidays. It was just a plain, ordinary relationship. We were not really on good terms, just called friends. Thinking back about this, why did I assume it was an ordinary relationship? "Are you dating Hayato, Tsukimura?" It was less a month after I entered middle school. I did not have any friends, and could not get along well with the class. On a certain day after school, a classmate from another school spoke to me. She's an outstanding beautiful, and seemed proud. I could describe her as the leader of the class. "Dating me, Hayato?" "No, we aren't." "No way." "Hayato just bragged that he went to the aquarium with you last Sunday, Tsukimura." "So what?" That means that you are dating, right?" "Dating?" Then I finally realized it. No, I had to. Before I realized it, I found all the girls in the class eavesdropping upon our conversation, looking at the atmosphere. "Hey Keikin, let's go home together." Appearing right at this moment was Hayato, not anyone else. Before I knew it, he was taller than I was, and had a manly vibe to his appearance. He was a boy with a particularly trendy hairstyle. That smiling face, teeth bared, resulted in an indescribable calming feeling up my heart. And the forceful girl from before lowered her blushing face. All the girls got slightly nervous. That atmosphere, that situation. Finally, I realized, "Hayato, yes, you are pretty handsome after all." Keikin, did you hit your head or something? Sure didn't need his reminder. I felt that I was smacked head on the head. After that incident, my middle school life turned rough. As I had said, I was not used to interacting with people. Somehow I ended up occupying the most popular boy in the year. I caused this situation without realizing it, and of course, my classmates felt that it was unfair. So, Though it was not full-on bullying, when I was in middle school, I was attacked in ways close to it. Again, on a certain day, after school, I had returned from the toilet, and found my table littered with rubbish. It was likely that they did not dare do anything to this disabled me. However, I was psychologically abused, harassed like this every day, shunned, coldly treated. I sighed, and picked the trash from my table. But, back then, I did not pay particular heed to my circumstances, for it was because, Yokiaki, wanna drop by the books too today after school? Ah, Hayato. Sure, I have some books to buy. The usual voice came at the usual time. Showing up with vigor was my childhood friend Hayato. Naturally, he grabbed my wheelchair and moved me forward. Go, go, go. This scene, this situation, why always Tsukimura? How nice. Well, it's not my fault. Again, I realized Hayato's popularity. To be honest, back then, I was filled with a tremendous sense of superiority. Even though I was bullied more or less, I could have Hayato all to myself. Thinking about it, the bullying was just an expression of envy and jealousy. It's not an appropriate way to describe this. But they're the evil stepmother and stepsister, while I'm the Cinderella. However, the prince. What did you say, Kiyaki? Nothing, I answered as I went back into my thoughts. If I'm Cinderella, Hayato's the prince. I recalled the words when I first enrolled. Are you dating Hayato, Tsukimura? What is our relationship here? We were at the traffic lights. I turned my head round, and lifted it towards the boy with his back facing the sun. Looking at him, I found that he did have a cute appearance, a refreshing-looking face, adorable, mesmerizing smile. He was lively, and kind, and struck at my maternal instincts. But, we don't have that sort of relationship. At least, I could still say that confidently. This was not love. I was not in love. He was kind to me, but it might be too intimate to call it love. Most importantly, I don't understand romance at all. Even when I thought about him, I could only muster the image of his immature, impish self. He was arrogant, haughty, impetuous, always doing whatever he wanted. I guess I still hate you after all. Why say this out of a sudden? HMPH. Never mind. I turned my face aside unhappily. Hayato was perturbed by my sudden change of attitude, and tried various means to appease me. But I did not reward him at all. I did not think I was in the wrong, because, yes, I do hate you after all. Yes. Hey, what are you talking about, Tilda? I confidently confided to a confused Hayato. But this thought immediately vanished. Gee, I guess I hate you after all, Hayato. On a certain holiday evening, we were strolling on the streets, and just so happened to pass by a hill overlooking the town. The sunset's too dazzling. I want to enjoy this further front. And my selfish request was the start of it all. This little hill overlooking the town had a dodgy fence, and heavily tilted, so it would be dangerous to keep moving forward. However, I wanted to enjoy the sunset further up close. So the ideal method would be for the boy to carry me to a position where I could enjoy the scenery. Thus, Hayato was carrying me. Kiyaki. Aren't you too heavy? Not at all. Your arms are too thin. There was no sense of youth at all. We just kept pushing responsibility to each other. I could have sworn that I was not getting fat. Hayato's bigger than me, but he's obviously a smaller one amongst the boys, so surely it was his fault. He's pushing the blame on me again. I guess I really hate him after all. I'm not in love after all. No way will anyone fall in love with such an unreliable guy. Hayato carried me forward as I quietly told myself, assuming that in the distant future, there's a boy who's able to easily lift me. If such a boy existed, surely I would like him more than Hayato. Kind, gentle, tall, strong. There is no way Hayato can compare. In other words, this proves that I am not in love with Hayato. Whoa. It's really pretty. Whoa. Right when I was thinking about these, Hayato brought me to the edge of the lookout. The town right by the sea was shining under the sunset, covered with a warm, melancholic color. So peaceful, so serene, yet with a lingering tinge of sadness. The irreplaceable time engulfed me, and the setting set gave me a sense of sadness. It felt as if something precious was trickling away, bit by bit. Even so, I wanted to remain basked in it. Why is the world so beautiful? Kiaki. At this moment. What is it? It was too sudden. What? You're the one spacing out. Hayato kissed me on the cheek. My body heated up. My mind could not function normally, and the sensation on my face never faded away. What did he just? What did you just do? You idiot. But you're cute though. Let's do it again. Okay? Hey, no. Stop it. I'm going to pinch you. Do what? I could not understand. But I was firmly convinced that it was not love, that we did not have that kind of relationship. I firmly believed that I hated him, but my resolve was easily toppled by him. I did not believe that I wished to be kissed by him again. I was carried by a boy, kissed by a boy, and yet, so happy to be a girl. I absolutely will never believe this. I do hate you after all. The following day, for some reason, I bought a music player and a set of earphones. A scene in a serial drama I liked depicted a couple sharing earphones, their faces leaning on each other. At the climax, the male kissed the female. I knew it was unlike me, but it was my ideal image of lovers, so I could not help but have the urge to try. I was not actually hoping for it, but that if I tried, I would understand. I was trying to understanding what this annoying heartbeat since 3rd grade was. Finally I could understand the truth. It's not love. I did not fall in love with him. Surely I felt nothing. Because I hated him. Thinking back about it, I realized how dazzling my life was back then. My life fell into the pits thereafter, and I crumbled in despair. It was painful. It was suffering. It was unbearable. My fragile heart could not overcome the pains of recovery. I chose to give up, and escape everything. My parents chided me, maybe because they found that they had to discipline me strictly. This only caused the divide between us. However, my relationship with my elder sister took a turn for the worst, and I could only blame my shoddy legs. Hayato became my only source of redemption. Whatever I did, I relied on him. For he told me, "You don't have to walk. I will keep pushing your wheelchair." That was also what he said. "You don't need friends. I will always be with you." If that was the case, that was enough for me. Even without the understanding of my parents and sister, even if I had no friends, even if it continued for eternity, that I kept living in a world without friends, I still had Hayato. He would always be with me. In that case, there was no issue. He would never vanish from my side. The time spent between us continued on, and I kept relying on Hayato. I kept relying, until it snowballed. And suddenly, one day, karma struck. Miss Tsukimura. The boy who visits you every day was caught in a car accident. The young caretaker was really frantic on that day, dropping in during work to inform me of this. I could not understand those words until she was called elsewhere. "You're lying. You're lying," I muttered to myself, but in my heart, I understood. The ambulance siren blared. A car accident. There were a few possibilities. Hayato. Wait. Don't leave me alone. Despair lunged towards me, and I had nowhere to go. I could not reach for the wheelchair. In a corner of the room, I knew I could possibly walk, but I chose to run away. So somebody saved me. As I crumbled and yelled, the one who aided me was an elderly granny in the same wardroom. Did I thank the elderly patient properly when she did that for me? I was so anxious that I could not think of it. I finally got to my wheelchair, and headed straight for the stairs. I was on the 6th level, and the operating rooms were on the 1st and 2nd. The emergency ward should be on the 1st floor. So I thought as I waited before the elevator. But right at this moment, the elevator never came. I did not know the reason for the delay as it remained at the top floor. My despair grew. If only I could scale the stairs. If only my legs could scale the stairs. If only I had legs that could scale the stairs. Never once did I have so much regret, so loathing of myself for being so reliant on others. "Hurry, Hayato's going to die," I just yelled, ignoring everyone else present. A long time passed by the time I could enter the elevator. And so, I arrived at the operating room, and his parents were standing before it. The parents who lost their son were bawling away. Upon seeing this, I realized Hayato, the childhood friend I really hated, was no longer on this world. Whatever happened thereafter, I could not remember. I recovered, and found myself left alone on this icy cold corridor. So cold, so dark, I wanted to die. Darkness filled my world. Hayato. Even if I continued to live, right, just when I was about to make a decision, right, just when I was give up, that person showed up, though it would be too harsh to call it a redemption for me. Will you give half your lifespan to him? What was that? Appearing before me was hope, or maybe it was despair. Even till this day, I often had dreams recollecting this event. It was the second chance for me to encounter Hayato, and also the opportunity that led to me knowing him and her. Meet him? Me? It was a chilly winter day. Half a year had passed since that day, when we suddenly began living an intriguing life of two personalities in one body. For some reason, the deceased Hayato would take over my body every alternate day, and we interacted through the voice recorder. During that time, an unexpected development occurred. While he was being vibrant like usual, the voice is still mine. I could never get used to this strangeness. Speaking of which, there are others sharing two personalities in one body like us? Really? Kiaki, I got some serious things to talk to you about. I do think you need friends after all. At least, I thought I alone would be enough, but it is a matter of time here. As you know, my time has been decreasing, so this is a chance. If they are sharing the same pain as us, surely you'll be able to be friends with him. Kiaki, be friends with that guy. That was what he said. After hearing the message, I sighed for the umpteenth time on this day. I was grateful that this two personalities sharing one body allowed me to still keep in contact with Hayato. No matter how it worked out, all I wanted was to live with him. That was what I was really relieved about. If he continued to remain by my side, and was willing to, even if we could not meet, I had to contact him through some means, and no matter how much of my lifespan I had to sacrifice, I would not regret it. That was what I earnestly thought. But at the same time, I had new troubles. I remained trapped in a disabled body, and because of Hayato's death, I was shunned at school, and refused to go to school. Also, there was a cruel fate, which one of us would have to vanish. As written in the atelier, Hayato and I will have to bid farewell in the near future. No, I do not want to be separated from him. I wanted to remain with him forward. However, this could never happen. I could not live in a world without him. However, I could not imprison him inside this body and vanish by myself. I no longer needed friends. I was not willing to make friends and prepare myself from losing you. What I really hoped for is, However, I could not defy Hayato, and went to meet the other pair sharing the same body. On that day, I arrived at the station as agreed upon, 30 minutes before the time, and hid in a corner, observing the situation. And at the given time, my phone received a notification, indicating his arrival. This is Sakamoto. I have an appointment with you. I'm at the station now. Where are you? Sakamoto then described the clothes he was wearing. I saw the mail, and before replying, I started looking for him. He probably was not an annoying one. Looking at the description of his clothes, I could assume that he was a male, not a flirty type. In any case, I did not know if we were similar in ages. Uneasy, I looked around, hoping for my worries to be unfounded. For the better. And amidst the passing crowds, after looking around for 10 seconds or so, I finally found Sakamoto. What? I shivered. The situation was terrible, utterly hopeless. Of course, there was reason for those thoughts. On this day, I would be forced to meet Sakamoto, whom I was to be friends with. His appearance was shocking, scary. He was a savage-looking delinquent, one that will scare anyone's wits. The long bang covered his scary eyes. He was a lot taller than Hayato, and had the vibe of a delinquent. Practice my smile. And he leered. So, he just gave a demonic smile, without fear. No, absolutely not. I'm supposed to talk to someone like him alone? What do I do now? I will be violated. I really had the urge to cry, and finally, at my wit's end, I did something really despicable. I sent him a message, telling Sakamoto that I was the nice-looking boy standing before the station, and wanted to see his reaction, if I was able to remain safe. And then, wow, you're so cute. You're just my type. Ahaha. He said it? For real? Hey, what are you saying to my boyfriend? Wait, I've been wanting to meet you. You know how much I... Seems like he's going to cry. You're disgusting. He is crying. The saying goes, do not read a book by its cover. That development had me poignantly understand how accurate that was. It is fine. Surely there is no need to worry about being violated by him, for that person was just a spineless virgin. Anyway, time to hear him out. I didn't think you would actually follow through. That humorous image of you made me quite amused. Wah! I did not want to be friends with him. I had already decided not to make friends, even if I had to live in a world without Hayato. He was taken aback by my voice, his face frozen up unexpectedly for me. As I took a closer look, that glum face was rather handsome. The hands clasping the hand warmers gave a gentle look. But none of that mattered. I had no intention of being friends with him. No way would I be able to walk, and I would always be alone. That was my thought as I recalled about Hayato. Nice to meet you, Sakamoto. I am the Chiaki Tsukimura who arranged to meet with you today. Chiaki ... Later on, I realized something. That at this moment, this instant, as the chilly winds blew, the wilted leaves fluttering, I had a wonderful encounter. That was our encounter with them. I would never forget what happened thereafter. Both him and her did their best to pry open the door to my heart. Miss Yumasaki's kindness, Mr. Akatsuki's ruggedness. Two personalities, one body, both opposites. Such a perfect complement attacked me, and my feeble soul could not resist. My heart eroded little by little. And before I knew it, how I addressed them had changed. I was even carried. And so, is it okay to start off as friends? In the dim early morning, with Miss Yumasaki's encouragement, and Mr. Akatsuki's support, and most importantly, with Hayato's spiritual support, I was finally able to walk that morning, and I finally said those words. Though surprised, Mr. Akatsuki gave a kind smile. I would never forget that smile. Finally I had a reason to keep living, even in the world after Hayato had vanished. Miss, thank you for the last time. On a certain day, it was a day after the long winter, as the weather finally warmed. I was seated on a wheelchair, and an unfamiliar granny called for me. Do you not remember? You did reach out to me when I had collapsed and was unable to get up. Right? I remember it was a pretty lady seated on a wheelchair who helped me. That time. Certainly. I immediately bluffed. I did not remember. However, there was only one answer. The other me, Hayato, reached out to help the granny. To be honest, it was not something unexpected. Hayato had brought smiles to many without me knowing. Thus, many would smile and thank me. I always liked this. I never did anything, and I should not have been so shameful to accept some thanks, but such moments allowed me to understand his kindness. There were lots of heartwarming interludes. Ultimately, it was after I was able to walk that I realized how wonderful these events were. I was once so dejected that I never realized this, and felt awkward about my past, feeble self. Okay. Time to work hard today. Leaving that aside, it was time for the usual rehab. After that, I learned to walk, became friends with Mr. Akatsuki and Miss Yumasaki, rid my lingering regrets over Hayato, and having accepted the cruel fate that was to come, We discussed how we would spend the remaining time. It seemed Mr. Akatsuki and Miss Yumasaki had decided on making lots of memories. Mr. Akatsuki had said that he would leave lots of memories, countless of them, so that he would never forget that Miss Yumasaki existed. It seemed she too agreed, and I heard them mention about this before. While Mr. Akatsuki was the one who proposed, it seemed Miss Yumasaki was enthusiastically making them. It seems Mr. Akatsuki will continue to suffer. And on the other hand, we decided to spend the remaining time as normal. Nothing special, no new developments, just the usual daily life, quietly, waiting for the moment that was to come. It was Hayato who proposed this. This is the body both Hayato and me share. For him, this daily life was most wonderful to him. I had no objections, of course. I firmly believed that there would be no better time than the remaining time I had with Hayato. I decided to accept this. I would not cry. I swore not to. From the bottom of my heart. The rehab facility I came to was the place where I first learned to walk. There was a short boy, and a tall one. These two boys carried me on this mount at separate moments. However, I was alone. With crutches, I stood from the wheelchair, and trudged forward. I was soaked in sweat, panting, giving my all. My heart palpitated as my body seemingly sizzled. I am alive, and I will continue to live, right? So I told myself. Found it. After some time, as the sun began to set, I finally arrived at the spot overlooking the town, and found that thing. Hayato, I worked hard again. I said to the SD memory card pasted on the fence. It was carefully wrapped in a plastic bag to prevent it from getting wet, decorated with a beautiful sash. This little reward was here to reward me for making it all the way here. A reward from yesterday's me. I took out the voice recorder in my pocket, and inserted the card. I began to hear his voice. For me, it was an irreplaceable, blissful moment. Good work, Chiaki. Sure worked hard today. His voice rang in my ears as I listened attentively. He was talking about his past memories. He happily narrated his childhood memories, how lots of events happened. I closed my ears, immersed in the memories. Then, something unexpected happened. It felt as though he was right by me, very close. He then said to me. I could still remember his face, his voice, but sooner or later, they would fade from my memories, and I would never remember him again. In this world without him, in this world, where I will never be able to meet the one dearest to me, ever again. Chiaki. At this moment, Chiaki, you're crying now, aren't you? I could not help but yell out loud, even though I was outdoor. I was greatly taken aback, for it felt as though I was talking face to face with him. I was shocked to be read. It had shocked me. Why was, you're wondering how I know, right? Of course I do, because we're childhood friends. We've been together all this time, and I understand you best. Because the following words was a reward way beyond my expectations. Because I really love you, Chiaki. The recording stopped here, unnaturally. It was unlike that usual laid-back him, and the way he ended off here, I could imagine him being all embarrassed. Those words, that sudden confession, and I was left unable to respond, only left routed at the spot. How sly of you. Really sly of him. So I could only think it was Hayato who wanted me not to cry, and to send him off with a smile. Yet, so deliberately, he made me happy. I endured my tears as I cautiously inserted the SD card back into my pocket. This recording file will probably be replayed hundreds of times on this day. Just in case, I should save a backup. Perhaps I could have it as a ringtone too. In any case, I am going to repeat this recording while fooling around on the bedsheets. Alright, I too made up my mind. I switched the recorder to record my voice. After a little cough, I prepared to send my message to Hayato. I too had things I wanted to say. Hayato, to tell you, I said that I understood myself best. But I knew nothing about what was most important. Till this day, I did not realize the feelings I long harbored. That day, I spent countless of hours recording, and was still not done even at night. I kept recording, deleting, recording, deleting, and unsure of what I was doing, repeating the motions over and over again. Thinking back about it, the memories of youth, the memories I would never get, the period during which I believe the happiness would remain forever. Two of us, sharing a pair of earphones, our faces so close that we could feel each other's breath. I was mesmerized by his sidelong face, secretly hoping that we could kiss. Actually, back then, I really wanted to confess my true feelings. I am happy that our hearts were able to connect, that it would be such a wonderful thing. After realizing this, I felt all the lonelier, anguished. Thus, still, to Hayato, whom I developed such feelings for. I supposed, I really hated him. Immersed in bliss, I told him of my love. Our final moments passed by. Hayato vanished without a trace. It was just like him to hate Twimpers when departing. I'm gonna be a pro soccer player in the other world. So he said. In any case, he did say that before. I had to chuckle. My life was back to normal. No longer was my life every alternate day, but full weeks instead. I lost him, who always had my back, and living through every lonely day had me sad. Once I felt sad. I wanted to cry, but I would not, for I promised Hayato. This kind him left me with irreplaceable friends, and wonderful memories. And most importantly, he left me with a determined heart that would face any adversity. In that case, right. Hardening my resolve, I clenched my fists. I lifted my head, not letting my tears fall. In that case, I can only work hard. Morning. Starting today, I will not be taking leave. Do not worry. The following day, I went to school. I entered my senior year, and seated next to me was the girl I had a quibble with. She was the girl who was enamored with Hayato, and vented her pains onto my, blaming Hayato's death on me, even coming to my house to lash out. It was the girl who had me confess everything to Akatsuki. Fate really has its own plans. Feeling that I had to be friends with her, I finally came to school, and ended up seated next to her. But I thought of it. HMPH. You're saying that? It's because of you that Hayato. Yes, it might be my fault. So I am going to keep on living strongly, for his sake. Do you mind sharing your love for Hayato on me instead? What? The classroom froze over. I could easily tell she was vexed, and that I said some taunting words. But I did not lower my head, and did not run away. If I accepted my weak self, nobody would like me, and nobody would be willing to be my friend. In that case, I had to first make myself stronger, so I thought. No matter what happened, I would not cry. No matter what happened, I would not run away. Just like Hayato and Miss Yumisaki, like those two indomitable ones. Please continue to take care of me. I could imagine her trying to pick on me. But I could not give up. If I was picked on, I would face it head on. Surely I must not cry, and fight my past. How would Hayato smile if he were to face it head on? How would Miss Yumisaki smile if she were to face it head on? And I recalled that weak-willed boy with a savage-looking face, a simpleton who for some reason did not run away. Mr. Akatsuki. I imagined how he would face it. Please stop bullying me anymore. If you have the time, can you be friends with me instead? What's with you, Tsukimura? I get it. I won't bother you again. And so, for the rest of my high school life, I did not make any friends. Life is not that simple, and I once again recognized this. I stealthily removed the SD memory card, which contained the message left by Hayato. I played it, listened to his voice, and tried to cheer myself on. And it seemed that thanks to it, that night, I dreamed of Hayato. I kept appealing to him, and he kept consoling me. So Hayato said, "You've worked hard. This experience will surely come in handy the next time. As long as you keep living, there is a next time." Those words ring true. Perhaps it was because my high school was a battlefield, that the people I met thereafter were all kind angels to my eyes. As time passed, the seasons moved on. I entered college. Hey Kiyaki, are you listening? Oh, sorry. What were you saying again? Seriously, It's about the gathering. If you're willing to join, we'll be able to get guys. Arg, stop acting so out of place just because you're a beauty yourself. It was winter. 2 years passed since then. Since the moment I first met Mr. Akatsuki. I was at the meeting lounge in college. A few of my friends were gathered around a simple table, smiling and chatting away. It is a very ordinary scene to any bystander. For me 2 years ago, this would have been unbelievable. I ended up chatting with people other than Hayato. I had friends I could be on first-name basis with. Others might find it an exaggeration, but to me, it was a miraculous 2 years. During the 2 years, I experienced the delight of encounters, and anguish of farewells. Farewells are sad, painful, and till this point, whenever I thought of Hayato, I would still think of crying at night. But I had countless memories with him. No matter how long it was, none of them would fade. On this day, I still vividly recall our encounters. I did once share the same body, same heart with him. I tried imagining a farewell, and surely he was smiling and waving goodbye. It is that smile that keeps me going. People live, for the encounters, for the farewells. If that is the case, surely there will be more encounters. New people to meet, to remember, and this dearest him. As long as I remain alive, there will be no day the encounters will end. And surely, from now on, At the entrance of the lounge, there is a cute girl, unbefitting this college environment. She's holding a hand warmer, and this gesture reminded me of Mr. Akatsuki 2 years ago. The sourpuss face was somewhat similar to him too. Then, she walked towards me. There is a Christmas party. Brother asked me to come here. He hoped that you will show up. Brother? Who are you again? I am Akatsuki Sakamoto's little sister, Yukiko Sakamoto. A new encounter. The cute grouchy face of hers gave me this premonition. As the seasons passed, and the year ending. It was a year and a half since Hayato's farewell, right before Christmas. Cut 5, Christmas. Yukiko will become Santa, you will revive. It might be sudden to say this, but I, Akatsuki Sakamoto, did share an exchange diary with a girl who should have been dead. Don't understand? Right, I'll start over. About 2.5 years ago, on a rainy day, a girl called Hikari Yumasaki died before my eyes, because of a car accident. But suddenly, a mysterious person in black robes appeared before me, asking, use half of your lifespan to save her. What was he saying? Till this day, I remembered my thoughts. So I subconsciously said, bring it on, bastard. However, there was a catch to his words. Thus, a few days later, every alternate day, Hikari Yumasaki's soul would possess me, Akatsuki Sakamoto. That was her peculiar revival. I spent a day, sleep at night, and the next day, my body would be possessed by the personality of Hikari Yumasaki. She would then spend the day, sleep at night, and my personality would revive. Well, that's how it feels like. The memory of one side will not be left for the other, and thus, literally, my lifespan is halved. This giving up half a lifespan is pretty much like this. Japanese really is hard to understand. So we began to have such an intriguing daily life. I wouldn't be able to know what the me yesterday did, and I could not converse with her. Surely it wouldn't be a good thing if this kept up. So we had an exchange journal. I would record down what happened on the day, and provide some things to take note of for tomorrow's me. The one waking up the next day would then pay attention, live as usual, and continue the journal entries before sleeping. Thus, even without being able to meet, we were able to remain in contact. However, there was a miscalculation with regards to this two personalities living in one body thing. It's the personality of this girl called Hikari Yumasaki. Oh, it's here too. It was the 1st December after I became a college student. On a certain rest day, living alone, I had nothing to do, and nonchalantly flipped through the manga I brought from my home to this dormitory. Hikudama's Prophecy. Sakamoto is reading a manga now. While reading, at the important page of the heroine's tragic past being revealed, large round words appeared at this inopportune moment. While reading these words written a highlighter, I was left amazed that she wrote something behind my back. The only one capable of doing this was my other half. That Hikari Umasaki wrote it at such a place. Yes, I suppose you know. I shared half my lifespan with her. The girl called Hikari Umasaki. She just wrote down whatever she wanted on my manga. I guess there's no need for further explanation. This girl's a miraculous airhead of an idiot girl. Also, pulling a prank by writing words on a manga is kinda cute. Hikari Umasaki always sought out trouble with delinquents, and so I was left to deal with the mess the following day. She would flirt around with girls, and I would end up in chaos the following day. Anyway, there's countless situations of Hikari Umasaki doing stupid acts and me having to clean up the mess thereafter. What kind of prophecy is this when it doesn't happen without reading a manga? I retorted as I kept reading, and after that, she wrote, "This character really looks like you, Sakamoto." A virgin lolo lol. Whoa. The potato chip got stuck in the book. Well, let's leave it be. She wrote similar messages on every single page, and I could no longer read the manga. Thus, I put it down, "This damn idiot," and cursed out. Well, whatever. It's been a while since I found such things. But then, I smiled as I said this. In fact, Hikari Umasaki's soul had vanished from my body a year and a half ago. Before she vanished, she doodled all over my items, so I could still find remains of her mischiefs. But even so, I would still feel lonely. I really want to see her. Even though we haven't met. I rolled about on the bed, muttering. I knew it wasn't possible. There was no way to return to those times. Of course, the friends I was on good terms with went their separate ways after graduation. We're all kind of distant. Thus, that's how it ended up. Feels exceptionally lonely. Santa Claus, I'll be a good kid, so let me see her again. So I muttered. Probably because Christmas was looming. Of course, nobody would answer. It'll be scary if someone did. Well, that's how I lived through my ordinary college life. While angsty, there was nothing else I could do. It's that sort of feeling. But in fact, at this moment, something happened without me knowing. Basically, Hikari Umasaki's revival was proceeding. It started somewhere, to be specific, my old home. It all started because of my little sister, Yukiko Sakamoto, who's in her third year of middle school, petite and having a short bob cut, always frowning. It's been a year and a half. On that day, brother suddenly went, "I'm going to die tomorrow." "Your brother will revive, so don't worry." He made a ruckus through the house, and embraced Yukiko like his dearest. No, that's a precious embrace of one who found his fated goddess. Finally he understands Yukiko's feelings. A year and a half has passed since that day. Yukiko hasn't recovered from the tragedy that was brother living home due to college, but before Yukiko realizes it, it's finally this time. Let's have a blast. December 20th. This is the mission Yukiko's dear brother has given. Yukiko is about to enter high school. It's time to ensure the success of the final memories of middle school. Operation Christmas Day is starting now. I'm going to organize a Christmas party. Sakamoto's little sister. It's Yukiko's brother's request. Please participate. One day, after school, the skies are cloudy, and it was about 3:30 p.m. A long time ago, brother entrusted me with this mission. I want to hold a Christmas party for everyone on this list. To finish this mission, Yukiko first arrived at the Sakuraheim High School. The people of the Going Home Club and third years retired from the clubs are moving out from the gates, and Yukiko went towards one particularly gloomy-looking one, saying that to her, "A Christmas party? Huh?" Misaki Kaudera. She's a junior, a year younger than brother. Her defining characteristics are a pretty face and nice long legs, but one shouldn't be bluffed by her appearance. This one here is a wretch who once cheated money out of men. 2 years ago, it seemed she turned over a new leaf after being reprimanded by brother, but Yukiko can't trust her at all. She's using the virgin heart of Yukiko's unpopular older brother. This is a heinous crime. Just to note, she's also preparing for further studies. She seemed to be aiming for a nursing school, but there is no way this wretch should be allowed to be a nurse. Once she puts on a miniskirt, She'll definitely do weird things and increase the blood pressure of the virgins. But it does seem like she's lethargic due to the stress of the exams. Is there anything? Misaki has been a little busy recently, a rare invitation, and she was so lifeless in response. HMPH. Such arrogance, rejecting brother's invitation. Brother asked Yukiko to invite you. It will be a bother if you won't, senpai. But I haven't met him in a while. She's sighing again. Her pretty face is gloomy for some reason. HMPH. She's so hard to deal with when she hasn't met him in a while. It seemed brother hasn't been in contact with her ever since he graduated, and there was some distance between them. Was it because of this? Perhaps she had given up on herself as she was too tired over preparing for her exams. She had none of the nonchalance she used to have. Even when working at the cafe, she wasn't as eager in showing her pretty thighs. Now she's wearing long socks. Sorry, little sister. Misaki won't be going. Misaki isn't up for it. Misaki Cowdra then said with a blank smile, and was about to leave. Wait a minute. Can't you use it as a chance to restart your relationship? Yukiko can understand if it's this much, but Yukiko's words did not move her. Senpai's pretty popular with the ladies anyway. Surely he has found a girlfriend in college. Misaki does not want such a senpai. Misaki Cowdra hushed her voice sadly. Now if you excuse me. She was about to leave. This is bad. In that case, there'll be one missing at the Christmas party. Brother made a request to me. In that case, Yukiko made up her mind, and so, she clenched his right first. Bamf. Ow. A delightful sound rings under the grey skies. What sound, you say? The sound of Yukiko slapping Misaki Cowdra's legs. Little sister, stop acting dear. Another slap. Wait, it hurts. What are you doing? Stop. Shut up. What's with the layers? And you're wrong on something. Wrong? Yeah. You said that brother's very popular with the girls, right? Is there something wrong? It's correct. But, Yukiko then took a deep breath, saying, think about it. You think that super coward, spineless, legendary lecherous Machurini who gets bluffed by one bare leg of a dumb virgin called Yukiko's brother will have the guts to do anything to girls? Whoosh. Yukiko pointed firmly at Misaki Cowdra as she declared this. That apostrophe s. True. Finally, Yukiko's thoughts have reached her. Why yeah, that super coward of a virgin senpai is trash. Would that looks so pitiful, and an utter wreck who's always grinning away whenever I wear a miniskirt to show him my thighs. No way can he possibly have a girlfriend. No matter how handsome, how kind, he is, he's just a virgin. Misaki Cowdra was looking up at the sky, glowing, as though she had discovered the truths of this world. She seemed to have agreed with Yukiko. Her eyes were hoping for something, but she went overboard there. Seriously, don't imitate Yukiko here. So you'll come. In that case, this is the message brother left for you. Message? I took out a message brother left me for a year and a half back, along with a name list. They could have met whenever they wanted to, so why did he leave such a message? I could not understand. But since he had asked me to do so, I had to convey the message to Misaki Cowdra. When we talk about Christmas Day, we think of Santa Claus. When we talk about Santa Claus, we think of miniskirts. When we talk about miniskirts, I'll think of Misaki Gahi. Such were the words of a disgusting virgin. Seriously, if you wanted a miniskirt, Yukiko would have worn it as many times as you wanted. But it seemed to be super effective on Misaki Cowdra. Understood. I shall show him the best. Misaki Cowdra. Saying these words, she left excitedly. HMPH, one down. Let's continue working hard like this. Next is, Yukiko's going to hold a Christmas party. Yukiko's going to hold a Christmas party. Brother requested for this. Please participate. A little distance away from Sakuraheim High, Yukiko arrived at a house. Yukiko entered the house of the target, and conveyed something important to him. And you're coming along too, Kaoru. Bro. Kaoru Kinoshita. He has large eyes, fluffy hair, and a squeaky voice. No matter how anyone looks at him, they'd assume he's a pretty girl. He's Yukiko's classmate, a middle schooler. He's not an ordinary boy though. As a boy, he's one of those super-duper awesome gay boys who love boys. What went wrong? I remembered he was rather agitated when he confessed to brother. He could have continued harassing. Brother is really troublesome here. Just a note, it's been a year and a half since Kaoru confessed, and he's already in third year like Yukiko. It seemed like he's going through puberty, and he's a lot taller, already the most popular guy amongst girls in school. It's hard to talk to him at school, so I came to his room to look for him. But this popular boy's having love troubles. So, I guess I should give up. Bro has already given up on me, Kaoru said, his sidelong face looking really sad. Ever since brother graduated and left this place, Kaoru has been like this. Brother and Ko have already kissed. Yukiko can't help but pity him. Yukiko. Fate is cruel. The love between bro and me that surpasses the difference between genders, between age actually ended like this. I am no longer at the age to dream. But I don't think I have any interest in girls. The sweet scent alone doesn't move my heart like boys. Kaoru. You just said such a beautiful line so naturally. Those words, that face. Let Yukiko use those for novel writing. Super duper excited here. Leaving that aside, Yukiko has to figure out a way to convince him. Since brother has requested for this, Yukiko shall convince him no matter what. Time to show off what an author can do. So Kaoru, what do you think of this story, eh? As Kaoru stood by the window, looking up at the sky sadly, Yukiko began to come up with a story. Two men in love, separated by fate. But what if the one who abandoned the other still loves him? What if he held a Christmas party because he can't be honest? Perhaps, he might not have any thoughts on this. But if he is to see that other become so tall and handsome after a year, he might change his mind, you know? That is true. And then, the love shall blossom between the men, on Christmas Eve. Yukiko's turned towards Kaoru, who's looking back. And then, Yukiko confidently concluded. Okay, let's go. Isn't this too sudden, Kaoru? You're too naive. There's no need for words between two men in love. Is there a need for any reason, when both men desire each other? That's true. What both men desire. This isn't weird at all. Yeah, that's not weird. Love stories are to be on the edge. This is Yukiko's strategy when writing them. Yukiko continued to encourage, and finally managed to get a smiling Kaoru to come along. So Yukiko left the Kainoshitas. Good. 2 down. Let's continue. So, third on the list. The number 3 on the list is HMPH. I frowned once I saw the name. This name leaves me enraged just by looking at this. This woman left Yukiko with a trauma that will never be healed again. Speaking of which, ever since she showed up, brother's been really understanding of women. Finally, another showdown with that girl with those big jugs. Wait and see. Kasumi Sanada. Yukiko's going to hold a Christmas party. Yukiko? Brother requested for this. Please participate. The next day, at noon, the sky was sky, as Yukiko took the train to a certain college campus. It's cold, but she was at an open-air cafe, and Yukiko, facing her, demanded, Sakamoto's. Isn't this good, Miss Kasumi? Kasumi Sanada and Mohawk. Yukiko forgot the name. Both of them are students of the same year as brother in high school. Braids girl Kasumi Sanada still had the uselessly big rack that's unbefitting of her small body. Don't be fooled by her appearance though. This one's Yukiko's biggest competitor. She's been earring brother's virginity the entire time. She's a wretched, ultimate bitch. 2 years ago, she dared to kiss brother. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr time. Yukiko's not very sure, but he seemed to be one of brother's lackeys. Might look like a delinquent, but actually very polite. A strange creature. This guy's just an add-on though. Impure stuff should be exterminated as soon as possible. And just to note, as you can see, these two are studying at the same college. Once Yukiko learned that her inferior academics ensured that she was unable to attend the same college as brother, Yukiko was grinning from ear to ear. No way can you be a pair with that smart brother of Yukiko. But it seemed this wretch called Kasumi started acting weird once she got into college. And what do I do now? In fact, Kasumi here has lots of invitations from boys, so where will I go to play on Christmas? Might not be able to make it. This is frustrating, absolutely frustrating. It seemed that ever since she entered college, this braided wretch became a real slut. Yukio really didn't want to invite her. And it's been a while since I last saw Sakamoto. I can't bring myself to like a man who left me behind. You lying. Yukiko knows you barged into brother's dormitory before. That day, at around 8 p.m., Yukiko heard you say something like I can't make it for the last train. Yukiko really wanted to slap you, you know. As for why Yukiko knows, that's not important. Yukiko didn't install a bug or anything. But Miss Kasumi, haven't you been saying in that case, I'm going to start my operation on my 20th birthday, spike him with wine, and take his. Those boys chasing after you are all rejected. In fact, with regards to Mr. Sakamoto, aren't you? Can you shut up, Mohawk? You want me to keep going until month? While Yukiko was feeling vexed, this conversation happened between them. At that moment, Mohawk suddenly gave this shriek, his hands on his temples as he shriveled up. What are they doing? Well, leaving that aside, even though she's such an annoying woman, Yukiko has to call her along. Brother's mission is way more important than Yukiko's own feelings. So, actually, brother has some words for you. Words? Those were the words brother left for Yukiko a year and a half ago, to be given to this woman. Yukiko really didn't want to say these words, but Yukiko endured her tears as she proceeded. Let's do this. Now, here goes. It's been a while, Kasumi, though it's sudden. I hope you'll join the Christmas party. If one day I see a Santa Claus with exposed sleeves and cleavage. That might become our first night. That's all. First night? This wretch's eyes glittered once that happened. I see, so the operation to be pushed down a year ago. If I think of it. So she started muttering. Yukiko got an annoying feeling here. Yukiko must remain by brother's side at all times at the party. Yukiko shall protect brother's virginity. Then please let me join. After she agreed, Yukiko left the school. At least the mission is complete. Then, next, someone very interesting. Next one is the cool handsome guy Keisharo. Yukiko's going to hold a Christmas party. Christmas party? Yukiko visited a cake shop in town. There weren't any customers, so all the part-timers were looking bored. Yukiko talked to him. Sakamoto suggested this. Mr. Takeyuki Keisharo. He's a high school friend of brother, similar in age, though at different high school. He's honest, a handsome dude, and left a deep impression on Yukiko. And most importantly, his relationship with brother is so passionate, so much so that brother would sometimes say things like only Keisharo understands everything about me. What did he mean by everything? So that means he knows this and that too? Now he's attending a normal college in town. Like brother, he's living alone, so he's working part-time to earn money. It seemed he intended to become a teacher in the future. However, he's probably using that as an excuse to teach brother some outrageous things. My dreams are coming true. Yes, he requested Yukiko a year and a half ago. He said I hope that on Christmas, a year and a half later, I can gather everyone for a Christmas party. A year and a half ago. He thought of something? Keisharo was dressed like Santa Claus, with an apron and a cap, putting his fingers on his lips as he began to think. I guess he looks handsome even when frustrated. Brother left a few words for you. He said that if you hear this, you'll definitely want to join. Left a few words? So Yukiko began to read the message brother left for him a year and a half ago. So here Yukiko goes. Right when I'm about to be forgotten, I'm back. More importantly, there's a major scoop here, Keisharo. I'm going to revive for a little moment. Look forward to the Christmas party. That's it? To be honest, even Yukiko didn't know what this meant. What did he mean by revival? Brother does say some weird things from time to time. But, what's the matter? Keisharo's actually putting deep thought into this. Maybe. No, it's that person. But maybe. Keishara muttered, looking troubled for several minutes. And then, he seemed to have realized something. Ha! Ah ha ha ha! Exclamation mark. For some reason, he suddenly laughed out loud. Ah, I see. Revival. That might be the case. I guess Sakamoto might be happy too. And then, he said this. Eh, brother? Question mark. So, while Yukiko was feeling all confused, all right, I get it. I'll join the Christmas party. Yukiko was told this, and we said goodbye. At least the mission is complete. But Yukiko didn't know what's going on. Well, it's pointless to think too hard into this. Whatever. Now for the final one. Better buck up and invite her. The last one's a little too far away. Also, with regards to her, brother left not a message, but a thick envelope. Yukiko probably thinks that she'll be the final boss to beat. Under the clear winter sky, the weather was cool and comfy. Yukiko boarded the train, aiming for just wait. Kiyaki Tsukimura. Yukiko's going to hold a Christmas party. Eh? Brother asked me to come here. He hoped that you will show up. After much difficulty, Yukiko entered what is called the top academia college in Japan, passed through the wide campus, and finally found her at a certain lounger. With hands on hips, Yukiko stood before her. Who are you again? I am Akatsuki Sakamoto's little sister, Yukiko Sakamoto. Her expression immediately turned to surprise. Kiyaki Tsukimura. She's a girl of similar age to brother, living in a massive mansion in Kanagawa. She had nice long black hair, and clear white skin. A pretty face anyone would adore. Though brother had many pretty girls around him, this one here is the cream of the crop. I guess this is the reason. There was a period of time when brother kept visiting her, and there are lots of mysteries around her. She's in a super duper premier college, so she has beauty and brains. Ugh, such a despicable woman. So Mr. Akatsuki is holding a Christmas party. But one shouldn't be fooled by her serene appearance. Sometimes this woman would let brother rub her chest. She is a super duper wicked wretch nobody else can compare with. Also, she used brother's kindness to do whatever she wanted. Yukiko would not have let brother approach this wretch. But she's still on a wheelchair. Looking at her legs, I had to look away. 2 years ago, while Yukiko was stalked. No, protecting brother, Yukiko noticed her like this. She's always seated on a wheelchair. Yukiko had assumed she had a fracture, but it's probably, while Yukiko was thinking, sorry everyone. I want to have some time to talk with Yukiko alone. Kiyaki Tsukimura said to her friends. Pretty, smart, and has friends. Nice life she has. It's infuriating. No need to sympathize with her after all. But while Yukiko was outraged, thank you for coming such a long way, Miss Yukiko. You came here to notify me of this, did you not? Eh? Ah, why yes. Don't mind. She unexpectedly gave Yukiko a smile. Don't be fooled by this. This is definitely an act. Yukiko knows. This woman once gave brother a lashing. Better finish this and go home. Yukiko's here to gift this to you. It's from brother. Receive this with graciousness. While wary, Yukiko handed her a thick, colorful envelope. Just hand this to Keikin if possible. Please give it to her directly. That was all. Those were the words brother requested of me a year and a half ago. For some reason, it's not a message, but an envelope. After thinking about it, Yukiko still felt weird about it. Might be contents of a date. Better be wary of her and track her down. Exclamation mark. This is. On the other hand, Kiyaki Tsukimura widened her eyes once she saw the words to Keikin. Then, sorry, Miss Yukiko, do you mind buying a drink for me? You may pick whatever you please. Eh? Saying that, she handed Yukiko some money. HMPH, she's thinking Yukiko's being a nice while reading the letter. Such a rude person. So Yukiko thought, but Kiyaki Tsukimura looked really serious. No choice but to go by now. Yukiko does know how to read the mood after all, so Yukiko proceeded to a vending machine far away. Yukiko wandered around for 10 minutes or so, sensed that it was about time, inserted money into the vending machine, bought 2 cans of tea, and, Yukiko saw something unexpected. She's crying, my gosh. For some reason, Chiaki Tsukimura had tears in her eyes as she read the letter. What should Yukiko do here? Brother, what did you write on the letter? Though flustered, Yukiko could not leave a crying girl like this. Yukiko gingerly returned to Chiaki Tsukimura, but was unable to console her as Yukiko did not know the reason. Clack. Here's some tea. Be grateful and drink it. Yukiko opened the can, and handed it to her, trying not to look at her in the eyes. Also, Yukiko handed over a handkerchief. Right, Yukiko shall pretend not to notice anything, so wipe your tears off. Yukiko feels sad to see people cry, so much so that Yukiko wants to cry too. But Chiaki Tsukimura had no intention of wiping her tears away. What now? Wipe them off. So Yukiko thought as Yukiko glanced aside at her, and our eyes met. Foo, how kind of you. Just like your brother, But for some reason, she was smiling brilliantly as she said this. This person's smile's too earnest. Yukiko's heart palpitated. No, can't be fooled by this. This one here should be a real wretch. But, hey, Miss Yukiko? What is it? Do you like your older brother? What's with this out of a sudden? What the heck? I do like him. In the past, I did have a boy I liked. No, even now, I still do. At the same time, I do like Mr. Akatsuki, so much so that I might have a change of heart. For some reason, I could see a kind smile. Whatever. I really hated myself in the past. So much so that I wanted to die. There was a period of time when I really hated these legs, and I really was suffering. Chiaki Tsukimura starting talking, not directed at Yukiko, but probably to someone outside. But your brother did change me. He might be clumsy in some ways, but he earnestly accepted me. This brought me warmth. He is kinder. More so than anyone else. He might not have realized, but he is a kind one. He prioritizes others more than himself, and even in hardship, even in the face of despair, he will work hard for others, albeit with grumbles. He is a coward, but when it comes to others, he will offer his assistance. Thanks to this, I am able to walk a bit, and able to smile. He is kind, and determined. A person who glows with brilliance. Saying till here, Chiaki Tsukimura stopped, and with a tender smile, she looked back at the letter. At the same time, Yukiko's at a loss for words. For this is the first time. There were many women gathered around brother B, but she's the first one to be able to understand brother like this. Does she have great foresight or something? Sorry for saying such unbecoming things, Miss Yukiko. I cannot help but reminisce the past after reading this letter. Don't mind. It's common. Foo. Why thank you. I do suppose Mr. Akatsuki is so kind because he has such a kind, cute little sister. What's with that? Feels so gaudy. Why is she able to say such gaudy lines with such calmness? However, Chiaki Tsukimura proceeded to attack. Wait. What are you doing? A few steps are fine. It is thanks to your brother after all. Chiaki Tsukimura slowly got up from her wheelchair, and slowly approached in a habitual manner. And then, whoa, foo, caught you, Miss Yukiko. Pardon me, I never had any younger siblings. So I always wanted to do this. Head patting. So Yukiko's head was patted by that white, warm hand. So that's how it is. So comfy. Nice smell. So warm. Yukiko's going to be addicted. If Yukiko is to call her big sister though, allow me to participate at the Christmas party. Let us all enjoy the moment with your brother. Oh okay, foo. How cute. This patting lasted for minutes. See you on Christmas then, Chiaki Tsukimura said, and Yukiko bade farewell, returning home. Yukiko's face is still hot, but comfy. She's like an angel. Leaving that aside, the mission to invite everyone else is done. After that, one last thing. Send a message. It's been a while since Yukiko worked this hard. Please keep raising. Just wait. To brother. Whatever promised is done. Make sure to come back on Christmas Eve. From Yukiko. It's cold. 7 p.m. on December 24th. I, Akatsuki Sakamoto, am on my way home from the dormitory, to the ever-familiar station of my hometown. It's been a while since I returned, but I was too familiar with the place, and didn't feel out of place. Even after looking at the colorful decorations and large Christmas tree, I just felt cold. But what is that Yukiko planning? A few days ago, I received a message from my little sister Yukiko. Whatever promised is done. Make sure to come back on Christmas Eve. I didn't know what was going on, but I had lessons every day until the end of the semester. No, sorry. So I replied. Yukiko's response was ever so stubborn however, and she kept sending messages, but Yukiko worked hard. She sounded like she was going to cry, so I had no choice but to return. As planned, I arrived at the station. Now what do I do? So I thought. Found you. Oh, Yukiko. I could hear my little sister's voice, and so I turned around, spotting something unexpected. Sakamoto. Senpai. Bro. Yo, Sakamoto. Mr. Sakamoto. Hello. Kasumi, Misaki, everyone's here? Under the Christmas tree, the folks whom I spent my high school life with were all gathered. Bro. It's been a while. First up was the pretty girl like Trap Kinoshita. He's a little taller now. Anyway that. Stop holding my hands with both hands like that. Let go already, okay? Your abnormal strength and dark glint in your eyes are really scary. It's been a while, Sakamoto. I missed you. It's been a while, Senpai. I'm really happy. Running up to me next are the pair of pretty girls, Kasumi and Misaki. To be expected of girls, I guess. Both seemed a little mature after I haven't seen them in a while. But what's with the get-up? It's cold, and one's dressed in miniskirt Santa clothes, while the other's wearing a Santa costume with exposed sleeves and cleavage. Thanks to that, their teeth are clattering, and they can't speak well. Also, anyway, how's this dress-up? This is prepared for you, Sakamoto. What do you think, Senpai? Is this today's Misaki the Misaki Kawdra you hoped for? So they asked. Well, no matter what they said, why are you dressed up like this? I asked, and they froze up like granite for some reason. What's going on? It's been a while, Sakamoto. Been a while, Mr. Sakamoto. I tilted my head in confusion, and Case Sharawa and Mohawk approached me. Oh, been a while. Anyway, you two haven't changed at all. So men are supposed to be like that? I never changed either. Then, finally coming over was the one with the usual sourpuss face. Oh, been a while, Yukiko. Yukiko isn't happy just because you dropped by. My little sister, Yukiko. It's the first time we met directly ever since the Obon festival. To be honest, I didn't think it was too long, but I suppose I can pretend that it's been a while. I did find that frowning face nostalgic after all. So, what's with everyone gathered here? Holding a Christmas party? What are you saying? Didn't you ask Yukiko to organize this? Anyway, I tried asking what I was curious about, but this was the answer I got. I requested. What's going on? While I was left confused, I heard Yukiko say this. Yukiko's returning this to you. The mission you entrusted a year and a half ago is done now. Saying that, Yukiko handed me a letter. Seeing it, I was left speechless. That's, return this to me on Christmas Eve a year and a half later. The letter from the girl who once was half of me, Hikari Yumasaki. So I understood. Why was everyone gathered around so unnaturally on this Christmas Eve? Also, why was the request specifically from me a year and a half ago? I had a look at this letter again. Just maybe. I hurriedly received the letter, ignoring the surprised Yukiko, and opened it. To Sakamoto. There were two letters inside. On the first one, These were the words at the top. Following that was, Yahoo! It's been a while. We meet again, Sakamoto. Hikari-chan at your service. Yumsaki Hikari. I read the letter she sent after a year and a half. The words were lively, just like back when we had our daily exchange journal. I could feel her smile brimming on the paper. Never thought I would be reading something she wrote at this point. Now then, you're in college now, aren't you, Sakamoto? Sorry for asking Yukiko to organize this Christmas party without you knowing. However, I have something to convey to you a year and a half later to you today, Sakamoto. So please listen to my true feelings. At the bottom of the page was a Hikari Yumsaki dressed in a Santa outfit. The first page ended here. Reading till this point, I slowly took a deep breath. It's fine. I won't cry, no matter what she says. I recalled my past promise, took out the second page, and began to read. From my beloved, other half, the message my dearest girl left for me. So Sakamoto. Since you're still a virgin after entering college now I had everyone summoned here, so graduate hello pffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffffff Yeah, that. There's more at the back, right? No, the actual part's at the back. I can find some hidden message if I turn it around. I neatly folded up the two pieces of paper, and inserted them back into the envelope. And then, return me my feelings already, damn it, I yelled. Even though I'm outdoors, I still have to yell. Of course, all the passers-by gave me shocked looks. But, that idiot. A year and a half later, and another of her stupid pranks. Is this really it? You got to be kidding, right? It certainly looks like you were summoned to the back of the gym by a love letter, and realized got bluffed. How amusing. Suddenly, a nostalgic, frosty voice rang in my ears. Chiaki? Oh? Appearing there was a wheelchair-bound Chiaki. She's dressed rather warmly, with a little Christmas hat on her head for some reason. Were you called out too, Chiaki? Yes, it does seem the one you missed is not a particularly honest one. What she wrote to me contains her true thoughts. Saying that, Chiaki handed me an envelope much thicker than mine. It seemed she had received a letter from Hikari Umasaki. Why would she write something so thick to Chiaki? So I wondered as I opened the letter. Written on it was, "It's been a while, Keikin. This is everyone's heroine Hikarin. Thank you for taking care of that virgin Sakamoto. Now then, if everything goes as planned, my letter here shall be handed from Yukiko to you. It's very important though. This time Hikari wants to organize a Christmas party a year and a half later. Clap clap clap. Sorry for saying this to you out of a sudden, but I want to gather everyone together at this time." Because, the letter stopped here. Following that was a second page. There was a voice in my head, one I never heard before, and I continued reading. Because I don't want to be forgotten by Sakamoto. I was wondering if it'll be a good thing to have him forget about me. But, I don't want to be forgotten after all. Occasionally, just occasionally, I hope that he'll think of me. I guess such selfish words on Christmas Day is forgivable, yeah? There was another page inside. Having read till this point though, I understood everything. She did not want to be forgotten. Thus, she gathered everyone together for a Christmas party, after such a long while. For a moment, I did not understand what she was saying. Soon though, I did. The answer was stated by everyone. But it has been a while, Sanada-senpai. You really took care of me during the skiing trip. I had been preserving the memory of your hilarious face when you failed to get onto the cable car. PFFT. It's really been a while, Misaki. I can still remember how I just so happened to slide out and crash into you and you landed on your butt. PFFT. They were talking about the skiing trip planned by Hikari Umasaki. It's been a while, Mr. Keishiro. How have you been? Been a while since you were a member of Sexy Dream. Enough with the a while, Mohawk. Over there was the nostalgic name created by Hikari Umasaki. So that's how it is. I see. Hikari Yumasaki. If everyone is gathered together. They will remember Sakamoto and me. Hikari Yumasaki's scared of being forgotten. She was utterly terrified at the prospect of being forgotten in the world without her. I graduated from college, and if everyone ran about, nobody would understand how my high school life went. In that case, she might really be forgotten. That was what Hikari Yumasaki really feared. While everyone was scattered, she played her card. To organize a Christmas party. A place with everyone around, means a place with me around. Kasumi and the others started talking about the past, just as though Hikari Yumasaki herself had declared this. They all involved the memories Hikari Yumasaki and I shared in high school. If everyone's laughing and chatting, so Hikari Yumasaki would revive here. No way will I forget. Somewhere on this world, I believed she would be looking up at the same sky, and so I quietly declared to that lonely her, I won't forget this once-in-an-era troublemaker girl. While trying to have everyone remember her, Miss Yumasaki probably planned this for your sake, Mr. Akatsuki, so that everyone will not go their separate ways, and remain as good friends forever. After that, the one entrusted with this mission is Miss Yukiko. With Kiaki's prompting, I looked towards Yukiko, who was watching Kasumi and Misaki's quarrel. Hikari Yumasaki gave the mission to gather everyone, not to Kiaki and Keisho, both of them knowing the truth, but to Yukiko. It's simple. There's only one reason. I thought that while she was living inside me, the one closest to Hikari Yumasaki would be me. But in fact, our backs were facing each other. We never interacted, never talked. Only one person was different. Every alternate day, she would face Hikari Yumasaki. Every alternate day, she would hear Hikari Yumasaki's voice. Every alternate day, she would interact. Until the moment Hikari Yumasaki vanished, the one who always remained by her side, supporting her was, in fact, Yukiko's the one closest to Hikari Yumasaki, and thus, she was entrusted with this mission. If it was Yukiko, surely she would be able to gather everyone. She would surely gather everyone, and on this Christmas Eve, this night, Hikari Yumasaki would revive. And because of this though, she had Yukiko do it. Again, I really had to thank this little sister I'm proud of. I looked towards her little back. This little snow pixie gathered us together, and brought Hikari Yumasaki back to me on this Christmas, in Santa Claus' stead. Ah! Wah! At this moment, everyone raised their hands, looking up at the sky. With this as signal, I too noticed snow. This timing's way too precious. Right on the day Hikari Yumasaki planned this. At this moment, beautiful white snow began to flutter in the night sky. It's like we're trying to hope for her long-awaited return. A white Christmas. Hayato Kiaki too probably had the same feelings. With a fleeting, tender voice, she muttered. It felt as though she had recalled something. It felt as though she was doting, enduring for something. It felt as though this was a reunion, the one person we shared our bodies with, our dearest whom no longer existed. Unwilling to take this, I looked towards everyone else. White snow fluttered in the night sky. Some tried to reach out to grab with their hands, some looked up at the sky, and some stared at the snowflakes with nostalgia. Yukiko reached her hands out, trying to grab the snow with her red gloves. She hurled about, reaching out. She looked really, really happy. For some reason, it felt as though I was seeing a new her. Thanks Yukiko. And, welcome back, Hikari Yumasaki, even though it's a short time, I muttered, looking up at the sky as I lamented. At this moment, what are you two being chummy about? Yukiko probably realized she was being stared at. Her cute little face frowned again, and she came towards us, so close before us that I could hear her huffing. Feels like you two are on good terms. Again she said some spiteful words. Kiaki and I exchanged looks, and we grimaced. Ah, sorry, we were just talking. Foof. Sorry now, Miss Yukiko. I shall return your brother to you. Have a nice Christmas Eve. So, that's the end of the recollection, and while we were about to huddle with the others, Yukiko, for some reason, Yukiko lowered her head, remaining silent. And then, she finally spoke up. It's fine, Yukiko's fine if it's with Chiaki and Ichan, huh? That was what she said. I was thinking hard, trying to comprehend what that meant, but those voices interrupted me. Wait, Yukiko, Sakamoto's little sister. What did you just say? What's with that amazing sense of hearing? Flying in like a Jamaican sprinter from several meters out were Kasumi and Misaki, their faces all contorted beyond belief. Huh? Did I mishear something? Hey Yukiko, I think I heard you say something you wouldn't do no matter how much I begged you. Sakamoto little sister. It's a little sudden, but can you say Misaki and Ichan? Don't think too hard into it. Just say it, okay? But when faced with the two Santa Clauses closing in, Yukiko averted her eyes. And furthermore, she was giving an utterly condescending look. It's too lazy for people like you to call yourself older sisters. Don't get cocky, you two Santa bitches. Brutal, savage, wretched. Instantly dejected were the Santa Claus with exposed thighs, and the Santa Claus in the miniskirt. Oh my, I never thought the Christmas present would be such a cute little sister. Though I had rejected your love confession once, Mr. Akatsuki. It does appear there is some room for reconsideration. Chiaki, don't joke around. While Chiaki's giving me a nice eyeful, I blushed. I clicked my tongue to hide my embarrassment. Seriously, Hayato's going to give me an earful if he heard that. Oh my, what are you saying? But there was no time to space out. The dejected Kasumi and Misaki were chattering away about something weird. What are they playing? Anyway, a ceasefire first. The enemy of my enemy. I seem to have heard them mutter. Also, things were escalating. Yukiko. Call me sister. What are you saying now, Kinoshita? Kinoshita started saying something utterly ridiculous. What? Then I shall be a candidate for an older sister. Keisharo? Seriously, can you shut up? Fooling around. Next was that idiot Keisharo. The chaos didn't end though. Mr. Sakamoto, what will? Stop butting in, Mohawk. Don't think too much about what they were saying, I retorted at Mohawk, who was fidgeting around, looking awkward. Even after yelling back, things wouldn't calm down. Hikari Umasaki summoned a bunch of idiots after all. In that case, I can pretend to casually take Sakamoto's virginity. Good, we're college students after all. Kasumin? For some reason, her eyes were glowing. If I can get senpai's virginity first. This simple-minded senpai will be done in by the allure of my pretty legs. Me mistaken? Your eyes are looking a little dark. And then, both of them were closing in on me. This isn't good. I realized this instinctively. Clearly, I sensed the danger. In that case, what I should do next is, we're running, Yukiko. Well, I inserted my head between Yukiko's legs, lifted her up, and ran off. Wait, Sakamoto. Please wait, senpai. Their frantic voices continued to give chase. I can't wait though. Hey, what are you doing, brother? You pervert. Oh, you've grown? My little sister's yelling as she remained on my head. She grabbed onto my head, yapping about something. Nothing changed. Petite, always frowning and grumbling, but always working hard, so kind. And, Yukiko, I said, thanks for being always by my side. Various memories intertwined, and I thanked her earnestly from the bottom of my heart. To my little sister, who kept supporting her in my stead during that irreplaceable 1 year. Yukiko snorted. Maybe I could hear her true thoughts. For just a moment, I had this thought, but coming from her cute lips were words I had expected. So what? Yukiko hopes that trash like you won't talk to Yukiko. She frowned, turning her head aside. Epilogue. The girl put the pen down, and again took a deep breath. Right, this is perfect. Surely there would be no further problems. Seemingly believing in that, she stared at the few letters in front of her. All she needed to do was to hand them over to Yukiko, and on Christmas, a year and a half later, deliver them to each recipient. With that, She would surely be able to revive on that day, for he would understand the intent behind it. No matter how many years passed, surely he would be able to understand her thinking, and certainly she would be able to revive on Christmas. The girl imagined the scenery that would happen. What kind of day would it be? Would it snow? Would the moon be out? Would there be white breath? She tried to imagine the temperature, the scene, and at the same time, she thought of how everyone would look during their reunion 1.5 years later. Will everyone change? Her impression of Kasumi was that the latter might becoming a little devil after entering college. Misaki would be preparing for her exams, and might be worn out. Kei's Sharawa and that mohawk head might not change much, and they had their personalities set in stone. Kinoshita will be the toughest to imagine, because he is the most unpredictable of them all. On the other hand, Yukiko's easy to imagine. To be honest, she won't change at all. Also, the girl thought of the last person. What about him? What will happen to him 1.5 years later? Will he trim his hair? Will he become a little more intimate? The girl continued to imagine, coming up with all kinds of imaginations of the future for the boy she loved. And then, the most likely answer was that it will never change. Perhaps he will not change after all the experiences. This can be said to be what the girl believes, and at the same time, this conclusion causes her to relax. He might be clumsy, unsociable, but it was a charismatic boy. Please continue to be the same person I love. The girl earnestly prayed. And then, the girl continues to imagine, when they reunite, what would everyone be talking about? What happened recently? What would happen? Perhaps they would start chatting away without realizing it. Surely, friends who reunite after a long time will say something. However, the girl was very confident that it might not be all. Everyone will start to talk about the memories they had before, what happened back then, and so on. Such topics will surely revolve around him. In that case, if that happens, the girl thought, and her face could not help but relax. In that case she will be able to revive at that moment. She was looking forward to enjoying his shocked face, his nostalgic face at that moment. Surely, he would be delighted again in 1.5 years. Her face could not stop grinning as she imagined his face and drawing an image of his inner heart. Her heart was filled with elation, joy, anticipation. Ah, how wonderful would an encounter be, the girl noted in her heart. However, at that moment, the girl noticed. No, she thought of it. What that imagination implied, that during this reunion after so long, what it would have meant. On the Christmas 1.5 years later, she would no longer be around. It was a known fact, and she had accepted this reality, mentally prepared for it. But at this moment, as she thought about the fun future, her heart filled with expectations, she again realized some cruel truth. She did not have much time to live. She was about to leave soon, and the time she would have with him was short. She once showed off such a dazzling smile. The girl lowered her head deeply, hiding her face. Tears continued to fall. No matter how many times she thought of it, a farewell was so painful. The happy days were about to end. She had to bid farewell to all the encounters they had. In the face of such reality, the upcoming future, she was utterly terrified, her heart filled with endless anguish and loneliness. She remained to continue remaining by his side, but such a wish would never be granted. The girl cried. She was not terrified of death, but at their farewell. She kept crying. You doing fine, Hikari Yumsaki? But at this moment, suddenly, an abrupt outburst broke the silence in the room. The girl was so shocked, she held down her pounding heart, and looked around. What was with that voice just now? And then, she immediately understood. Wahahaha, you're shocked, right? Are you shocked now, Hikari Yumsaki? The voice came from the alarm of the cell phone. It was probably a recording voice, set to playback at this time, at maximum volume. The girl immediately understood how he would think. Ho ho ho. You think I'll let myself be teased by your tricks all this time? That's a big mistake. I'll take revenge at times. And, well, what he said next shocked her. The one teaching me pranks is the biggest prankster girl in the world. I'll never forget it. The girl was dumbfounded, and some time after his voice stopped, she began to smile again. Really, she never thought she would be shocked by him. At the same time, she was thoroughly relieved. Yes, she would disappear soon. But even so, it seemed he would never forget about her. There would be nothing to fear. All she had to do was enjoy the remaining time. The time she had with her dearest, him. The girl opened the notebook, and flipped a new page. What shall she write? Perhaps she should write another teasing greeting, or a bigger prank to cause him more headache. Perhaps an illustration of her kissing him on the cheek. Surely he would be flustered and blushing. And then, thinking about him, all kinds of ideas surged in her mind. Yes, perhaps she should leave some words in his manga books, so that whenever he opened them, he would recall her. No, perhaps she should leave notes all over the room. She shall play a game of hide and seek with him, leaving behind several clones in the room. Thinking about this, the girl let the pen run. To the beloved him, to the him who saved her. Tomorrow, you will revive. I shall forever be the dazzling light in your dreams. She wrote down her life in this inexplicable notebook,